In Magic the Gathering, fight is a keyword effect. When one creature fights another, that means those two creatures do damage to each other equal to their power. Basically, it's like those two creatures are in combat together without actually being in combat together. Arena, a promo card from 1994, was the first card to ever have this effect, but it wasn't used a whole lot for the first 17 plus years of Magic's existence. However, that changed with the release of Innistrad in 2011, when the effect was keyworded, and ever since then, we've seen this effect used pretty regularly. It primarily shows up in green as a removal effect, but it's also commonly found in red. While fighting is itself quite good in decks with big creatures, it gets even better when a creature comes with a fight effect. This is because, obviously enough, you need a creature in play for a fight effect to work, so putting that type of effect on a creature solves that shortcoming, since it can do the fighting itself. Fight effects do have some other limitations as far as removal effects go, since your creature needs to be the same size or ideally bigger than the creature it fights with, and things just don't always line up that way. Still, green decks tend to have big creatures, so they can use this type of effect pretty effectively. As with any creature that has an ability that lets them remove something, creatures that can fight tend to be quite strong, and that's exactly the kind of creature we're looking at in this video, creatures that come with fight effects. To be eligible for this list, a creature had to have an ability that allows it and or another creature to fight another creature. In all, there were 56 cards eligible, and in this video we'll look at the 10 fighting creatures who have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get started, here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points, this includes events like Pro Tours, and a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes events like regional championships. At number 10, it's Daybreak Ranger. As an Innistrad card, it's one of the first cards to ever feature the word fight in the text box. For 2 generic and a green, it's a 2/2, and you can tap it to do 2 damage to target creature with flying. Obviously enough, it does not say fight anywhere on this card, but it's a werewolf, so you know it can transform. It checks to see if no spells were cast on the previous turn during each upkeep, and if there weren't any, it turns into Nightfall Predator, a 4/4 with an activated ability that costs 1 red mana, and you tap the Predator, and then it fights target creature. During your upkeep, it checks to see if 2 or more spells were cast by a single player last turn, and if they were, it turns back into Daybreak Ranger. Basically, the front side is pretty good at hating on flyers, while the Nightfall Predator side is more generally good, as a 4/4 that can fight for only a single mana is very strong, and capable of killing a whole lot of creatures while surviving itself. It gained all of its points in standard red-green aggro decks that ran a singleton copy to be searched out by Green Sun Zenith and or Birthing Pod. The human side was particularly useful against Insectile Aberration, the transformed Delver of Secrets, which was pretty dominant in that format. However, it hasn't gained any points since rotating out of standard, and it's likely to lose its spot on this list in the long run. At number 9, it's Ulvenwald Tracker, another creature from original Innistrad block that loves to fight, or at least it loves to watch fights. It's 1 green mana for a 1/1, and you can pay 1 generic and a green and tap it to have target creature you control fight another target creature. While he can target himself, his 1/1 body isn't exactly going to be scaring anyone, so as it shows in the art, the tracker usually lets some bigger creatures do the fighting for him. Like Daybreak Ranger, it was played in standard toolbox decks that could grab the tracker when it was at its best, but it also saw play in more straightforward aggro decks, especially those with some great creatures for fighting, including regenerating creatures like Lotleth Troll and indestructible creatures like Predator Ooze. Both of those could also grow quite easily, making them even better at fighting. Fighting with those repeatedly was pretty nasty. Some of these decks also used Wolfear Silverheart, whose Soulbound effect could even make the tracker into a formidable fighter itself. It's also been played some in Modern, where it's mostly been a sideboard card that can be brought in against opponents against whom repeatable removal is really good, and it also used to be played in Legacy Maverick decks. This was another deck that used Green Sun Zenith to grab the tracker when the situation was right. However, the tracker doesn't have any top 8 since 2017. At number 8, it's Vorinclex. For 3 generic and 2 green, it's a 6/6 with trample and reach, and when it enters, you search up 2 forests and put them into your hand. In other words, you get an above rate creature that draws you 2 cards, and it can even help fix your mana if you have non-basics with the forest type. As with Daybreak Ranger, there's not anything about fighting on the front of this card. You have to transform it to get there, and you can do that by paying 6 generic and 2 green. That's a lot of mana to be sure, but because Vorinclex grabs you 2 forest, it's pretty doable. Once it does transform, it becomes a saga called the Grand Evolution. Chapter 1 mills 10 cards, and you can put 2 creatures from among those onto the battlefield. Chapter 2 distributes 7 +1/+1 counters among your creatures. And Chapter 3 is where the fighting comes in, because it makes it so all of your creatures, including the 2 you probably cheated into play and put a bunch of counters on, can fight another target creature for 1 generic mana until end of turn. Then it turns back into Vorinclex. When I was first making this list, I was thinking I'd exclude Vorinclex since it's not a creature when the fight stuff happens, but it does have to start out as a creature to ever get there, and in the end I decided that was enough. And yeah, this card is incredibly strong thanks to both sides, and the Grand Evolution's Chapter 3 is very likely to end the game on the spot if the first 2 chapters didn't do it for you, since your huge creatures will get any blockers out of the way and slam in for a ton of damage. While in Standard, Vorinclex's top 8s came almost exclusively in 4-color Legends decks. As you can guess from the name, this was a deck that could get extra value out of Legends like Vorinclex, as well as a deck that played a ton of colors and needed good fixing. Vorinclex could grab the deck's tri-lands, like Zeatora's Proving Ground and Jetmir's Garden, while also representing a very real threat in its own right. Vorinclex has also put up some top 8s in Pioneer Devotion to Green, decks which are great at generating mana with Nykthos, so transforming him was very much on the table. However, it's not featured in current versions of Pioneer Devotion to Green, and it doesn't have any top 8s since early this year. At number 7, it's Kogla, the Titan Ape. For 3 generic and 3 green, he's a 7/6 that fights a creature you don't control when he enters the battlefield. He destroys an artifact or enchantment when he attacks, and you can pay 1 generic and a green and return a human to your hand to make him indestructible until end of turn. His absolutely massive size allows him to manhandle almost anything when he enters, and he comes with a ton of additional upside. If you have mana untapped and a human in play, your opponent has very few avenues with which to deal with Kogla, and he can even start destroying even more permanents once he starts to attack. While in Standard, he was played in the top curve in mono-green aggro decks, and he's also seen a bit of play in Pioneer Devotion to Green, where he's not only a good thing to ramp into with Nykthos, he also contributes 3 devotion. However, he's another inactive card on the list as he hasn't put up any top 8 since 2024, and he's only got 3 points since the end of 2022. At number 6, it's Tovalar's Huntmaster. For 4 generic and 2 green, it's a 6/6 that makes 2 2/2 wolf tokens when it enters the battlefield. This is yet another fighting creature who doesn't actually fight on the front side. It's from Innistrad Midnight Hunt, so it transforms a little bit differently than its predecessors. It uses Daybound and Nightbound. While the condition for the transformation is pretty similar, it becomes night if a player casts no spells during their own turn, and it becomes day if a player casts at least 2 spells during their own turn. But the big difference is that once a card with Daybound is played, it's tracked for the rest of the game, regardless of if there's a werewolf around. And then when it becomes night, or if it is night when you cast this card, it's Tovalar's Pack Leader, a 7/7 that makes those 2 tokens when it enters and when it attacks. And you can also pay 2 generic and 2 green to have another wolf or werewolf you control fight target creature you don't control. So yeah, this is a big creature that can make a whole lot of wolves and fight with those wolves quite effectively. While the Huntmaster saw some play in mono-green aggro decks in Standard, most of its success in both Standard and Pioneer came in Winota decks. Winota triggers anytime a non-human you control attacks and lets you look at the top 6 cards of your library and put a human from among those cards into play tapped and attacking and indestructible until end of turn. You can see how the Huntmaster slots perfectly into that deck. It's a great hit off of the trigger because it's huge and gives you multiple bodies, but the very fact it brings non-humans along, in this case wolves, helps you trigger Winota on future turns too. Winota decks were so good that she got banned out of Pioneer, and since rotating out of Standard, the Huntmaster doesn't really have a home anywhere. At number 5, it's Polukranos Unchained. For 2 generic, a green and a black, it's a 0/0 that enters with 6 +1/+1 counters on it. If damage would be dealt to Polukranos while it has a +1/+1 counter, you prevent that damage and remove that many +1/+1 counters from it instead. You can also pay 1 generic, a black, and a green to have Polukranos fight another target creature, and he can also escape from the graveyard. That means, in this case, if you pay 4 generic, a black, and a green, and exile 6 other cards in your graveyard, he comes back to the battlefield, and he happens to do it with 12 +1/+1 counters. Having a huge creature that can fight is pretty nice, but Polukranos' damage prevention ability and recursion has the potential to make him even better. He might shrink when he fights stuff, but he can do it efficiently enough that that's fine, especially if he's come back as a 12/12. Most of Pelucranos' points came in Standard where it was successful in aggro decks, but it was far more successful in Sultai control decks that could quickly load the graveyard. These decks also often used Vorinclex Monstrous Raider, a creature which doubles counters when you put them on one of your permanents, and that means Pelucranos would be a 12/12 when cast normally, and a 24/24 when it escapes. It's seen some sporadic play in other Pioneer graveyard decks, but it doesn't have any top 8 since 2024. At number 4, it's Crawl Harpooner. For 1 generic and a green is a 3/2 with reach, and when he enters, you choose up to 1 target creature you don't control with flying, and the Harpooner gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is a number of creature cards in your graveyard, and then the Harpooner fights that creature. He's a lot smaller than most of the other fighters on this list, and that means his hope of surviving is a lot lower. It needs to be a flyer with 1 or less power, but when he can do that, he feels amazing, and he's also a super cheap card that can basically kill any flyer when he needs to. And he's not too shabby as just a generic 2-drop either. While it's seen significant main deck play, it's been featured even more in the sideboard, where it can be brought in against decks reliant on flyers, especially when those flyers are small enough for the Harpooner to give you a true 2-for-1. Some of the most notable creatures it's killed over the years, without dying itself, include Gilded Goose, Supreme Phantom, and Ledger Shredder before it gets a chance to grow. It's still seeing play in Pioneer and Modern from time to time, and if the right flyers are around in a particular format, it's always got a shot at seeing some play. I just told you about Crawl Harpooner, a creature with reach, so let me tell you about a big milestone I'm trying to reach: 100,000 subscribers. I'm getting closer to my goal every day and would really appreciate your help. At number 3, it's Voracious Hydra. For X and 2 green, it's a 0/1 with Trample, and it enters with X +1/+1 counters on it. When it enters, you also get to choose between 2 options. You can double the number of the counters on the Hydra, and if you choose that, obviously you're getting a very efficient big Trampler, or you can have it fight a creature you don't control. Those 2 modes are pretty sweet, since if you're already ahead, you may just want a big Trampler to close out the game, but if your opponent has something you have to remove, Voracious Hydra can do that job pretty well too. While in Standard, it was played in mono-green aggro decks, which loved having a creature that they could just curve out with that also could be a good removal spell. It's seen significant play in Pioneer too, where like Kogla, it's an enabler for devotion nonsense and a payoff for it. However, Voracious Hydra doesn't have any top 8 so far in 2025. At number 2, it's Tolsimir, Friend of Wolves. For 2 generic, 2 green, and a white, it's a 3/3 that makes a 3/3 legendary Voja Wolf token when it enters, and whenever a wolf enters, you gain 3 life, and that creature fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. So even on his own, you spend 5 mana for 2 3/3s, 3 life, and a removal spell. Sure, the fight effect can be a bit more narrow than most removal, but Voja usually has something it can kill. This whole package makes Tolsimir a great way to stabilize, as getting multiple bodies, gaining life, and killing something is going to make life a lot harder on your opponent. In Standard, it was played in Bant midrange and control decks, as well as in the aforementioned Winota decks alongside Tovolar's Huntmaster, giving that deck 2 cards that were great at fighting with wolves. It's also been regularly featured in Pioneer over the years, most frequently in Niv Mizzet Reborn decks. These decks are all about multicolored stuff between Niv Mizzet and Bring to Light, and both cards can hit a singleton Tolsimir when you really need one. It even has 1 top 8 in a modern Niv Mizzet deck. More recently, it's been played in Pioneer Enigmatic Incarnation decks, which use their enchantments to tutor up creatures, and a singleton Tolsimir is in many versions of that deck. It's going to continue to rack up top 8s, but so is the card in front of it, which is Wicked Wolf. That's right, another wolf. Before making this top 10, I would not have told you that there are lots of wolves and werewolves who love to fight, but it turns out there are several of them that have had a big impact on competitive Magic. Wicked Wolf chief among them. For 2 generic and 2 green, it's a 3/3 that fights something when it enters, and you can also sacrifice food to put a +1/+1 counter on Wicked Wolf and give it indestructible until end of turn, and then you tap it. One of the problems with fights is that if all of your opponent's creatures are bigger than yours, they aren't really worth using, but Wicked Wolf's ability to gobble up food and become indestructible means that in the decks that it's played in, it can kill just about anything. On top of that, it's also a nightmare in combat, since it can easily grow and become indestructible in those situations too. One thing to keep in mind about this card, and I bring it up because it's a common mistake, you can use this ability even if the wolf is already tapped, because it's part of the effect and not part of the cost, and that's why it works in combat too. Unsurprisingly, Wicked Wolf has been played in food decks in multiple formats over the years, often as one of the best cards in the deck, and it's been especially dominant in Standard and Pioneer. It was at its absolute most wicked in those two formats in Jund Sacrifice decks. These decks seek to take advantage of sacrificing things with payoffs like Mayhem Devil, and the ability of the wolf to sacrifice food without any mana cost can result in huge amounts of damage on top of all the other impressive value you're already getting out of it. Wicked Wolf is going to continue to put up top 8s, especially in Pioneer, so it's going to solidify its position on this list going forward. So, those are Magic's top 10 fighting creatures. If you like it when your creatures are good brawlers, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to check out over 900 other MTG top 10s, including many more that look at mechanics and keywords, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. Evaluating Magic cards can be a tricky thing. Even the most experienced players can't always look at a card and figure out whether or not it's going to be good. This is because Magic is an incredibly complex game, and without playing with cards, it can be difficult to figure out how powerful the effects they have actually are. One of the most notable examples of this is Necropotence. When it first came out, the idea of skipping your draw step and having to pay life to draw cards and only getting those cards at the end of the turn seemed like a terrible idea. Famously, one of the big Magic magazines at the time gave it 1 star out of 5, but it turned out to be one of the most absurd card advantage engines we've ever seen, dominating multiple formats and getting banned in multiple formats too. So evaluating how good a Magic card is going to be is tough, but I think it can also be quite difficult to look at older Magic cards and figure out how good they used to be. This is because if you don't know the metagame and the power level of the cards in their original context, you aren't really going to understand the card. I've done a few MTG top 10s looking at this exact kind of card. That is, cards that don't look very good to us today, but were actually quite good in their original context, and there are way more than 10 cards out there that fall into this group. So in this MTG top 10, I'm going to look at 10 more cards that look terrible to today's players, but were once so good that they were quite successful in competitive Magic. While most of my top 10s use rankings, that's not really the case here because this list is super subjective. These are just 10 cards that look bad today, but used to be great in no particular order. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. First, let's look at Woolly Spider. For 1 generic and 2 green mana, it's a 2/3 with reach, and whenever it blocks a creature with flying, it gets +0/+2 until end of turn. This is not a remotely impressive creature by today's standards, and even in most limited formats, it would struggle to make the cut consistently. Its base stats are bad, and even its toughness boost effect basically makes it into a glorified wall against medium-sized flyers. That's not really something you're desperate for in any format. And yet, in the mid-1990s, it achieved 2 top 8s at incredibly high-level events, the 1995 World Championship, and it even won Pro Tour Columbus in 1996. So, how is it that this seemingly mediocre spider used to be good? Well, as is always the case when we talk about older creatures, a big factor is simply that creatures from Magic's earliest days, especially between 1993 and 2001 or so, were significantly worse than they are today. The game just wasn't as focused on creatures as it is now, with non-creature spells generally the more powerful cards, so a 3-mana 2/3 with reach and additional upside was substantially better in 1995 and 1996, even in a vacuum. However, there were some important things about the metagame at the time that led to the spider being even better. The biggest of these was simply that there were very few flyers in the entire game that were even capable of attacking through Woolly Spider and taking it down. After all, the spider might be weaker than what we're used to today, but so too were all the creatures it went up against. All those flyers in the game's first few years saw the spider as a very real roadblock. Even the creature that was arguably the best in the game at the time, Sarah Angel, couldn't effectively attack through a Woolly Spider, and the spider was 2 mana cheaper. The other commonly played flyers of this era, like Serendib Ifrit and Sengir Vampire, couldn't do much against the spider either. It wasn't just its game against flyers that made it good either. Having 3 toughness meant that it was out of range of Pyroclasm, a heavily played card that could wipe away most cheap creatures. So Woolly Spider might look pretty bad today, but in an era where the game's best flyers pretty much topped out around 4/4, and 3 toughness was somewhat challenging to deal with in general, Woolly Spider made for a good inclusion in green decks when it commonly appeared in them between 1995 and 1996. Now let's look at another green creature, Harvest Worm. For 1 generic and a green, it's a 3/2, and when it enters, you have to sacrifice it unless you return a basic land from your graveyard to your hand. A 2-mana 3/2 that returns a card from your graveyard to your hand is actually really powerful, even by today's standards, but that's not exactly how this creature works. You have to have a basic land in your graveyard when it enters, or you lose the worm entirely, and that's pretty tough to do in the early game when your 2-mana 3/2 is going to be at its very best. But Harvest Worm saw play in Magic's earliest Stompy deck, that is mono green aggro, and it even put up a top 8 at the 1997 World Championship. That may sound hard to believe, but the deck had a couple of different ways to get basic lands in the graveyard early, and did so while playing some pretty powerful cards, like Rogue Elephant, a 1-mana 3/3, something pretty much unheard of at the time, and Heart of Yavimaya, a land that can buff your creatures. Both of them require you to give up a land when they enter, meaning that your Harvest Worm will have plenty of lands to feast upon in the early game. Sure, both of those cards set you back on mana, but this deck had mana elves and a super low curve, so it wasn't a very significant concern. You just wanted to get cheap, efficient creatures into play early, their downsides be damned. There's actually some significant synergy here too, because if you're playing Harvest Worm and returning a land you sacrificed, you're offsetting the downsides of Rogue Elephant and Heart of Yavimaya, and getting value back from your graveyard. Of course, Harvest Worm hasn't achieved any additional top 8 since 1997, so its time in the sun was even more brief than most of the other cards on the list. Next, let's have a look at Mirror Incubator. For 6 generic mana, it's an artifact, and you can pay 6 and tap it and sacrifice it to search your library for any number of artifacts, exile them, and then make that many 1/1 colorless mirror artifact creature tokens. Obviously enough, the Incubator's activated ability can be quite powerful, giving you an impressive army of mirror, which can be well worth exiling a bunch of your deck for. But there are some serious problems here. The biggest one, spending 12 total mana to get this effect is not very practical. And you also need to have a ton of artifacts in your deck and hope your opponent doesn't have sweepers, otherwise you're in a ton of trouble. Basically, it puts all of your eggs in one basket while being incredibly expensive to pull off, and for that reason, the Incubator isn't really considered a good card today at all. Despite the existence of lots of artifact decks and even mirror-centric ones in Commander, the Incubator sees very little play because of its major limitations. I mean, it even only appears in 14% of the Urtet decks on EDHREC, and I think that's a pretty good indication of how this card really isn't worthwhile these days, and it hasn't been for a long time. But in the mid-2000s, there were a few different decks in 60-card formats that found a good way to use the Incubator, and in both cases, the decks could produce lots of mana and or cheat the Incubator into play so that the major mana hurdles were smaller. For example, in Extended, it was played in decks that used the powerful artifact payoffs Metalworker and Tinker. The former can produce absurd mana, and the latter can tutor any artifact directly to the battlefield. These decks had plenty of fast mana beyond the Metalworker too, so actually getting the Incubator out and then producing enough mana with it to activate it was super doable, and the deck had plenty of artifacts to make an army. And while the Incubator is indeed a little bit slow, even with Tinker and Metalworker around, the fact that you can activate it at instant speed is a complete nightmare for your opponent once you do have the mana, because typically that means you can use it, untap, and win the game with your mirror army. The Incubator was also played in Standard in 2004, where it was used in Krark Clan Ironwork decks. Standard didn't have access to Metalworker or Tinker, but there were still plenty of artifacts around to sacrifice to Ironworks, which you could use to power out and activate the Incubator. Furthermore, getting a lot of tokens when you have Krark Clan Ironworks in play could potentially allow you to very easily kill your opponent with something like Fireball. Some versions of this deck also used Goblin Charbelcher, and because every land in the deck was an artifact, the Incubator served the double purpose of also setting up your Charbelcher, because activating it with no lands in your deck would allow you to one-shot your opponent. So Mirror Incubator was actually quite good in formats with really powerful artifact payoffs, since it could so effectively and quickly build an army, while also potentially stripping all the lands out of your deck to make Goblin Charbelcher better. It's hard to imagine wanting to tinker the Incubator into play or use Quark Clan Ironworks mana to put it into play these days. And indeed, there have been lots of decks that like Tinker and Quark Clan's Ironworks in the intervening years, and they haven't played Mirror Incubator. So it definitely isn't what you want to be doing now, but the Incubator was a perfectly reasonable card to have in your deck between 2003 and 2004. Next, let's look at another janky looking artifact payoff from Mirrodin, March of the Machines. For 3 generic and a blue, it's an enchantment that makes each non-creature artifact into an artifact creature with power and toughness each equal to its mana value. So this is entirely symmetrical, meaning you've got to be really careful about using this card, as it may help your opponent more than it helps you. Even if you're an artifact deck looking to go off with this, there's a very real chance your opponent is playing artifacts too. That makes this pretty hard to use these days, especially because the artifacts you'd most like to animate into creatures are usually mana value 0 tokens like treasure and food, and this doesn't work so well with those. In fact, it just results in them being destroyed because they become 0/0 artifact creatures. So yeah, this is fiddly and tough to use in today's formats, but back in the standard of 2004, this card was very relevant, and part of what made it relevant was the very fact that it could outright destroy 0 mana artifacts. As I mentioned in my discussion of the Incubator, there were artifact lands around at the time, so if you played March of the Machines against a deck who had those in play, you would just destroy all of their lands. This was the way the March was used the most commonly, to hate on the plethora of affinity decks in Standard at the time, but other decks took things to another level. There was also the Obliterate March deck, which used March of the Machines to blow up artifact lands, but the deck also ran indestructible non-creature artifacts in the form of Darksteel Ingot and Darksteel Pendant. This deck could get all that set up and then cast Obliterate, which would blow up almost everything, but not your March of the Machines or the artifacts it was animating. It's tough to use March of the Machines these days. It's a little too expensive and narrow to be a worthwhile hate card, especially because it's symmetrical, but Standard of 2004 was absolutely dominated by artifact decks, giving the March a significant impact on Magic's history. I just told you about March of the Machines, so let me tell you about my march towards 100,000 subscribers. I'm hoping to reach that milestone by the end of the year, and I'd really appreciate your help. So if you aren't subscribed, go ahead and hit the subscribe button, and even if you think you are subscribed, double check, because more than half of my viewers aren't subscribed. While we're on the topic of enchantments, let's look at another one, Stormbind. For 1 generic, a red and a green, it comes with an activated ability that costs 2 generic mana, and you have to discard a card at random. And after paying that hefty cost, all you get is 2 damage to any target. Having a repeatable way to shock stuff is pretty good, but having to give up a card in hand at random makes this challenging to use. Typically, if a card makes you discard something as part of the cost, you can find a way to abuse it, like by discarding something that gives you value from the graveyard or has madness. But when you discard a card at random, you have much less control over things, and you may well discard something you didn't really want to discard, and that makes it hard to feel like you're getting something worthwhile back in return, especially when you consider the 5 total mana you have to pay for that first 2 damage. Basically, it lets you turn a card in your hand into shock for 5 times the mana. When framed that way, Stormbind sounds pretty terrible, but as you already know since it's in this video, it did actually used to be really good, and in multiple formats too. It was used in some control decks between 1995 and 1996 where it was a legitimate win condition. Control decks at the time were quite strong and adept at locking people out of the game using Ivory Tower and Meekstone. The tower gained you so much life that aggressive players could never kill you, and Meekstone would shut down any creatures of a decent size. That left Stormbind to kind of fill the gap. It could kill the creatures that Meekstone didn't lock down, and then also start being pointed at your opponent. It should be noted that these Stormbind control decks didn't even really have any discard or graveyard synergy at all, but they did draw lots of cards and make the game go really, really long, and when that's what you're doing, a card like Stormbind becomes a very valid way to win the game. It should be noted though that the bind was also played in aggro decks as a way to close out the game. It could be used when you were in top deck mode and drawing extra lands, which you could pitch to do 2 to your opponent. This is a role that the later, somewhat similar card, Cursed Scroll, would end up filling much more effectively, but Stormbind was the first card that was used this way by aggro decks. But it wasn't only the 1990s when Stormbind was an effective card. It found its way back into competitive Magic as a result of a reprint on Magic's very first bonus sheet, the time-shifted cards from Time Spiral. This made it legal in Time Spiral Block and Standard, and it saw play in both formats. And this time around, there was some legitimate synergy to take advantage of. For example, it was played in decks alongside Tarmogoyf and Fiery Temper. Tarmogoyf is happy to have card types in the graveyard, and Fiery Temper turns into Lightning Bolt when you discard it to Stormbind, which is pretty spicy. However, its success in the format was definitely somewhat limited, and Stormbind hasn't seen play anywhere since 2007, and it's not really a card Commander players are interested in either. It has many shortcomings by today's standards, but a repeatable source of damage was pretty strong in an era where Magic games tended to last a lot longer. Let's move from one card printed in the 1990s to another, Khazard-Drix. For 2 generic and 2 black, it's a 4/4 with first strike, and at the beginning of your upkeep, if your opponent controls no creatures, you lose 4 life. A 4-mana 4/4 with first strike makes for a fairly formidable creature, even today, at least in combat, but the downside here is significant, since this rabbit turns around and punches you in the face if you're doing too good of a job of keeping your opponent's board clear. These days, we expect a 4-mana 4/4 with first strike to come with some upside, not downside that punishes you for being ahead of your opponent. In fact, if you aren't careful about when you play Khazard-Drix, it'll make sure your life total goes to 0 before your opponent's does, since it does 4 damage to you before it ever does 4 damage to the opponent. But this creature was pretty scary for 1997, as it was very challenging to ever attack or block through, plus it was used in decks that could offset the whole "my creature's going to kill me first" problem. In Tempest block, it was played alongside Staunch Defenders, for example, which would always ensure that your opponent would die first, both because of the life and because you had an extra body in play. And it was also played as a reanimation target for Corpse Dance, a reanimation spell with buyback, which means you could reanimate something every single turn with just Corpse Dance. It gives Khazard-Drix haste and makes sure it isn't even around when it would do 4 damage to you, because it would get exiled at the end of the turn. The one important thing about that exile trigger, though, it only happens if the creature is still in play. As such, the decks that were looking to reanimate the hard-to-block Khazard-Drix every turn to win the game could get rid of it themselves using Rats of Wrath every turn, and it would never get exiled and thus could be brought back over and over again. Khazard-Drix might not look like much today, but between its impressive French vanilla body for the time and a plethora of ways to get around the downside, it used to be quite the formidable creature. Let's move from one 4-mana creature to another with a look at one of my favorite cards of all time, Magnivore. For 2 generic and 2 red mana, it's a star with haste, and its power and toughness are each equal to the number of sorcery cards in all graveyards. It takes a little bit too much work to make Magnivore big in this day and age, and while haste is nice, it's still an easy to block creature that is really into a card type that usually isn't very plentiful in most decks. Even in a multiplayer format like Commander, you can't really count on Magnivore being big enough to make it worth it. However, there was once a time when Magnivore was perfectly viable. While in Standard the first time, in 2002, Magnivore saw play in a number of different kinds of sorcery-heavy decks. This included burn decks, which could cast stuff like Volcanic Hammer and Firebolt to do direct damage, and a huge hasty Magnivore was often used to close out the game. It was also used as a win condition by Rakdos control decks, and later, after a core set reprint in 2005, it started to appear in land destruction decks. That's where I used to play this card all the time. The plan was to disrupt the opponent's lands with sorceries like Stone Rain and Eye of Nowhere, and eventually you have enough sorceries in your graveyard for a huge Magnivore. One that can even survive the inevitable wildfire you would cast, which often wipes your opponent's board of all lands and all creatures, which meant the fact that Magnivore didn't have evasion didn't really matter because it was the only thing left most of the time. I wish Magnivore was as viable as it used to be, but unfortunately those days are long gone. Let's look now at another creature, Jushi Apprentice. For 1 generic and a blue, it's a 1/2, and you can pay 2 generic and a blue to tap it and draw a card. Then if you have 9 or more cards in your hand, you flip Jushi Apprentice. Flipping is very much like the transform mechanic, which came later, but in this case you don't turn the card over, you just rotate it 180 degrees, and when you use that ability and met that requirement, you get a 2/3 legendary creature called Tomoya the Revealer, who had an activated ability that costs 3 generic and 2 blue, and it makes target player draw X cards, where X is the number of cards in your hand. So this starts out with a very subpar stat line, and while drawing cards repeatedly is nice and all, spending 3 mana to do it, which means you spend 5 total mana before you get that first card, isn't a very good deal. Furthermore, getting 9 cards in your hand is pretty dang challenging, especially because the Apprentice doesn't give you no maximum hand size or anything like that. Getting to 9 cards generally means you have to be not casting anything and have some additional card draw beyond the Apprentice, and what you get when you transforms is pretty much the same thing, except the draw effect is certainly more potent, but again, you're going to be kind of capped on how good it can be because your maximum hand size is still 7. It's kind of nice you can use it on your opponent to force them draw and maybe eventually mill them out, but that's not the best plan either. But even though this card seemingly has several shortcomings, it saw play in Kamigawa Standard in the eponymous Jushi Blue deck. This was a control deck that looked to simply outcard the opponent, with lots of 1-for-1 trades with counter magic and the like, and in that deck the Apprentice was a way to make sure you maintained card advantage. In fact, flipping the Apprentice didn't even really come up all that often. It was all about turning it into a draw engine, albeit one that was even pretty slow for the time, but it worked quite nicely in this particular deck. You could just pass your turn every time with mana up and draw a card if there was nothing to counter or enact with, and interact when the situation presented itself. Furthermore, the deck was extra good at having that mana up thanks to Rewind, which untaps your lands, and cheap threats like Spire Golem and Vidalcan Shackles, both of which are really great ways to add to the board. It saw play in less Jushi-centric control decks too, like a more straightforward blue-black control deck. All told, the Apprentice achieved 2 World Championship top 8s, as well as many top 8s at national tournaments. So, while super slow control decks were a thing in the 1990s, Jushi Apprentice found its way into a similar deck in the Standard of 2005. Next, let's look at another seemingly way too slow card for blue decks, Shrine of Piercing Vision. For 2 generic, it's an artifact, and at the beginning of your upkeep or when you cast a blue spell, you put a charge counter on it, and you can tap and sacrifice the shrine to look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of charge counters on it, and then you put one of those cards into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Paying 2 mana for an artifact that draws you just a single card isn't very good, and this will never do more than draw you a single card. Sure, the card selection becomes more potent the more charge counters you put on it, but that kind of means it's like a super expensive, super easy to derail tutor of sorts that takes a ton of setup, and it can be especially bad as a top deck because it's the kind of card that you kind of need to get down before you start casting a bunch of spells, or it's pretty terrible. But there was one standard deck that could get a lot out of the Shrine. These were Splinter Twin combo decks. The goal was to get Deceiver Exarch into play and then put Splinter Twin on it. Because the Exarch has an interest trigger that untaps a permanent you control, you can tap the enchanted Exarch to make a copy of it with the Twin, and then the untapped trigger of the copy untaps the enchanted Exarch, and you can just make as many Exarchs as you want until you swing to lethal. Obviously, this deck really wanted to get those 2 particular cards to win the game in most cases, and the Shrine was a good way to do that, especially because the deck was loaded up with super cheap blue spells like Ataxian Probe, Ponder, Preordain, and Twisted Image. When you chain together cantrips like that with regularity, the Shrine will quickly have enough counters to reliably find you one of your combo pieces, or whatever else you might need. The Shrine hasn't ever been played anywhere else though. Even though Twin decks were ported to Modern, they didn't use this card because of all its shortcomings, and it doesn't see any play in Commander these days either. After all, you need even more counters on this thing to dig deep into your deck when it has 99 cards in it. Basically, it's just tough to feel like you're getting your mana's worth out of a card like this, but it used to help people go off with Splinter Twin in Standard. Now, let's wrap things up with Furnace Dragon, the 3rd card on the list from original Mirrodin block. For 6 generic and 3 red mana, it's a 5/5 with affinity for artifacts and flying, and when it enters, if you cast it from your hand, it exiles all artifacts. Yeah, this card has a super weird design, since it simultaneously is an artifact payoff and a card that punishes artifacts. You can't get it down reasonably early unless you have some artifacts in play, and yet it will exile them all when it comes down. A card like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to play, and these days no one does, even in Commander. But the Dragon was actually an important card in both Mirrodin block Constructed and Standard back in 2004. In block, it was played in a deck that had the express purpose of beating the artifact-heavy affinity decks of the time. These decks, called Big Red, ran lots of artifact destruction spells and big beefy creatures, and while the deck didn't go super deep on artifacts itself, it did run enough of them, like Talismans and Great Furnace, that it could get the Dragon into play early enough for it to make a difference. And sure, you'd lose those artifacts, but it was virtually guaranteed that your opponent had even more of them, and full-on exiling them was important too, because it kept stuff like Disciple of the Vault from triggering and doing a ton of damage to you. But it wasn't only block artifact hate decks that ran the Dragon. Affinity decks did too, albeit usually in the sideboard. In that deck, it was basically an obliterate that felt pretty one-sided, since you were the one that had a 5/5 flyer left over once the dust settled. It's up play in standard variants of both Big Red and Affinity too, where it pretty much filled the same role. This allowed it to find a ton of success in 2004, and of all the cards on the list, it had the most high-level success. And yet, it hasn't been played anywhere since 2004. This is because it took a super specific metagame to make it work, one where there were lots of artifact decks, not to mention lots of artifacts legal in the format that non-artifact decks wanted to play. That's what it needed for it to really shine, and that's not a metagame we see with any kind of regularity. Plus, the restriction on having to cast it to get the interest trigger means you can't cheat it into play via other means and still get the trigger. If it worked that way, it would actually almost definitely see play in the Eternal formats, but alas, it does not, and as such, it's been more than 2 decades since Furnace Dragon was a relevant card, but hey, at least it had a really great 2004. So those are 10 cards that are bad today, but used to be really good. If you want to own any of them, because maybe you want to relive these cards' glory days, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And if you want to see more MTG Top 10s, including several more that look at this same topic, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, lands are the most important cards in most decks because without them, your typical Magic deck can't function. After all, they are the primary way to produce mana, and you need mana to cast your spells. This means that non-basic lands can be especially good because they can produce multiple kinds of mana and/or because they have useful activated abilities. However, not all non-basic lands are good. In fact, some of them are so bad that they actively hurt your chances of winning the game. And those are exactly the kinds of cards we're going to look at in this video. The worst lands ever printed. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get to the list, let me explain my methodology for a list like this one. For me to consider a card one of the worst cards ever printed, it can't be good, nor can it ever have been good, in 40, 60 card, or 100 card formats. In other words, the cards I choose for this type of list are bad and always have been in every format. So even though the Fallen Empire's storage cycle, the Ice Age depletion cycle, and the Kamigawa and Tempest tap lands look pretty bad to us today, they can't be on the list because several cards in those cycles put up top 8s and 60 card formats back during their heyday. In other words, they actually worked in their original context, so it's hard to say that they are some of the worst lands ever printed. Alright, without further ado, here are my picks for the 10 worst lands we've ever seen. At number 10, I've got a whole land cycle, the Homeland's Filter Land cycle. This is the first cycle of tri-lands ever, with each of them capable of producing mana of 3 colors in a particular shard. Normally that would make for a pretty awesome land, but these are really bad. You can tap each of them for colorless mana, and then you can pay 1 generic to filter mana of 1 color, like for Onhava Township, you can pay 1 generic and tap it for green. You can also pay 2 generic and tap each of them for 2 other colors of mana. Again, for the Township, you can get white or red. Filtering mana for 1 generic and getting mana of any color is a common effect in Magic, and it isn't like the lands that can do that are insane, but these are markedly worse, especially when it comes to their 2 generic mana abilities. Having to tap down 2 lands to make 1 mana is bad enough, and tapping down 3 to produce mana of a specific color is absolutely ridiculous, and way too slow to ever be worth doing. As bad as these are though, I do think they are by far the least bad lands on the list. This is because they can actually produce mana right away, even if it's only colorless most of the time, and they can fix your mana, they just do it in a really clunky manner. None of that can be said of any of the other cards in this list, all of which have way more serious problems than this cycle does. At number 9, it's Dungeon Descent. It's a land that enters tapped and you can tap it for colorless. You can also pay 4 generic mana, tap the Descent, and an untapped legendary creature you control to venture into the dungeon, and you can only do it at sorcery speed. Man, this might be a recent land, and it's pretty rare these days for them to design lands that are this terrible, but they really messed up on this one. I think it's safe to say that Wizards of the Coast thought venturing into the dungeon was going to be a lot stronger than it actually was. I mean, sure, it gives you some value, but paying 4 generic and tapping a super specific type of creature to enter a dungeon or move to the next room in one is an absurd cost. And you can't even do it at instant speed. I think it would have been very safe for them to remove the tap and untapped legendary part of the card when you're playing a land that can't produce mana right away, and that requires a huge mana cost for the effect in the first place. Dungeon Descent is an interesting case on this list because it's a card that has been modified for the Alchemy format on Magic Arena, meaning they rebalanced it entirely in an attempt to actually make this not one of the worst lands ever printed, and they had to go pretty dang hard to achieve that. The Alchemy version of Dungeon Descent doesn't enter tapped, and you only pay a single mana for the activated ability. They actually rebalanced a ton of other dungeon cards on Alchemy because so many of them are overcosted, and when they reduce costs like the Descent by a lot, it did actually turn out to be pretty good in the format. The Alchemy version of the Descent put up 2 top 8s at the Neon Dynasty Championship, for example, but the version most of us have to play with isn't ever going to put up a top 8 anywhere, as it's bad at producing mana and has an activated ability that is far too challenging to utilize. It is the most widely played card on this list in Commander, but that's just because people are desperate for dungeon synergy for some super specific theme decks, but I can almost guarantee you that their deck would be better if they just didn't play this land. At number 8, I've got Mad Blind Mountain. It's a non-basic land with the mountain type, which means that you can tutor it up with fetch lands and the like, but there's really no reason to ever do that. For one thing, it enters tapped. That means the baseline here is worse than a mountain, and because it's on this list, you know that the rest of the card doesn't do enough to salvage it from worse than basic mountain status. That's because all it has going on is an activated ability that costs 1 red mana to shuffle your library, but you only gain access to the ability if you control 2 or more red permanents. It's that last part that's really the nail in the coffin for this card, because if you could pay 1 red to shuffle whenever you wanted, that wouldn't be a bad card. It'd be narrow to be sure, and still worse than a mountain in a lot of decks, but at least it would have situations where you could shuffle up your library, like against decks playing baubles or prison decks trying to control what you can draw. But nope, you only gain access to that ability if you have 2 red permanents around, and that's not always easy to do. Throw in the fact that red decks rarely want tap lands to begin with, and we have a land that is both really slow and really useless. The number of situations where shuffling your library is worth doing is already incredibly minimal, so making you meet an additional requirement to get there is just ridiculous. At number 7, I've got the Masked Storage lands. There's a cycle of these, 1 for each color of mana. All of them enter tapped, and even once they untap, they still won't produce any mana right away. You can tap them to add a storage counter though, and then you can also tap them and remove any number of storage counters from them to add 1 mana of a specific color for each counter you remove. So, these do have the potential to produce tons of mana, but they're so freaking slow that it doesn't really matter. It takes the 3rd turn after you play them before they produce their first mana, and then you have to start all over again. If that's what you're doing, there's a good chance you're going to be dead before you can ever get mana out of it. These do get a little interesting in Commander, where you can use Proliferate and stuff to speed up the process, but even though those styles of decks are incredibly popular, this cycle of lands isn't seeing any significant play in the format, as there are literally hundreds of better cards that you want to be adding counters to than these. After all, even in a Proliferate deck, it's going to take until turn 3 after you play each of these to get mana out of them, since it still enters tapped and still needs to tap to get a storage counter for you to even start proliferating. At number 6, it's Wintermoon Mesa. This is another land that enters tapped, and it can only tap for colorless, and like Dungeon Descent, it has a really bad activated ability, one that's even worse than Dungeon's Descent's. You can pay 2 generic, tap, and sacrifice Wintermoon Mesa to tap 2 target lands. Now, tapping down lands can definitely be strong, as we all know from Rishadan Port, but having to pay this much mana to do it and give up a land yourself kind of defeats the purpose. You end up tapping 3 total lands and setting yourself back on mana and permanents in play to slightly disrupt your opponent, and your opponent is going to be happy about you choosing to do that pretty much every single time. Basically, you set yourself farther back than you set them back, and that's something you're getting out of a land that also happens to enter tapped. So it's yet another land that's bad at producing mana and has an activated ability that is largely meaningless. At number 5, it's Halls of Mist. So far, we've seen some lands that are pretty bad at producing mana, but the top 5 cards on this list produce no mana at all most of the time. That's pretty strange to us today, but in Magic's earlier days, they frequently designed lands that couldn't tap for mana, and some of them are actually really good. So much so that I have a top 10 on that topic, but a land does start pretty far behind the 8 ball when it can't produce mana. After all, you have to spend a land drop on them without advancing your mana at all. So it better do something amazing, and Halls of Mist definitely doesn't. In fact, because it has cumulative upkeep, it actively drains your mana. its upkeep cost is 1 generic, and that means that every turn you put an age counter on it and pay that cost for each age counter on it, otherwise you sacrifice it. In other words, you pay 1 mana that first turn, 2 mana that second turn, and so on. Cumulative upkeep is challenging enough to pay normally, but if you've also used up a land drop on a land that doesn't even produce mana, you're going to have an even tougher time. The good news is the rest of the card is upside, mostly. Creatures that attack during their controller's last turn can't attack, so it does do something, but only stopping attacks every other turn isn't enough, especially because it will take until the turn after you play it for it to do something in most cases. And at that point, you've also been attacked. It doesn't stop the attack or anything. It's also a symmetrical effect, so you have to suffer the effects of this card on top of having to pay an absurd upkeep cost and not being able to produce mana for it. Now, you can choose not to pay the upkeep cost so you don't have to deal with the downside, but that isn't particularly good either, because it means you used a card on an effect that is unlikely to have had an impact on the game at all in the first place. Yeah, playing this is likely to play a large role in you losing the game, since it has an underpowered effect and hurts your mana in an absolutely massive way. And number 4, it's Rhystic Cave. Rhystic Cave can actually tap for mana, and it enters untapped, and it can produce mana of any color, technically, but there's one really big problem. When you tap it for mana of any color, any player can pay 1 generic mana to keep you from getting any mana at all. Yeah, that means on most boards, this land doesn't have any text on it at all. Now, you might be thinking, but my opponent has to tap a mana. Surely that's worth something. And yeah, it's worth a tiny little something. But even in one-on-one, opponents are going to be more than happy to turn your Rhystic Cave into a blank piece of cardboard, as it makes you come out incredibly far behind since you used a land drop to get there. People have 1 spare mana around all the time too. I mean, your opponent simply playing a real land on their turn makes up for this bad tax effect entirely. It gets even worse in multiplayer games where one of 3 other players simply needs to have 1 mana available, and that's very likely. So, unlike another, much more powerful Rhystic card, this is a case where your opponent saying, "Do you pay the 1?" isn't going to irritate you. It's just going to make you laugh, as your opponent is kind of letting you destroy one of their lands for very little investment. But you know what takes no investment at all? Subscribing to this channel. I'm closing in on 100,000 subscribers and I need your help to get there. If you want to see lots of Magic content every single week, hit that subscribe button. And even if you think you're already a subscriber, do me a favor and double check, as almost half of my viewers are unsubscribed. And number 3, it's Oasis. It's a land that you can tap to prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to target creature this turn. So yeah, this is another land that can't tap for mana, and while it doesn't have cumulative upkeep like Halls of Mist does, I'd argue this effect is even more irrelevant, as preventing 1 damage and actually achieving something by doing so only works when your opponent is doing the exact right amount of damage. That is, they're doing damage equal to that creature's toughness to that creature. Otherwise, like Rhystic Cave, this may as well be a card with no text at all, except it's even worse than that since you have to use up a land drop to get this worthless thing into play. And number 2, I've got a cycle of legendary lands from Legends. There's 1 for each color. None of them can tap for mana, and they all grant bands with other legendary creatures of a specific color to your legendary creatures. Yeah, so banding is a much maligned mechanic, mostly because it's incredibly complex, but it's also really not that great. In short, a creature with banding can attack in a band. This means they have to be blocked as a group, and if any creature with banding you control is blocking or being blocked, you get to divide that creature's combat damage, not its controller. Normally, a creature with banding can have 1 creature without banding in the group, but the banding granted by this cycle of lands is even worse because it can only band with other legendary creatures. Throw in the fact that banding is not always upside, because it's often better not to do the whole banding thing when you're attacking, as going wide makes it harder for your opponent to block all of your stuff, whereas stacking creatures into a band makes it easier in most cases for your opponent to avoid taking any damage. Banding does something when you're blocking too, but it's still a keyword that is only relevant in combat, and it's also only relevant when having control over how much damage is dealt is meaningful, and it certainly isn't always. You need creature stats to line up just right for this to matter. So banding is an already narrow ability that isn't always worth using when you have access to it, so playing a land that gives your creatures a super narrow form of banding, especially when it's a land that doesn't produce mana, is absolutely horrendous, and that's what makes this cycle of lands so terrible. But there's 1 land that I think is even worse, and that land is, of course, Sorrow's Path. This is probably the most infamous bad land in Magic history, and for good reason. It, of course, can't tap for mana, but it can tap for an activated ability. But if you thought banding was incredibly narrow, this is even more so. You choose 2 target blocking creatures controlled by the same opponent. If each of those creatures could block all creatures that the other is blocking, remove both of them from combat. Each of them now blocks all creatures the other was blocking. We could stop there, and this would probably still be number 1 on the list. That's because it has an effect that only even works when your opponent is blocking with 2 or more creatures. That's already not something that comes up even in every single game of Magic. And then the effect you actually get out of it is even more narrow than that, because all it lets you do is exchange blockers. In other words, your opponent has to be blocking with 2 creatures, and in such a way that exchanging blockers actually matters, and that's very far from guaranteed. But Sorrow's Path gets even worse than all of that, because when it becomes tapped, it does 2 damage to you and all of your creatures. That means it's even less likely you can do something meaningful by exchanging blockers, since your creatures are going to have 2 damage dealt to them already, and you even shock yourself in the face while you're at it. Sometimes you'll see people say, but what if I play this in my Enraged deck, which likes it when my creatures get damaged? And to that I say, even in that style of deck, this isn't worth using, because actually having a situation where you can activate it is so difficult to achieve. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of better ways to damage your own creatures that can do it whenever they want to, unlike Sorrow's Path, which also has tons of other downsides that I've already discussed, most notably the fact that it doesn't even produce mana. Yeah. This makes for not only the worst land ever printed, but one of the worst Magic cards we've ever seen. So those are my picks for the worst lands in Magic history. If you'd like to own any of these cards, because maybe you'd like to prove me wrong, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including many more that look at the worst cards in the game, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, Rabbit is a relatively new creature type. While it technically appeared on Zodiac Rabbit in 1999's Portal 3 Kingdoms, at the time that was a standalone set that wasn't really considered part of mainstream Magic. It was only in 2005 that all the Portal sets were brought under the umbrella of Magic when they were made legal in Legacy and Vintage. The very first non-Portal card to be printed with Rabbit on the type line was Quain Itinerant Meddler in 2020's Commander Legends. But there are some older cards that have retroactively been given the Rabbit type. The earliest one of those is Kezardrix, which was printed in 1997's Tempest. Whatever Rabbit you want to consider the first one ever, it's very clear that Rabbit has received a lot of support in Magic only since about 2020, with 2024's Bloomburrow even introducing them as one of the plane's major creature types, with them occupying the green-white color pair. Now that we're seeing Rabbits with regularity, I thought it would be a good time to take a look at how they are performing and have performed over the years. To be eligible for this top 10, a card had to have the Rabbit type or be able to make a Rabbit creature token. In all, there are 42 Rabbit cards in Magic the Gathering, and in this video we'll take a look at the 10 that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get started, here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points. This includes events like Pro Tours, and a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes events like Regional Championships. At number 10, it's Jacked Rabbit. For X, 1 generic and a white, it's a 1/2 with Ravenous, and that means it enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, and if X is 5 or more, you draw a card when it enters. And when Jacked Rabbit attacks, you create a number of 1/1 White Rabbit creature tokens equal to Jacked Rabbit's power. Yeah, so the baseline here is a 2-mana 1/2 that can attack and make a 1/1 Rabbit, and the ceiling is way higher than that between the Ravenous upside, the potential card draw, and the ability to make way more tokens than only one of them. And it can fill any part of your curve while representing a very formidable threat that has to be dealt with. Jacked Rabbit is from Bloomburrow Commander, and like all Commander deck exclusive cards, that means that when it comes to 60 card formats, it's only legal in Legacy and Vintage. Jacked Rabbit's top 8s have all come in Legacy, where it's been featured in white aggro decks like Boros Energy and Mono White Initiative. However, so far in 2025, it doesn't have any top 8, so it may lose its spot in this list in the long run, although it's definitely a strong enough card that it wouldn't be that surprising for it to find more success in Legacy in the future. At number 9, it's Khazardrix, which we saw in the intro. It's the oldest card ever printed that has the rabbit creature type, according to errata. For 2 generic and 2 black, it's a 4/4 with first strike, and at the beginning of your upkeep, if your opponent has no creatures, Khazardrix does 4 damage to you. Yeah, this is one of those older Magic cards that was once really good, but looks pretty bad by today's standards. I actually have a lot of top 10s looking at that topic, and Khazardrix surprisingly hasn't made an appearance in one. Today, a 4-mana 4/4 first striker isn't worth the downside of having your own creature also do 4 damage to you, but it's a trigger that doesn't go off until your upkeep, and if you can make it so your opponent has no creatures and then doesn't play any creatures, back in the day you felt pretty good about having to take that 4 damage. It was played in Tempest Block Constructed, where it showed up in Corpse Dance decks, which were all about constantly reanimating creatures every turn with that buyback spell. Many of the deck's targets were toolbox-type creatures who hated on certain strategies, but Khazardrix was more straightforward. These decks also used Staunch Defenders, which could be used to offset the Khazardrix's downside should it come down without Corpse Dance. In Standard, it made some appearances in Suicide Black decks, which were filled with efficient black creatures with downside, but Khazardrix wasn't ever a fixture in those decks because they usually went lower on the curve than 4 mana. Khazardrix doesn't have any top 8 since 1998, and as creatures have gotten better and better over the years, it has no hope of ever adding to its score, as these days it looks pretty much unplayable. At number 8, it's Hop to It. For 2 generic and a white, it's a sorcery that makes 3 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens. 3 mana for 3 tokens is a pretty nice deal in any deck looking to go wide, so it probably doesn't surprise you to hear that those are the exact kinds of decks that Hop to It is played in. In Standard, it sees the most play in go-wide aggro decks that use payoffs like Case of the Gateway Express and convoke creatures like Knight Errant of Eos to leverage those bodies into extra value. The Express is a better removal spell the more creatures you have, and it also buffs the whole board eventually, while the Knight Errant not only becomes easier to cast because of Convoke, it also lets you dig deeper in your deck the more creatures you tap to convoke it. Bad news for Hop to It is that it wasn't really in Standard alongside the Knight Errant all that long, and since that card is rotated out of the format, it doesn't currently have a home in it. That said, go-wide decks usually show up in most formats, and it is one of the better token generators in Standard, so I wouldn't count it out entirely just yet. At number 7, it's Valley Quest Caller. For 1 generic and a white, it's a 2/3, and whenever one or more other rabbits, bats, birds, and or mice you control enter, you get to scry 1, and it also gives +1/+1 to all creatures with those types. So if you have creatures with the right types around, you get way more than 2 mana of value out of this. Having a Lord that also scries is great too, because it can help you make sure to keep on hitting the creatures you need to press your advantage. The Quest Caller was featured in Boros aggro decks, where it could buff the deck's incredibly powerful mice, like Manifold Mouse and Heartfire Hero. Eventually, though, those 2 cards, as well as Monstrous Rage, got banned out of the format, nerfing that deck entirely. In the time since then, it's transitioned to being used in bird decks, which use Bart's and Boko and Traveling Chocobo, alongside lots of birds for lots of value. That deck only has a single top 8 though, and overall it looks like the Quest Caller doesn't have a consistent home in Standard right now. Maybe someday it will also get to buff some fellow rabbits instead of mice and birds, but for right now, it may not add that much more to its score. At number 6, it's Hinterland Sanctifier. For 1 white mana, it's a 1/2, and whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. Magic has a long history of white 1-drops that gain you life when creatures enter, and Hinterland Sanctifier lives up to that tradition in a big way, especially because most of the others are only 1 mana 1/1s. If you have a deck that's interested in triggering life gain payoffs, this kind of creature is great, since it gains you life for no additional mana investment, and you can trigger it multiple times again and again without too much effort. And indeed, in Standard, the Sanctifier's success has come in Orzhov life gain decks, which use payoffs like Essence Channeler to really run wild. The Sanctifier has also found success in Pauper, a format where only commons are legal, where it sees play in white weenie decks. These decks don't really have any life gain payoffs per se, but they can use all that incidental life gain to win a race thanks to cards like Battle Screech that make tons of bodies. Hinterland Sanctifier was only printed this year and is already at number 6 on this list, and it's still putting up top 8s in both Standard and Pauper, and it's from Foundations, a set that will be in Standard for a very long time, and history also tells us that a creature with this ability may be successful outside of Standard too. Of all the cards on this list, it may just have the brightest future. At number 5, it's Season of the Burrow. For 3 generic and 2 white, it's a sorcery, and it lets you choose 5 paw prints worth of modes. And you can choose the same mode more than once. Basically, it's a modal card with 3 options, and each of those options requires progressively more paw prints. You can end up doing a whole lot of different stuff by mixing and matching them. The 1 paw print mode is also the one that qualifies it for this list, as it makes a 1/1 rabbit token. The 2 paw print mode exiles a non-land permanent and its controller draws a card, so you can use this as a removal spell or to give something of yours up to draw a card. And the 3 paw print mode lets you return a permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it. So if you want more bodies, you can just make 5 rabbit tokens, and that's a pretty good deal for 5 mana. But if there's a problem permanent in play and or a good permanent to bring back as indestructible from your graveyard, you can give up some rabbits for those modes too. Overall, this results in a powerful, very flexible card. In Standard and Pioneer, it's most frequently been played alongside Caretaker's Talent, a powerful enchantment that loves tokens, drawing you cards when you make them, making copies of them, and then offering them a massive buff. The Season goes great alongside the talent because not only does it make tokens, but the Season can also bring back a Caretaker's Talent that may have been destroyed earlier in the game, and since that card is so central to those decks, that's a huge deal. It's also shown up in Orzhov mid-range decks where Liliana of the Veil is one of the more intriguing permanents it can bring back. Season of the Burrow is still active in Standard, and it's likely to put up more top 8s in the future. At number 4, it's Rabbit Battery. For 1 red, it's a 1/1 artifact creature with haste, and it's also an equipment with reconfigure. That means you can pay a mana cost to attach it to a creature or unattach it from one. In this case, the cost is 1 red mana, and it gives the equipped creature +1/+1 in haste. Basically, you can drop this guy on turn 1 and smash in for some damage, but once the board isn't amenable to more attacks from a 1/1, you can move it elsewhere, where the buff and haste can be more meaningful. Like several other cards on the list, it was featured in aggro decks in Standard, like Red Deck Wins and Boros Convoke. It's also made a few appearances in Pioneer and Modern. In the former, these appearances have come in aggro decks with artifact synergy, like decks that use Insole Artifact to turn artifacts into scary 5/5s. And in the latter, those appearances have largely come in Hammer Time decks. Those are decks that look to equip strong equipment for free. The hammer in the name comes from Colossus Hammer, which the deck can equip for free using Sigarda's Aid or Pure Steel Paladin's Metalcraft ability. The battery gives you a creature that can help you get Metalcraft and an equipment that will trigger the Paladin's Draw trigger, and if the battery is around when you equip your hammer and other equipment, you can also smash in with that equipped creature immediately. All that said, the battery hasn't become a permanent fixture in Hammer Time decks in Modern, nor has it remained active in Pioneer, and since it's no longer legal in Standard either, it may be done putting up top 8s. At number 3, it's Carrot Cake. For 1 generic and a white, it's an artifact with the food subtype. When it enters and when it gets sacrificed, you make a 1/1 white rabbit creature token and scry 1, and because it's a food, it has a built-in way to be sacrificed. You can pay 2 generic, sacrifice it, and gain 3 life. So the baseline here is 4 mana for 2 1/1s, 2 scries, and 3 life. Yeah, that's actually kind of a solid deal, and the ceiling here is way higher than that. After all, you can pay in installments and find other ways to sacrifice the cake for value. Like Season of the Burrow, it's frequently played in Caretaker's Talent decks in Standard and Pioneer, but it appears in them far more frequently, in addition to also finding its way into decks like Jeskai Control, which love the base value that Carrot Cake delivers, but also come with multiple ways to sacrifice it for value, like by giving it up to Torch the Tower's Bargain. These decks also run Builder's Talent, which loves non-creature, non-land permanents like the cake, and it can also reanimate the cake with level 3. It's also made some appearances in Pauper, where it shows up in decks that can leverage the cake's food subtype for even more value with the powerful Cauldron Familiar. Carrot Cake is likely to continue to amass top 8s in all 3 formats, and the card in front of it only has a small lead and is also less active, and that number 2 card is Regal Bunnycorn. For 1 generic and a white, it's a rabbit unicorn with power and toughness, each equal to the number of non-land permanents you control. Yeah, this rabbit has a potential to be absolutely massive, although if your only non-land permanents are creatures, you aren't quite doing enough to unlock the Bunnycorn's full potential. But there are decks in both Standard and Pioneer that have unlocked that potential. The key is to have lots of cards that create multiple permanents really efficiently, like the 1-mana Novice Inspector and Spyglass Siren, which appear alongside the Bunicorn in both Standard and Pioneer. In both formats, it tends to be played in decks with either Artifact or Convoke sub-themes that can also leverage all of those extra permanents for even more of an advantage on things like Convoke or Warden of the Inner Sky's activated ability. These Regal Bunicorn decks have slowed down a bit of late, but the printing of Lumen-class Frigate seems to have empowered them a little bit, and either way the Bunicorn isn't done putting up top 8s in Standard or Pioneer. However, I do think it's less active than both the card behind it and the card in front of it, so number 2 is probably the best it'll ever do. And at number 1, it's Paw Patch Recruit. For 1 green mana, it's a 2/1 with Offspring for 2 generic. That means you can pay that additional cost when you cast it, and if you do, you get a 1/1 copy of it. And that's pretty exciting because a Recruiter is a 2/1 with Trample. Whenever a creature you control becomes a target of a spell or an ability an opponent controls, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control other than that creature. In other words, if you pay the Offspring cost and your opponent casts removal, you end up getting 2 +1/+1 counters on most boards. That's a massive punishment for your opponent removing your stuff, and it makes it very hard for them to effectively deal with everything you have going on when your stuff just keeps on growing when they try to kill it. This has made the Recruit a favorite of aggro decks in Standard and Pioneer, where any aggressive deck playing green tends to run it. The Recruit even has some top 8s in Modern, where it's sometimes played in 5-color domain decks. The Recruit is probably just one of the best 1-drops we've ever seen, and the fact it gets even better when you draw it late makes it even more incredible, and it's easily the best rabbit in Magic the Gathering, and that's not going to change anytime soon. So, those are Magic's top 10 rabbits. Are you trying to build a rabbit deck? If so, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including many more MTG top 10s that look at specific creature types, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, there are lots of cards that let you return a card of a particular type from your graveyard to your hand, and lots of them are great cards that let you get back permanents or creatures, and they get a lot of attention. However, the most powerful version of this recursive effect is less often used. These don't put any restriction on what you can get back at all. It can be a permanent, a non-permanent, a card of any mana value, and so on. When that's the case, these effects are often called regrowths, in reference to a card from Alpha that has the effect, return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Regrowth established that the effect was part of the green color pie too, and it has been, ever since then. To be eligible for this list, a card had to have the same effect. It had to be able to return any card from your graveyard to your hand. Unsurprisingly, cards with these effects have performed incredibly well. While there are only 26 of them, 20 of them have at least one top 8 at a major Magic event. And the top 3 cards on this list have incredibly high scores. So let's take a look at the 10 regrowths that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic the Gathering. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get started, here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points, this includes events like Pro Tours, and a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes events like regional championships. At number 10, it's Green Warden of Murasa. For 4 generic and 2 green, it's a 5/4, and when it enters and dies, it does the regrowth thing, but only if you choose to exile the Green Warden when it dies. Obviously, they didn't want you to be able to loop this super powerful recursive creature that has recursive effects, and yeah, it's pretty great to get 2 cards back from your graveyard with 1 card, especially when you're only overpaying by 1 or 2 mana for its 5/4 body 2, which is enough size for it to at least be a threat in combat, and your opponent really can't interact with the Green Warden normally and hope to come out ahead since it has those 2 regrowths stapled to it. The Green Warden was played in Standard, where it sometimes appeared as a one-of in graveyard-focused Delirium decks, which had no problem finding a way to get a card out of both of the Green Warden's triggers. However, it doesn't have any top 8 since 2017, and the number 11 card on this list, Auroral Procession, has 6 points and is currently active, so the Green Warden won't be on this list for very much longer. At number 9, it's Nyx Weaver. For one generic, a black, and a green, it's a 2/3 enchantment creature with reach, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you mill 2 cards. You can also pay one generic, a black, and a green, and exile the Weaver to do the regrowth thing. The downside about regrowth effects is that you don't always have something in your graveyard worth getting, but Nyx Weaver helps you out with its mill trigger, and once you have something in there that you want more than a 2/3 with reach, you can give it up and grab that card. And in the meantime, the Weaver also helps you in a big way with your other graveyard synergy. While in Standard, Nyx Weaver was played in Abzan and Sultai mid-range decks with hefty graveyard sub-themes, however it hasn't put up any top 8 since 2015. At number 8, it's Once and Future. For 3 generic and a green, it's an instant that returns target card from your graveyard to your hand, and it allows you to put up to one other target card from your graveyard on top of your library, and you exile Once and Future. It gets powered up if you spend at least 3 green mana to cast it, because when that's the case, you put both of those cards into your hand, giving you a double regrowth. It was a sideboard card in adventure decks while it was in Standard, one that was often brought in against opponents who were counter magic or disruption heavy, as it could make up for your opponent countering stuff early, or making you discard it. The deck was pretty reliant on powerful adventure payoffs like Lucky Clover and Edgewall Innkeeper, and making sure you had one in play to get tons of value was important. Plus, just returning anything with an adventure, like Bone Crusher Giant, often felt like you were getting 2 cards back anyway, since you could use the adventure and the creature. So if you got to get back 2 cards when you had adventure nonsense going on, it usually felt like you were getting at least a 4-for-1. However, Once and Future doesn't have any top 8 since 2020. At number 7, it's Codex Shredder. For 1 mana, it's an artifact, and you can tap it to have target player put the top card of their library into their graveyard. You can also pay 5 mana, tap, and sacrifice the Shredder to get a card back from your graveyard. While it was originally printed in 2012, it took a few years for Codex Shredder to actually find a home, and it did it in one of the most surprising competitive Magic decks of all time, Lantern Control. The deck featured an assortment of cards like the Shredder that no one had ever thought were very good, and all of them had one thing in common. They give you information about the top of your opponent's library, or they let you mill your opponent's library 1 card at a time. For example, the deck's eponymous Lantern was Lantern of Insight, and alongside the Shredder you could use something like Ghoul Caller's Bell. The whole game plan was to lock the opponent out of the game by keeping them from ever drawing something that was actually useful. This, combined with prison effects like Ensnaring Bridge, could allow you to slowly rip apart your opponent's deck while making sure they never took another meaningful game action. In that deck, the Shredder's recursive ability also came in handy since you often milled yourself a lot too, and it could be used to grab something important that you may have milled, like your Ensnaring Bridge or your Girapur Aether Grid, one of the deck's non-mill win conditions. The deck burst onto the scene in Modern in 2015, and it's still around today. It's changed some, but many versions of the deck still use Codex Shredder, and it's still active in the format, although it's not exactly a deck that's putting up lots of absurd finishes or anything, partly because it's an incredibly complex and slow deck to play, and not everyone wants to sign up for that. Codex Shredder is likely to continue to put up top 8s here and there in Modern, and if you want a deeper dive on Lantern Control decks, I do have an entire video about that. At number 6, it's Colossal Sky Turtle. For 4 generic, 2 green, and a blue, it's a 6/5 with flying and ward 2, and it has 2 channel abilities, which means you can pay a cost and discard a card for an effect. You can pay 2 generic and a green for a regrowth, or 1 generic and a blue to bounce target creature. The Sky Turtle is a very flexible card since it can have one of those meaningful spell-like effects when you need it to, and your opponent also can't counter them most of the time because it's not casting a spell, but you can also just put it into play as a huge, hard-to-kill threat. While it was in Standard, it was played in Temur control decks, but it's done the most work in Modern, where it's played in Living In decks. These decks are all about discarding creatures for value in the early game, like with the Sky Turtle's channel, and then cascading into Living In to destroy all the creatures on the battlefield and reanimate everything in graveyards. This is consistently accomplished by running 3 mana cards with Cascade, and running no card in the deck that has a mana value of 2 or less, so you always hit the 0 mana value Living In when you Cascade. The Sky Turtle's ability to get a card back from the graveyard can be pretty useful, since if someone thought seizes you and throws away your Cascade card, you can draw the turtle later and get it back. And in general, you can channel the turtle early and then reanimate it later, which is pretty nasty, especially because it's usually joined by all manner of other large cycling creatures. While Cascade decks have taken a hit in Modern from the banning of Violent Outburst, the ban didn't extinguish this deck entirely, and the turtle is continuing to put up top 8s in the format. And the number 5 regrowth effect is, well, regrowth. For 1 generic and a green, it's a sorcery that returns target card from your graveyard to your hand. It's simple, but it's actually a very good recursive effect because it's so cheap and flexible. It was even better during the earliest days of competitive Magic, as evidenced by the fact that it got restricted in 1994 ahead of the game's very first major competitive event, the 1994 World Championship. The main reason it was restricted is because it can so easily undermine the rest of the restricted list by letting you regrowth your Time Walk or Ancestral Recall, which Wizards had gone to great lengths to make sure people couldn't cast a bunch of times in one game. Even though it was restricted, people still played it at the first World Championship, the one copy that was allowed, and in fact the top 4 decks at the event were all using regrowth. After that it went quiet for a while, in part because it was later banned and extended and then in Legacy, and it remained restricted in Vintage all the way until 2013. After getting unbanned in Legacy, though, it started seeing play in graveyard-oriented decks such as Survival of the Fittest and Life from the Loam, where a big part of what makes it so good is precisely why they restricted it in the format for so long. It helps you get multiple uses out of the many absurd restricted cards in the format. It also makes combo decks more resistant to disruption. You can use regrowth to make sure your Oath of Druids can stick on the battlefield, and in some decks you can use it to bring back another win condition. However, regrowth doesn't have any top 8 since 2021, and in the long run, it's going to start slipping down this list. At number 4, it's Tamiyo, Collector of Tales. For 2 generic, a green, and a blue, it's a 5 loyalty planeswalker, and she makes the list because of her -3, which does the regrowth thing. She also makes it so spells and abilities your opponents control can't cause you to discard or sacrifice permanents, and she has a +1 that has you choose a non-land card name, and you reveal the top 4 cards of your library and put all cards with the chosen name from among them into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. So she's good at hating on a couple of disruptive effects that are usually found in black, and her +1 can draw you cards while loading the graveyard for value, and she can even reap that value with her own -3. She's not really a planeswalker who can directly impact the board, but she can certainly become an impressive value engine with just a little help. She was the most heavily played in Standard, where she appeared in lots of decks with the Simic colors in them. Pretty much all the non-aggressive decks in the format, like Control and Combo decks, were using it, especially if they had a graveyard theme or sub-theme, since decks that can take advantage of all the cards she mills can get even more value out of her. So she saw play in decks with those elements that were also reliant on making sure they kept a certain card in play, like Wilderness Reclamation and Kethis combo decks, but her most frequent home was Sultai Control. In Pioneer, she's appeared in Delirium and Blue-White Control decks, and she's even been featured on occasion in Modern and Legacy. However, so far in 2025, Tamiyo doesn't have any top 8s. I just told you about Tamiyo, Collector of Tales, so let me tell you about something I'm collecting. Subscribers. I'm closing in on 100,000 subscribers, and I'd love to reach that milestone by the end of the year, and I'd really appreciate your help in getting me to that milestone. At number 3, it's Den Protector. For 1 generic and a green, it's a 2/1, and creatures with power less than Den Protector's power can't block it. It also has a morph variant called Megamorph, which means you can play it face down for 3 generic mana as a 2/2, and then you can pay the Megamorph cost at any time to turn it face up. And the mega part here is that it gets a +1/+1 counter when you do it. In this case, the Megamorph cost is 1 generic and a green, and it turns it face up as a 3/2, and you also get a regrowth because when it turns face up, you return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Den Protector gives you some pretty amazing value. You can run it out on turn 2 if you really have to, but you can also spend 5 total mana for a hard to block 3/2 that gets a card back, and that's not a bad deal. It was just very easy to get 2-for-1s with Den Protector, and that made her a heavily played card during her time in Standard. She was especially nasty when combined with Deathmist Raptor. This was a creature that returned to the battlefield from the graveyard anytime you turned a creature face up. That means you could turn her face up, get something back from your graveyard, and then get your Raptor on the battlefield. And the Raptor has Death Touch, and it's pretty sizable, so it's definitely not a creature your opponent can ignore. Yeah, that's the engine that powered a lot of decks in Standard, especially a deck called Green-White Megamorph. She was heavily played in the format overall, showing up in just about all the green decks, and that allowed her to gain over 100 points just in Standard, but she hasn't ever managed to find success in any other formats, Even having some new payoffs for turning creatures face up in Duskmourn hasn't been enough to lead to her seeing play in Pioneer or anywhere else, but her massive score in Standard is more than enough for her to remain on this list for the foreseeable future. At number 2, it's Balaged Recovery. For 2 generic and a green, it's an uncommon sorcery that can return target card from your graveyard to your hand. That's not the most exciting card. I mean, Regrowth does the same thing for 1 less mana. But there is one big upside Recovery has that Regrowth doesn't. It's a modal double-face card, and on its other side, it's a land called Balaged Sanctuary, which enters tapped and can tap for green mana. Modal double-face cards can be played as either side, and that's great, because it makes this card good whether you're flooding out or mana screwed, and being able to get your best card back from the graveyard definitely feels nice in the later stages of the game. This makes the cost of running this incredibly low, and has resulted in it being very heavily played ever since being printed in 2020. While in Standard it was featured in all manner of green decks, in Pioneer it's regularly appeared in Lotus Field decks since 2020, and in that deck it isn't just a generically good card, it's actually a key part of the deck. These decks look to win the game by producing absurd mana with Lotus Field, which is accomplished by untapping it multiple times a turn. Then Omniscience eventually comes into play, at which point you can use Balaged Recovery to get whatever you need back from the graveyard for no mana, and then cast that thing for free too. For example, some versions of the deck use Chandra Hope's Beacon, a planeswalker that has a -X ability that can damage your opponent. She also copies your instants and sorceries. This means that if you have some mix of 3 recoveries in your graveyard and your hand, you can play Chandra, cast Balaged Recovery to get 2 recoveries back, and then -X to do 5 to the opponent. Then you cast another recovery from your hand to get back Chandra, and rinse and repeat. Like all modal double-face cards, it also sees play in decks that can take advantage of its very nature as a modal double-face card. This is because while in your deck, Balaged Recovery isn't considered a land, so effects that check for lands don't see it as one. This means it's been used in both Pioneer and Modern landless spy decks. These decks run only modal double-face cards as their lands, and that means when Balustrade Spy enters, or you use Undercity Informer's ability, your entire deck gets milled, and then the deck can win the game in a variety of ways. Ultimately, this combo got banned out of Pioneer. Similarly, it's been played in Modern Goblin Charbelcher decks. The Belcher's activated ability reveals cards until you hit a land, and then does damage to the opponent equal to the number of revealed cards. And in this deck, all the lands in it are modal double-face cards, so it will kill your opponent in a single activation. Balaged Recovery is still actively putting up top 8s, and in the long run, it may be able to become the number 1 card on the list. For now, though, that number 1 card is Eternal Witness. I think when a player hears Regrowth Effect, the first card they think of after Regrowth is Eternal Witness. For 1 generic and 2 green, she's a 2/1, and when she enters, you can return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Her most frequent home across all formats has been combo decks that are reliant on a few specific cards. The Eternal Witness gives these decks a way to get back a combo piece that might have been removed. In Standard, for example, she was played in Astral Slide decks that really needed that enchantment and play to do their thing, and she was also great to blink with the slide when you cycled a card, since it would trigger her ability. In Extended, she was played in Alurin and Doron decks, which, as you might imagine, were highly reliant on their eponymous cards. Modern is where the Witness has done the most work, largely in toolbox decks that can tutor up creatures in their library with ease, and as a result, they generally have a 2-card combo around to win the game in an instant. The most infamous deck like this is Birthing Pod, but after the pod was banned in Modern, Collected Company and Court of Calling took its place. The Witness is great because you can search it up at the precise moment when you really need something back from your graveyard. These days, she sees play in Yawgmoth combo decks, which can tutor it up when they need to get back one of those combo pieces. Eternal Witness is still active in Modern right now, but it does feel like Balaged Recovery is going to pass it in the long run. So, those are Magic's best regrowth effects. If you like returning any card from your graveyard to your hand, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe, and if you want to catch up on past videos, including hundreds of other MTG Top 10s, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, uncommons aren't usually very expensive. After all, it's the second lowest rarity in the game, and booster packs tend to have multiples of them. However, there are some uncommons out there that are in such high demand and or in such low supply that they still have a pretty high price tag, despite the fact that they don't have a higher rarity. I've done top 10s on the most expensive uncommons in white, blue, black, and red, and in this video we're completing the cycle, as I will take a look at Magic's 10 most expensive green uncommons, and I'll also explain what makes them so expensive. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get to the list, let me discuss the methodology of this video. The prizes in it are Card Kingdom near mint prices, and they are the price for the cheapest tournament legal printing of a card. In other words, something like Alpha Regrowth isn't going to appear here. Sure, it's an uncommon that's worth $350, but you can also get your hands on a tournament legal near mint printing of it for 79 cents. In other words, the prices in this video are the least amount you can pay for a near mint copy of the card, regardless of the printing. Furthermore, a card had to be an uncommon in its original printing to be eligible for the list. Alright, with that out of the way, let's look at the 10 most expensive green uncommons, starting with Bala Ged Recovery, which costs about $9.50. For 2 generic and a green, it's a sorcery that can return target card from your graveyard to your hand. That's not the most exciting card. I mean, Regrowth does the same thing for 1 less mana. But there's one big upside Recovery has. It's a modal double face card, and on its other side, it's a land called Bala Ged Sanctuary, which enters tapped and can tap for green mana. Modal double face cards can be played as either side, and that's great because it makes this card good whether you're flooding out or mana screwed, and being able to get your best card back from the graveyard is definitely nice in the later stages of the game. This makes the cost of running this card incredibly low, and has resulted in it being very heavily played ever since being printed in 2020. While in Standard it was featured in all manner of green decks, in Pioneer it's regularly appeared in Lotus Field decks since 2020. In those decks, it isn't just a generically good card, it's actually a key part of the deck. These decks look to win the game by producing absurd mana with the field, which is accomplished by untapping it multiple times a turn. Then Omniscience eventually comes into play, at which point you can use Bala Ged Recovery to get whatever you need back from the graveyard for no mana and cast it for free too. For example, some versions of the deck use Chandra Hope's Beacon, a planeswalker that has a -X ability that can damage your opponent. She also copies your instants and sorceries. This means that if you have some mix of 3 recoveries in your graveyard and your hand, you can play Chandra, cast Bala Ged Recovery to get recovery back and something else, and then do -X to do 5 to the opponent. Then you cast another recovery from your hand to get back Chandra and a recovery, and you rinse and repeat from there. Like all modal double face cards, it also sees play in decks that can take advantage of its very nature as a modal double face card. That's because while it's in your deck, Bala Ged Recovery isn't considered a land, so effects that check for lands don't see it as one. This means that it's been used in both Pioneer and Modern in landless spy decks. These decks run only modal double face cards as their lands, and that means when Balustrade Spy enters or you use Undercity Informer's activated ability, your entire deck gets milled, and then the deck can win the game in a variety of ways. Similarly, it's been played in Modern Goblin Charbelcher decks. The Belcher's activated ability reveals cards until you hit a land and then does damage to the opponent equal to the number of revealed cards, and in that deck, the whole deck is revealed and the opponent is killed with a single activation. It's also worth noting that unlike most lands, you can exile Bala Ged Recovery from your hand to cast Endurance for free. Bala Ged Recovery is still seeing regular play in Pioneer right now and occasional play in Modern, and its demand in Commander is also through the roof, as it's pretty close to being a staple in green decks, since simply having a land that can also be a spell is some amazing modality, and its recursive nature even allows for some combos. As a result, Bala Ged Recovery sees play in 250,000 of the decks in EDH Rec. Throw in the fact that the card has only ever been printed a single time in a regular set, back in 2020, and you have a small supply of a card that's in high demand among players of both 60 card and 100 card formats. At number 9, it's Thermokarst, which costs about $10. For 1 generic and 2 green, it's a sorcery that destroys a land, and if it was a snow land, you gain 1 life. 3-mana land destruction spells tend to play pretty well, especially in green, because if you drop a Mana Dork on turn 1 and this on turn 2, you've built yourself an impressive mana advantage while simultaneously setting your opponent back. Unsurprisingly, it was played in extended land destruction decks back in the late 1990s. Obviously, what a card did in the 1990s doesn't usually have a very big impact on its current price, but Thermokarst is currently in demand among today's Pauper players, with Pauper being a format where only commons are legal. It's played there in land destruction decks like Ponza, but also appears in Elves and Gruul aggro decks. Pauper is a format where the Tron lands are incredibly strong, as are Snow lands and Utopia Sprawl, and Thermokarst does a good job of dealing with all of those things. Players of the pre-modern format, an unofficial but popular format that includes cards printed only between 1995 and 2003, are also after Thermokarst. Thermokarst's demand in Commander is almost nothing, but popularity in Pauper and pre-modern is more than enough to drive up a card's price when it only has a single printing, one that came way back in 1995. Notably, Thermokarst is a card that could be reprinted. Although Wizards doesn't like printing 3-mana land destruction spells in standard legal formats, it's not out of the question that Thermokarst appears in something like a theoretical Modern Horizons 4, at which point the price would likely drop significantly. At number 8, it's Psychotrope Thallid. For 2 generic and a green, it's a 1/1, and at the beginning of your upkeep you put a Spore counter on it. You can remove 3 Spore counters from it to make a 1/1 Saproling, and you can also pay 1 generic and sacrifice a Saproling to draw a card. So if you have all the time in the world, or a way to multiply counters, Psychotrope Thallid is a pretty absurd value engine, as being able to turn out Saprolings that you can also use to draw cards is a powerful thing. While the Thallid has never been played in 60-card formats, there is some moderate demand for it in Commander. Fungi and their Saproling friends are incredibly popular in the format, and the Thallid is simultaneously one of the best Saproling producers and one of the best Saproling payoffs around. Shrewfus, Slimefoot, and the Myco Tyrant are all very popular commanders that can get a lot out of Psychotrope Thallid. The Thallid also sees play in decks that aren't as focused on the Saproling and Fungus angle, but instead can multiply counters effectively. For example, alongside Vorel of the Hulklade, things can get pretty crazy. All of that said, while there's certainly demand for the Thallid in Commander, it's not exactly through the roof. But like many of the cards on the list, the supply of Psychotrope Thallid is incredibly limited. It's only been printed a single time in 2007's Planar Chaos, and there are enough players interested in what the Thallid has to offer that the supply of the card is stretched very thin. At number 7, it's Sylvan Paradise, which costs about $15. For 1 green mana, it's an instant that makes 1 or more target creatures become green until end of turn. This card is part of a cycle in Legends, all of which do the same thing. They're all 1 mana of a color, and can turn any number of target creatures into that color until end of turn. While that's not the most inspired design ever for a cycle, all of the cards in it are among the priciest uncommons in the game, and we've seen some of the other cards in this cycle appear on their color's respective list. It's not because the card is in super high demand. It isn't. It's only in around 200 decks in all of EDHREC, and it's also not played, nor has it ever been played in 60-card formats. However, what this card does is inherently strong. The cards in this cycle are the only 1-mana cards in the game that can just target every single creature on the battlefield that you want them to. That in and of itself isn't super notable, but if you can combine Sylvan Paradise with payoffs for targeting things, you can generate insane value for only a single mana. While some of the other cards in this cycle have ready-made commanders for them, like playing the black one in a Hirobi deck, where it becomes a 1-mana one-sided Wrath, Sylvan Paradise doesn't currently really have a home. It did briefly work really well in Nadu decks, where you could target all of your creatures and get Nadu's trigger for every single one of them, but then the card got banned. But Wizards has been really interested in printing cards that pay you off for targeting things of late, and it's really only a matter of time before there's another commander that can abuse Sylvan Paradise, at which point its price is likely to go up even higher, since the 1994 printing of the card is the only one out there. At number 6, it's Power Leech, which costs about $19. For 2 green mana, it's an enchantment, and whenever an artifact an opponent controls becomes tapped, or an opponent activates an artifact's ability without a tap symbol in its activation cost, you gain 1 life. This is not a particularly good card, nor was it ever. While hating on artifacts with free abilities can be nice, gaining 1 life at a time isn't exactly impressive, especially when you only get the trigger with very particular abilities. As such, Power Leech has never top 8'd anything, nor is it heavily played in Commander. So it's kind of like Sylvan Paradise, but it also isn't even a potentially powerful card like Sylvan Paradise is primed to be, and it's not an especially unique effect either. So, how does this mediocre card cost almost $20? 2 words: reserved list. This is a list of cards that Wizards of the Coast has promised never to reprint, and it includes all the uncommons and antiquities that weren't reprinted in revised 4th edition or Chronicles, and Power Leech is one of those. That means that all of the copies of this card that will ever exist already do, and because the card isn't all that great, it's largely collectors who want to own Magic cards for the sake of owning them, who drive the price up on this card that has probably been cast very few times in the history of Magic. At number 5, it's Triumph of the Hordes, which costs about $21. For 2 generic and 2 green, it's a sorcery that gives +1/+1 trample and infect to all of your creatures until end of turn. A mass pump spell that grants trample is pretty nasty alongside infect, because infect creatures do damage to opponents in the form of poison counters, and if an opponent gets 10 of those, they lose the game on the spot. This means that if you have a sizable board, or maybe even just one huge creature, Triumph of the Hordes can one-shot an opponent. Despite the fact that infect decks are very much a thing in competitive formats like Modern and Legacy, Triumph of the Hordes has never put up a top 8. This is because it doesn't actually work with the game plan of actual infect decks, which generally look to stick one really cheap creature that already has infect, and then buff it and protect it for long enough to kill the opponent, which those decks can often achieve in 1 or 2 swings, and well before they've spent 4 mana. However, Triumph of the Hordes does have a very high demand among Commander players, as it's a good fit in any kind of deck that's good at building out insane boards like Elf or Token decks, which can turn Triumph into a legitimate win condition, sometimes one that allows them to kill multiple players at once. After all, you've got a board full of trampling elves that can absolutely do 10 damage to more than one player. It's also the kind of card where the price tag itself prevents people from playing it to a degree, as spending $21 on an uncommon isn't super palatable to everyone, and if this was like a $1 card, I can guarantee it would be in a lot more decks. So that significant demand in Commander, coupled with the fact that the Triumph has only been reprinted in very limited releases, like a dual deck and a secret lair, means that the demand for Triumph of the Hordes is generally greater than the supply. I just told you about how expensive Triumph of the Hordes is. Now let me tell you a triumph you can help me achieve for free, getting to 100,000 subscribers. I'm closing in on that major milestone, and I'd really appreciate your help in getting me there. At number 4, it's Constant Mists, which costs about $22. For 1 generic and a green, it's an instant that prevents all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. It also comes with buyback, sacrifice a land. That means that when you cast it, you can pay that cost, and if you do, Constant Mist returns to your hand when it resolves. Yeah, this is basically a 1-card fog engine that you can use to drive your opponents absolutely insane. Sure, the sacrificing land thing is a cost, but it's often well worth making sure you can fog anytime someone attacks you. The very threat of doing that will often make your opponents unwilling to attack you in the first place, so it's the kind of card that does something even when you don't cast it. While it saw a little bit of play in the Standard of the 1990s, it hasn't seen significant play in any 60-card format since then. However, Turbo Fog is a fairly popular Commander archetype, and these are decks that look to fog every turn while building up an advantage in drawing cards. If you're drawing cards, it's pretty easy to have the lands to sacrifice. Constant Mist is also used in any land-based Commander deck, since it can give you a powerful and easy way to sacrifice lands for value. For example, Lord Windgrace can bring the lands back that you sacrifice, and the Gitrog monster and Titania give you card draw and token generation respectively anytime you sacrifice a land. This has led to significant demand for Constant Mists in Commander, and at this point it probably won't surprise you to hear that this card has basically never been reprinted. If you want to get your hands on a tournament legal copy, the only one out there apart from the Stronghold version is from a secret lair. At number 3, it's Worldly Tutor, which costs about $25. It's 1 green mana for an instant that searches up a creature card and puts it on top of your library. While tutoring something to the top of your library is way worse than putting it into your hand, Worldly Tutor makes up for its inherent card disadvantage by being incredibly cheap and an instant. As such, if you're playing any kind of deck in any format it's legal in that is reliant on creatures, especially particular ones, you definitely want to be jamming Worldly Tutor. In 60-card formats, it's been the most effective in creature-based combo decks, like extended decks, which could combo off in a number of different ways using creatures. Central to this plan were either Daru Spiritualist or Cephalid Illusionist. If you had another creature like Nomads and Core around, you could use its activated ability to target either of them as many times as you wanted. This would send Daru Spiritualist's toughness through the roof, and then you could gain 1,000,000,000 life with Starlit Sanctum. If you targeted the Illusion, you could mill your whole deck and then reanimate a lethal Sutured Ghoul. It's also been played in legacy versions of Cephalid Combo as well as Reanimator decks, which like to tutor something to the top and then mill it into the graveyard. While all of that means there is certainly demand for Worldly Tutor in 60 card formats, it's Commander that is the major driving force of this card's price tag. It appears in almost 400,000 decks on EDHREC. Tutors are at their strongest in a singleton format, as they help reduce the variance of your deck while also helping you grab a creature that is ideal for a given moment. The power of the tutor in the format is perhaps best expressed by the fact that Worldly Tutor is on the Game Changers list, meaning that Worldly Tutor can only appear in decks that are in one of the format's higher brackets, which basically signify the power level of decks. Basically, Worldly Tutor is the kind of card that should be in virtually any green commander deck that's interested in being as powerful as possible, as spending 1 mana on a tutor is an incredible deal, and that's never really going to change. When you consider all of that, alongside the fact that Worldly Tutor has only ever been reprinted in one standard release set, and that was Classic 6th edition in 1999, other than that, it's only been reprinted in premium products like Commander Collection Green and at Rare in Dominaria Remastered, so it makes a lot of sense that Worldly Tutor is so expensive. At number 2, it's Sylvan Library, which costs about $28. For 1 generic and a green, it's an enchantment, and at the beginning of your draw step, you can draw 2 additional cards. If you do, you choose 2 cards in your hand that you drew this turn, and for each of them, you can pay 4 life or put that card on top of your library. Drawing 2 extra cards a turn is absolutely insane for a 2-mana enchantment, and while you have to pay 8 total life to hold on to both of those cards, the fact that this is as modal as it is pretty sweet. You can just use it for card selection and not pay any life, in which case you get to hold on to the 2 best cards in your top 3, or you can hold on to one of the cards that you drew and pay 4, and then of course there's the 8 life option. None of those are bad choices, and the library gets especially nasty in decks that plan on winning so quickly that they don't really care about losing all that life. It found some success in both standard and extended during its early days, but legacy is where it's truly taken off. It shows up in virtually all green decks in the format, whether they're aggressive like Zoo or combo decks like Lands. It's perhaps at its most powerful in Legacy Death's Shadow, where having the option to pay 8 life a turn probably means you can kill the opponent in a swing or two with the deck's eponymous avatar. While it's not quite as prolific in Vintage, it sees play there too, since that's a format where games are usually over in very few turns, making the cost of paying all that life well worth it, especially when all you really need to do is find your Oath of Druids to win the game on the spot. In addition to being in high demand among those who play the Eternal formats, the library is also in incredibly high demand in Commander. It's pretty much the best green card draw engine ever, and should appear in almost any green Commander deck, and it probably would if it weren't so challenging to get your hands on. Believe it or not, the library used to be even more expensive, but it's been reprinted enough, albeit in non-standard release sets, to drive the price down, thanks to sets like Eternal Masters and Dominaria Remastered. So you should actually be thankful that the library will only set you back $28. And at number 1, I've got 2 cards, and that's because they would have been number 1 and number 2 if they each had their own slot, and they're both from the same set, Portal 3 Kingdoms. These cards are the $48 Zodiac Horse and the $38 Zodiac Tiger. We see cards from this strange set appear on many top 10s about the most expensive cards in the game, and it's typically the case that it's almost entirely a result of how rare these cards are, and doesn't have anything to do with their value as game pieces. Portal 3 Kingdoms was released in Asian markets as a standalone beginner version of Magic. They made the game a lot easier to understand by limiting the number of card types and adding a sword and shield to creatures so that you could more easily remember which was power and which was toughness. Portal 3 Kingdoms and other Portal sets weren't even legal in any Magic format until 2005, when cards from it finally became legal in Legacy and Vintage. Zodiac Horse is 3 generic and a green for a 3/3 with Island Walk for some reason, and Zodiac Tiger is 2 generic and 2 green for a 3/4 with Forest Walk. Obviously, neither of these creatures are very impressive or interesting, nor have they ever been. However, they do both have popular creature types and great art, and that certainly helps drive the price even higher than rarity alone. So, those are Magic's most expensive green uncommons. If you want to own any of them, because some of them are well worth the cost, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card in the video. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including many more that look at the most expensive cards in the game, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, equipment is an artifact subtype. Artifacts with this subtype can be equipped to a creature by paying their equip cost, at which point they augment the equipped creature in one way or another. Originally introduced in 2003's Mirrodin, equipment have gone on to become an important part of Magic, with several of them featured in every set, and they often make an impact on the highest level of competitive Magic. If you're curious what equipment have been the most effective in tournament Magic, I do have a top 10 about that. But in this video, I want to look at the opposite, 10 equipment that aren't worth playing in any format, whether they be 40 card, 60 card, or 100 card formats. While there is a lot of good equipment out there, there is also quite a lot of bad equipment out there because the very nature of the subtype kind of puts it behind the 8 ball. That's because most of them don't impact the board until you pay an equip cost. So if they are just a little expensive to cast or to equip, they can be pretty bad. But the equipment in this video are the worst of the worst. I've actually looked at Magic's worst equipment before, but it was more than 7 years ago, and these days the quality of my videos and the research I conduct to make them is a lot better, so I thought it was worth taking another look at this. In all, there are 588 equipment in Magic, and in this video I'll give you my pick for the 10 worst ones ever printed. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. At number 10, it's Hankyu. For 1 generic mana and an equip cost of 4, it gives the equipped creature the ability to tap and get an aim counter on the equipment. You can also tap it and remove all those aim counters from Hankyu to have that creature deal damage to target creature or player equal to the number of aim counters removed. In other words, Hankyu doesn't improve your creature's stats ever, and that's absolutely brutal for an equipment that costs 4 to put on something, and the ability it does give the creature is incredibly slow too. Basically, it takes forever to build up counters on Hankyu, and it takes an absurd amount of counters for this to ever be worth the investment. And this is especially true when you have to keep on moving Hankyu to new creatures to continue to build up counters on it. You know what works way better for winning games? Spending all that mana on other creatures and attacking with those creatures instead of putting little fiddly counters on this equipment. As bad as this card is, I do think it's the least bad one on the list because there are some things you can do with it to make it better, like using the proliferate mechanic to build up counters on it. And while I don't really advise doing that since there are literally hundreds of better cards for you to put counters on, that does still mean this has a higher ceiling than the other cards on the list, which never really have situations where they can actually help you win the game. At number 9, it's Warlord's Axe. It costs 3 generic mana to cast and 4 generic mana to equip, and it gives +3/+1. Yeah, this one is not only super underpowered and inefficient, it's not even interesting to talk about. It just gives way too small of a boost when you spend 7 total mana. The meager toughness boost especially is super disappointing because it means your creature can still be traded for by something relatively small, and that means you have to spend 4 mana on this to put it on something else for it to ever make another impact on the board. Sinking a bunch of mana into this thing is a good way to lose a game of Magic. At number 8, I've got Healer's Headdress. For 2 generic mana and 1 generic to equip, the Headdress grants +0/+2 and allows the equipped creature to tap to prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to target creature or player this turn. You can also pay 2 white mana to attach it to something, and that means you can move this around at instant speed if you pay that cost. This card is part of the same cycle as the super powerful Cranial Plating, a card that I don't think most people even know is part of a cycle, since the other cards in it are mediocre to bad, and this one is by far the worst. By the way, if you want to know more about some unbalanced cycles like this one, I have a top 10 about that. Anyway, this is a purely defensive equipment, and it's not even that good at being defensive. 2 toughness isn't a meaningful boost when you're paying this cost, and damage prevention effects like this are rarely meaningful. Moving it at instant speed can mean sometimes it does something out of nowhere, but it's not that easy to leave up 2 white mana every turn, and it'd be better to do something more meaningful with that mana anyway, and it's not like it's really out of nowhere. Your opponent knows you have the equipment on the battlefield. Some of the equipment on this list at least make a creature significantly better when it is equipped, even if it takes some work to get it equipped, but Healer's Headdress barely upgrades a creature at all, and certainly isn't worth a card or the mana. At number 7, it's Skyblinder's Staff. For 1 generic and 3 to equip, it gives the equipped creature +1/+0, and it can't be blocked by creatures with flying. No, I didn't read that wrong. It doesn't say can only be blocked by creatures with flying, which would be substantially better. It definitely says can't be blocked by creatures with flying, and that is flavorful since the idea is that you're blinding those flyers. Yeah, Skyblind Staff may be super cheap to cast, but paying 3 for a meager power boost and an incredibly narrow form of evasion is terrible. There aren't that many decks out there that only run flyers, and even in that dream matchup for this card, it isn't like spending 4 total mana to buff a creature with this is all that meaningful. One of the nice things about equipment is that it can help make an insignificant creature much more relevant, but a card like this needs that creature to already be good, because getting in with some small creature every turn while your opponent is smashing you in the air with flyers isn't really going to help you win the race. At number 6, it's Gate Smasher. It costs 3 generic to cast and 3 to equip, but it can only be attached to a creature with toughness 4 or greater. You would think an equipment with that restriction and these expensive costs would give a significant buff, but it really doesn't. It gives +3/+0 and trample, and that's it. Only being able to put this on a high toughness creature does mean that it's going to be a pretty beefy creature since its toughness is already high, but you're still way overpaying here. And this isn't even a power creep type thing. The very first set with equipment had Loxodon Warhammer. Same casting cost and equip cost, but it can be equipped to anything, and it grants the same stats boost and trample as well as lifelink. The Warhammer is just a million times better than the Smasher is, and even though Tarkir Draft did have a high toughness deck, this was not the payoff you were looking for. As I mentioned in the intro, one of the biggest problems with equipment is that most of them don't impact the board until you equip them, so when you do equip them, they have to do something big. None of the cards on this list really do that, but at least the others don't have a restriction when it comes to what they can be equipped to, making it even more likely that you can't do anything with this card. I just told you about Gate Smasher, and I want to ask you to smash something too, the subscribe button. I'm trying to reach 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and I could use your help in getting there. Even if you think you're already subscribed, do me a favor and double check because more than half of my viewers aren't subscribed. At number 5, it's Siren Song Lyre. For 2 generic to cast and 2 to equip, it gives the equipped creature an activated ability that requires 2 mana and you tap the creature to tap target creature. So this is kind of like Healer's Headdress, but worse since it's even higher on the list obviously. It doesn't offer any stats boost at all and gives the equipped creature a very mediocre ability, and it only taps its first thing after you've sunk a total of 6 mana into it. It does get a little more efficient the longer you use it, and it's kind of cute that you can move it to another creature and use the ability again in the same turn, but you're basically flushing your mana down a toilet if that's your game plan. There are some payoffs out there for tapping creatures that can make this slightly better, but there are lots of ways to tap creatures that don't use up an entire card and grant a very underwhelming ability. Tapping creatures can feel good sometimes, but at its best, it's like removal that you have to pay for every turn, and it doesn't even entirely deal with creatures that are interested in doing something other than attacking or blocking, and there aren't that many creatures these days that are all about that life. Basically, this is a horrible way to spend your mana, and if you do it enough in lieu of actually adding to the board, you're almost guaranteeing that you're going to lose the game. At number 4, it's Grifter's Blade. For 3 generic mana and 1 to equip, it's an equipment with Flash. It attaches to a creature you control when it enters, and the equipped creature gets +1/+1. So without Flash, 3 mana to play and 1 to equip for this boost is not a good rate. The equip cost isn't terrible, but 3 mana is way too much to cast it in the first place. And the fact it can operate as a bad combat trick that sticks around doesn't really make a big difference. I mean, you spend 3 times the mana for Giant Growth for 1/3 the buff. And yes, in this case the buff sticks around and can be moved around, but I think we can all agree that you're overpaying in a big way for a buff that doesn't even help your creature punch above its weight class in any meaningful way. While this card is terrible, it is an important one in the history of equipment design because it did a couple of things for the first time, and since then they've found ways to implement them more effectively. For one thing, it was the first equipment that attaches to a creature for free when it enters. Adding this to the card helps it get around the "my equipment doesn't add to the board unless I pay some more mana" problem. It was also the first equipment with Flash, which when combined with the first part means this can work like a bad combat trick. Basically, Grifter's Blade had to walk for Embercleave to run. But as bad as Grifter's Blade and the other cards we've talked about are, the top 3 on this list are truly in their very own horrendous tier because trying to use them will actively lead to you losing the game, and not just because they're inefficient. They also all have massive drawbacks. Like our number 3 card, Heavy Arbalest. For 3 generic to cast and 4 to equip, it makes it so the equipped creature doesn't untap during its untap step, but it can tap and do 2 damage to any target. That second part is actually really good. Equipment that lets a creature tap to just do 1 damage plays pretty well, especially with Death Touch, and Heavy Arbalest does twice the damage. But the huge casting and equip cost, coupled with the massive downside of your creature not untapping, makes it so that really doesn't matter. I mean, you spend 7 total mana to do 2 damage with this thing, and that's already not very efficient. And if you're spending that much mana, you definitely deserve for that creature to untap as normal. It's not like this card would be nuts without that downside. It would be good for sure, but no one would think it was broken since it's so clunky. But as is, you have to endure a horrible downside when you can only get around by moving this to other creatures, which costs an absurd amount of mana, just so you aren't completely hamstrung by this thing. And in reality, paying all that mana just to move it around is going to hamstring you pretty hard too. At number 2, it's Thirsting Axe. For 3 generic to play and 2 to equip, it gives the equipped creature +4/+0. Let's stop there real quick. Would that card be good? No. In fact, a card that offered that buff with a small downside was the number 11 card for this list, Enormous Energy Blade, but in the end I decided the 10 equipment on this list are even worse than it is. And sure, it's the kind of buff that is nice on like a big flyer, especially with lifelink, and it can even make tokens into decent threats, but it's not the kind of card that would see regular play in any format. But this is way worse than the Energy Blade because it has a colossal downside. At the beginning of your end step, if the equipped creature didn't deal combat damage to a creature this turn, you sacrifice it. Yeah, that's terrible. 99% of the time, your opponent has complete control over whether or not you do combat damage to their creatures, so they can just let the damage through, in which case you're allowing them to pay life and not use any cards to cast a removal spell, and in fact, it's kind of like a removal spell you spent mana on. Sure, every now and then you can put this on something that your opponent absolutely has to block, but that's a very narrow situation, and most of the time you're going to end up super far behind, even if you are doing 4 extra damage to them, since you gave up a whole card and have to spend mana to do it all over again. It's kind of like the world's worst Lava Axe. That's just not a good way to use up your main resources, your creatures, and your mana. The fact this is barely played in EDH, despite the fact that sacrifice decks and commander damage are a thing, really drives home the point that this card is terrible, since even in decks with the right synergy for it aren't interested in using it. But there's one even worse equipment out there, and I honestly think it's the worst equipment by a super wide margin, and that card is Razor Boomerang. For 3 generic and 2 to equip, it gives the equipped creature the ability to tap to do 1 damage to any target, but only if you unattach Razor Boomerang. We could stop there and this card would be bad, since you have to spend the 2 mana again just to do the 1 damage again, but it gets even worse, believe it or not, because the boomerang also returns to your hand. And that means you have to spend 5 mana every time you want to do 1 damage with this, while also having to tap your freaking creature. This is definitely the kind of card where someone designed it and they were like, man, this is perfect flavor for a boomerang, and I would agree with them, but the end result is a terrible card. It's not worth spending all of that mana to do 1 damage at a time, even in a deck that gets value for casting artifacts or equipment or something. Like Thirsting Axe, even though there are decks that have synergy for those things, none of them are playing this absolutely horrendous card, which I think is the worst equipment ever printed in Magic the Gathering. So those are my picks for the worst equipment we've ever seen. If you want to own any of these cards because maybe you like actively lowering your win rate, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future MTG Top 10s and other Magic videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on the over 900 MTG Top 10s that are already out there, including dozens that look at the worst cards in the game, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, a bomb is a good thing. It's a term that's most frequently used when talking about limited formats, where it's a word used to describe a card that drastically alters the game in your favor. In other words, they are the cards you most want to open as your pack one pick one in Spider-Man Draft, or open in your sealed pools at the pre-release. And those are exactly the kinds of cards I'm going to be talking about in this video. If you're interested in my thoughts on more than just the strongest cards in the set, then you should check out my set review, where I gave my thoughts on every single card in it. here are my picks for the 10 strongest cards in Spider-Man. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. At number 10, it's Norman Osborn. You've probably already noticed that there's actually 2 cards here with different names and art, but the same abilities. That's because Spider-Man isn't technically releasing on Magic Arena. Instead, a set called Through the Omen Paths is, which is functionally identical. Yeah, it's confusing. So for each card in this list, I'll be including both so that the video is useful to everyone. Anyway, Norman Osborn starts as a 2-mana 1/1 that can't be blocked, and when it deals combat damage to a player, he connives. That's already an amazing card. Probably not quite a bomb, but if this was only ever the front side of the card, it would be excellent. A card you always play, and a card that can really run away with the game. Connive is a really powerful mechanic that helps you rip through your deck while potentially growing your creature, and Norman Osborn growing is really good because he's unblockable, so he can sort of snowball the longer the game goes on. There's also a lot of stuff you can do by discarding in this set. For example, there's the Mayhem mechanic, and that means the card that you discard being a non-land is actually ideal because now you can cast the card with Mayhem for usually a reduced cost. I've already said a lot of good stuff about Norman Osborn, but there's a lot more to say because he's also a modal double face card that can also simply transform from being Norman Osborn into Green Goblin rather than you having to cast Green Goblin. And Green Goblin is also quite good. A 4-mana 3/3 with Flying and Menace is going to be nigh unblockable itself. And keep in mind, when it transforms, it will have any of the counters that are left on Norman Osborn from before. And then on top of that, it gives all of your non-lands in your graveyard Mayhem, and then it also happens to reduce all those cards by 2 generic. So on both sides, he's pretty much a value engine that can also simultaneously threaten the opponent by being incredibly difficult to block. And that just ends up being an excellent card. It's going to be really difficult to beat this if your opponent plays it on turn 2 and you just don't have removal. And you've got modality for flexibility, lots of payoffs for doing stuff with discarding. It just looks like a really great card in the format. Next up, it's Aranya, Heart of the Spider. So this is a 3-mana 3/3 with a powerful attack trigger. It says whenever you attack, you put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. And that means she doesn't have to be doing the attacking. That means the turn you play her, you can get a counter on a creature, and you're likely to do that because if you play this on turn 3, for example, you had a 2-drop on the previous turn, putting a counter on that probably means it gets in, or that your opponent has to block really ugly. And if the card ended there, it would still be really good because of its ability to generate a counter immediately and on most subsequent turns as well. But it doesn't end there. Of course it doesn't because she's one of the biggest bombs in the set. She also has a card advantage ability because anytime you have a modified creature hits your opponent, you get to exile the top card of your library and you can play that card this turn. It is a shorter window than we're used to seeing. Don't make the mistake of thinking it says until your next turn. You do have to do it the turn you hit your opponent, but that's fine. If it didn't have that restriction, this would be a completely absurd card instead of just an excellent one. What's more is, she also doesn't say whenever 1 or more modified creatures hits your opponent, and that means for every modified creature you hit your opponent with, you get this trigger, and there are going to be turns where that's absolutely absurd, and her ability makes it so you can just make all your creatures modified eventually. I would have her even higher on the list because she is incredibly strong, especially for a 3-drop. However, red-white is actually not one of the main supported color pairs in the format. There are only 5 really heavily supported color pairs in the format that have their own archetype and have multiple signpost uncommons, and those are the allied color pairs, and red-white is an enemy color pair. And that means most of the time you're going to be splashing her, and that does reduce how good she can be, obviously enough. I mean, sometimes you may end up in a red-white deck, especially if you have Aranya. That's a pretty good reason to do it, but you're also going to be missing out on a bunch of signpost uncommons and stuff, so I don't recommend it for the most part. The good news is mana in this format is pretty good, and getting her down when you need to get her down is going to be doable. So she's still really strong, but she would be significantly higher on the list if red-white was actually a supported color pair in this set. At number 8, I have Bioorganic Carapace. So for 4 mana, it has an equip cost of 2, and the equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each modified creature you control. So like Aranya, this likes modified creatures, and unlike Aranya, blue-white is a supported color pair. And if we just stopped there, this would be a really good card. Like if it was 4 to play, 2 to equip, it would be a good card because that's such a good effect. +2/+2 is enough to make a lot of creatures into threats that weren't threats before and give you much better attacks than you may have previously had. And then you're going to draw at least one card if it hits your opponent, because you're going to have at least one modified creature because of the carapace. And all of that gets augmented all the way to bomb status, I think, because it equips for free the first time. So the first time you play it, you spend 4, put it on something, swing with it right away. That's frequently going to just result in you drawing your card right away. If it doesn't, it probably means your opponent had to block in a really ugly way. And then even if your opponent deals with the creature you put this on, which they're going to need to in most cases, you still have this sitting around on the table, and you can equip it for 2 generic again, which is a really low cost for what the buff is. Whatever creature you put this on becomes a must-kill threat, and if that's not a bomb, I don't know what is. It is true, it doesn't do it all on its own. If your board's completely empty, this is useless, right? But that's just not a normal situation in limited formats. Most of the time you're going to have something, most of the time you're going to be able to draw a card. And sometimes you'll draw even more than one card, because it's not like there aren't a lot of ways to modify creatures, and in fact that's one of the main themes in blue-white. At number 7, I have Kraven's Last Hunt. So this is a powerful saga. Like all of them, if you actually got all 3 things at once for the mana cost, it would be completely absurd. But even though you don't, it is still excellent, because when it enters, it is a removal spell that helps you with graveyard synergy, which is certainly relevant in green, because Chapter 1 mills 5, and then this saga deals damage equal to the greatest power among creature cards in your graveyard to target creature. It is true you don't have full control over exactly what's going to happen there, but when you mill 5 cards, even if you had nothing else in your graveyard when you cast this, it's virtually impossible. You don't hit at least one creature that can help you kill something, and most of the time in green, you're going to mill something that's big enough that lets you kill just about anything, and it gets better the later you play it, because you're more likely to have other stuff in your graveyard in addition to the 5 cards that Kraven's Last Hunt mills. But it's a big deal it mills those 5 cards. If it didn't, if you had to rely completely on other things to get cards into your graveyard, it wouldn't be a bomb. But it does mill you, and that means it's going to impact the board immediately, usually in a significant way, while also potentially setting up some graveyard nonsense for you, which actually Chapter 3 helps you with, because you can get back whatever the best creature card in your graveyard is. So just Chapter 1 and Chapter 3 means you generate a 2-for-1 with this, and a powerful one, a removal spell plus recursion. And then Chapter 2, while less exciting than the other 2, certainly will impact your board and usually give you an attack you didn't already have, and you end up getting a ton for 4 mana. You get a 2-for-1 and then some. You know, between milling 5 cards and getting a buff effect in there, those 2 things together are almost worth a card of value, I would guess, too. So it's not that far from being a 3-for-1, and that's what makes it insanely strong. It's basically a good removal spell with all kinds of additional upside. At number 6, I have Sandman Shifting Scoundrel. So this is a creature with power and toughness, each equal to the number of lands you control, and it only costs 3 mana. So he's going to be at least a 3 mana 3/3 for the most part, and he's often going to be way bigger, because you're going to have more lands than 3, usually, after turn 3, and he's an absolutely massive creature in the late game, and he also can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. That means your opponent can't chump him for the most part, at least not with completely insignificant cards. They have to block with something with power 3 or greater. And that's usually not going to be a token or something like that. It's going to be something real. And sometimes they can't block it at all because their whole board is small, and that's really scary. Those 2 things together would make this an excellent rare, like a card you always play. But what pushes it into incredible bomb status is the ability you have when it's in your graveyard. So if your opponent finally kills Sandman after all the problems it's already created for them, you can just return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. Now, you do need to have a land card in your graveyard to use this ability, because that is part of the effect. It says return this card and target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So if you don't have a target land card, you can't use this. But the good news is you can load the graveyard reasonably well in green. You know, if you have Kraven's Last Hunt and Sandman in your deck, for example, which would just be completely absurd, you can set that up easily, but there are other ways to set up the graveyard in green. And there's also an Evolving Wilds variant in this set. You know, a land that you tap and sacrifice, and it lets you search up a land. There's one of those at common. You should have one of those every time you play Sandman. It should move up in your pick order, because it's the easiest way to set this up. But either way, this is a recursive threat that is absolutely massive and difficult to block, and that's what makes it a bomb. At number 5, I have Silk Web Weaver. So this is a 4 mana 3/5 with a very powerful cast a creature spell trigger. You get a 1/1 green and white human citizen creature token anytime you do that. We've seen so many cards over the years be really great that have like okay stats and then have an ability that makes a creature token anytime you do something. We just saw Cosmic Grand Zenith be one of the biggest bombs in Edge of Eternities, for example, and this card is actually pretty similar. It's a little more expensive, it's a little hard to cast, but it kind of does the same thing because it can spit out tokens, albeit only one at a time, and then it has an activated ability that can buff the whole board, and that buff is legit, +2/+2 in vigilance to everything. That can enable so many different situations where you can attack that you couldn't before, because not only are your creatures buffed, you don't have to worry as much about the backswing because none of your creatures have to tap. Throw in the fact that it has web slinging, which means you can get it into play even earlier, which, by the way, will also mean you return a creature to your hand and thus can trigger the cast a creature spell thing, at least on your next turn. And we've got a card that's incredibly impressive. It does take a turn in most cases to get going, but as soon as you untap, you're either going to cast a creature and get a 1/1, or just buff your whole board and swing for what is probably lethal or close to it. Your opponent just won't be able to block it well. So it's a little slower than a lot of the cards in this list, which give you like 2-for-1 value right away, or are a lot cheaper and give you card advantage. But I do think her high toughness and just how good she is and how quickly she can take over a game do make it so she deserves a spot this high on this list. Next up, it is Black Cat Cunning Thief. She probably has the least impressive stats of any creature on the list, as only a 5 mana 2/3. That's not good at all, but her interest trigger is insane. It lets you look at the top 9 cards of target opponent's library, exile 2 of them face down, then put the rest on the bottom of their library in a random order, and you can play the exiled cards for as long as they remain exiled, and mana of any type can be spent to cast spells this way. So this is a 5 mana 2/3 that says when this enters, draw 2 cards, except in most ways, it's even better because it lets you look at the top 9 of your opponent's library and choose the 2 best cards. That's just way, way better than drawing 2 cards straight up. And you get to hold on to those cards even if they kill Black Cat. So you end up generating a 3-for-1 with her, which is a great deal for 5 mana. And while her stats aren't good, she is like big enough that she can trade for a 2-drop or something, which is great on top of her ability. And don't underestimate how useful it is to also know what the bottom 7 cards of your opponent's library is. Should the game go long, knowing what's still in their deck is really useful, even if those 7 cards are random on the bottom. So she also gives you information if she doesn't manage to win you the game quickly, which I think she usually will, because you'll get 2 extra cards and just go off, and they'll, again, be the 2 best cards in your opponent's top 9, which is probably going to be like a great creature and a removal spell most of the time. Like, most decks have that in their top 9. So yeah, Black Cat generates insane value with her interest trigger that is always going to put you at a huge advantage over your opponent, and that's what makes her one of the biggest bombs in the set. At number 3, I have Dr. Octopus Master Planner. So he's a 7 mana 4/8 that gives your other villains +2/+2. That would already be a pretty playable card, like a nice card in your deck in this format, because about 1/3 of the creatures in this set are villains, and if you're in blue-black, the quantity of villains is even higher. So this is going to come down and offer a legit buff, feel like Elesh Norn on your side of the battlefield a decent chunk of the time, and that's already going to be a card you're really happy with. But what pushes him into absurd bomb status is that he has this insane card draw ability. First, he makes your maximum hand size 8, and then at the beginning of your end step, if you have fewer than 8 cards in your hand, you draw cards equal to the difference. So typically, you're going to play this on turn 7 or whatever, buff a couple of things, now have really good attacks, and then when you end your turn, you're going to draw like 5 or 6 cards, which at that point, the game's pretty much over for your opponent. The one thing to keep in mind and to be careful about if you can't end the game quickly is that this is not a May trigger. So if your deck is small, if you don't have that many cards left in it, you could be in some trouble if you cast too many spells, because he will force you to draw a bunch of cards. But most of the time, the huge number of cards he draws you will allow you to finish the game off, plus the buff he gives to your board, and plus just being a 4/8 on his own. Like, you're usually going to end the game before that's a problem. It's a danger to be sure, but not one you need to be too worried about, because mostly he just grants you an absurd advantage that will win the game in like 2 turns in most cases. At number 2, I have the Spot Living Portal. So this is a 5 mana 4/4 that does the Oblivion Ring thing. In other words, when it enters, you exile up to 1 target non-land permanent. A lot of these cards would be really good even if they didn't have all of their abilities, and that's what kind of makes them bombs, because when you finish reading the card, you realize they're even more insane, and that's certainly the case here, because the spot not only exiles up to one target non-land permanent your opponent controls, it also exiles a non-land permanent card from a graveyard, and if the spot should die, it doesn't work the usual way these Oblivion Ring or Banisher Priest effects do, because instead of your opponent getting the card back on the battlefield right away, it goes to their hand instead. That means they have to spend the mana to cast it again, which is far better, and you also get back the card that you exiled from a graveyard, assuming you exile one from yours, which is what you should do. Like, generally, you play this, remove your opponent's best creature, exile the best card in your graveyard, and that means even if your opponent finds a way to deal with the spot, you get whatever the best card in your graveyard was back in your hand, just like they get their creature back. And you're always going to come out ahead there because your opponent's the one who had to kill the spot. So you end up getting back value. They do too, but it's going to be less because they had to use up a card to deal with the spot in the first place. And they have to recast their creature, which is going to be really good. The fact that he goes to the bottom of your library is also somewhat advantageous. I mean, it would probably be better if he straight up went to your graveyard, because then you could do reanimation shenanigans and stuff like that, recursive shenanigans. But knowing this is on the bottom of your library also gives you some serious information. Like, you can really play the game in such a way where you're like, okay, this is going to be the last card I draw. We're in a board stall, but I know the spot coming down and removing their best creature is going to give me the win. And that's not a bad thing to have. So yeah, we see this kind of creature that adds a significant body to the board while removing something be excellent all the time. And this is one of the best versions of it we've ever seen. Before we get to the number 1 card on the list, here are the honorable mentions. These are all the cards that received bomb grades in my set review, but didn't quite make the top 10 list. And at number 1, it's Miles Morales. So like Norman Osborn, this is a modal double face card that can also transform, and also, like Norman Osborn, the front side is excellent. In this case, I think I would be willing to give just the front side of this card like an A-. That's how good it is, because it's a 2-mana 1/2 that when it enters, puts a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. We don't see that kind of value on a 2-drop basically ever in Limited, especially standard legal Limited formats. That means you spend 2 mana and add 3/4 of stats to the board, and you get to spread it out. He can also put the counter on himself, so the fail case is like a 2-mana 2/3 that helps with modified synergies and +1/+1 counter synergies and the like. But most of the time, you're going to put a counter somewhere else, have an attack you didn't have before, as a result, make a creature a lot better, and you just get insane value here. You know, it's close to a 2-for-1 for 2 mana, because 2 counters is kind of close to an entire card worth of value on top of the body that you're getting. And of course, things don't end there, because it is a modal double face card, and the other side is excellent too. Ultimate Spider-Man. It is kind of expensive, to be sure, but it's a 6-mana 4/3 with first strike and haste. Whenever you attack, you double the number of each kind of counter on each spider and legendary creature you control. So the counters you put on stuff with Miles Morales will make a difference. You're likely to have random other counters around, and this set is overloaded with spiders and legendary creatures, so it's going to buff a lot of your board. And things don't end there, of course, because he also has an ability for 2 generic that puts a counter on him and gives him hexproof. So if you have the mana, he's basically unkillable, and he can grow as much as you want him to. You can use this ability as many times as you want, and then he doubles the number of counters that are on himself too. So the Ultimate Spider-Man side is like kind of fragile for a turn maybe, but as soon as you untap, the game is pretty much over. And that's potentially after you also got value out of Miles Morales, which is crazy. And all of that is what makes this the biggest bomb in the set. It is true that the Ultimate Spider-Man side and the transformation cost both involve 3 colors of mana, but it's not going to be that hard to splash a 3rd color in this format. There is relatively good fixing, especially in green. And the funny thing is, even if you were in like green-black, you would still play Miles Morales because the front is so good. It's going to be an easy first pick every single time you see it because of that. And that's why Miles Morales is the biggest bomb in Spider-Man. So those are my picks for the 10 biggest bombs in Spider-Man. If you want to own any of these cards, because most of them are going to be quite good in 60 card and 100 card formats too, check out the description, where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including my complete set review, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. When you spend 1 mana on a creature, most of the time you're not expecting something that breaks the game wide open. You're usually happy with anything that lets you pressure your opponent a little bit, but that creature can be even better if it happens to have lifelink. A 1-drop with lifelink can be especially good because it not only pressures your opponent, it also gains you life, which means your opponent is going to start the game even further behind since you'll be gaining life while damaging them. In this top 10, we're going to look at exactly that kind of creature, 1 mana lifelinkers. To be eligible for this list, a card had to be a 1 mana creature with lifelink or a 1 mana card that makes a 1/1 token with lifelink. In all, there were 38 cards eligible, and in this video we'll look at the 10 1 mana lifelinkers that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get started, here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points. This includes events like Pro Tours, and a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes events like regional championships. At number 10, it's Ruin Lurker Bat. For 1 white mana, it's a 1/1 that comes with flying in addition to lifelink, and at the beginning of your end step, if a permanent card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, you scry 1. So this 1 mana lifelinker is extra annoying because it can get in the air, keeping it relevant for significantly longer, and helping you gain life for longer. Throw in the fact that this gives you some legit card selection every now and again, and you get quite a bit for a single mana. Ruin Lurker Bat's top 8s have all come in standard, typically in Orzhov and mono white decks with a life gain theme or sub-theme. Cards like Essence Channeler make your 1-drop lifelinker feel even more impressive than it already is. Ruin Lurker Bat is still in standard, and while it definitely isn't heavily played, it's also fairly likely to put up more top 8s in the future, simply because a 1-drop with this much upside can fit into a whole lot of white decks. At number 9, it's Archfiend's Vessel. For 1 black mana, it's a 1/1 with lifelink, and when it enters, if it entered from your graveyard or you cast it from your graveyard, you exile the vessel and create a 5/5 black demon creature token. So the idea here is that you play this early and attack with it while you can, then trade it off and gain some more life, and then find a way to bring it back from the graveyard, at which point you get that awesome flyer. Basically, this is a 1-drop that you want to reanimate, which is not something you see every day. It's put up top 8s in Standard, Historic, and Pioneer, primarily in Rakdos aggro decks that are happy to run it out on turn 1, but also tend to have some ways to bring it back for very little mana, like Call of the Death Dweller in Standard, and the claim side of Claim to Fame in Historic and Pioneer. However, the Vessel doesn't have any top 8 since 2023, and it may lose its spot on the list in the long run. At number 8, it's Speaker of the Heavens. It costs 1 white mana and it comes with Vigilance in addition to lifelink, and the upside doesn't end there, not by a long shot. This is because you can tap it and make a 4/4 Flying Angel token, but only if you have at least 7 life more than your starting life total, and only anytime you could cast a sorcery. The whole lifelink plus vigilance combo is sweet because it works nicely with this ability. The Speaker itself can help you reach the requisite life total, and then tap and make an angel in the same turn. Even just making 1 angel with your 1 mana card is pretty insane, and in a life gain deck it's not impossible to do it more than once. While in Standard, it was played in mono-white aggro decks that didn't even have a super prominent life game theme, but the deck did have a couple of lifelinkers in Maul of the Skyclaves, which makes it easy for the lifelinkers to raise your life total. The Speaker has also been played in Pioneer and its arena variant, Explorer, and in both formats it's put up top 8s in Selesnya Angel decks. Angels tend to like gaining life, and the Speaker can make angels, so it's a great fit in a deck which uses Bishop of Wings and Righteous Valkyrie to gain lots of life. Selesnya Angel decks are still a thing in Pioneer, but they've moved away from the Speaker in favor of running Mana Dorks to speed the deck up, and Speaker of the Heavens doesn't have any top 8 since 2023. At number 7, it's Serra Ascendant. This might be the first card you thought of when you heard 1 mana lifelinker. For 1 white, it's a 1/1 with the keyword, and as long as you have 30 or more life, the Ascendant gets +5/+5 and flying. If your deck is good at gaining life, the Ascendant becoming a 6/6 is actually possible, and once that happens, it's going to be challenging for you to ever drop below 30, since you have a 6/6 slamming in every turn and gaining you 6 life. This card is probably most famous for how good it is in Commander, a format where your starting life total is 40, so having the necessary life to buff the Ascendant is far easier. But it's also been successful in 60-card formats. In Extended and Modern, it's been primarily played in Martyr of Sands life gain decks, The Martyr is one of the most potent ways to gain a bunch of life in the entire game on the cheap, since you can pay 1 to cast it and 1 to sacrifice it, and reveal every white card in your hand and gain life equal to 3 times that total. If you're in a predominantly mono white deck, it's not unheard of to gain 20 plus life with the Martyr. That means Serra Ascendant has a really easy time being at full power, especially because the deck runs plenty of other life gain too. More recently, it's been played in Jeskai Energy decks in Modern, where it appears as a singleton creature to grab with Ranger Captain of Eos. This deck isn't all in on life gain, but it does have powerful cards that gain you life, like Guide of Souls and Flage, so getting high enough life to buff the Ascendant happens sometimes, and when you're there, you can tutor it up. Serra Ascendant is still putting up top 8s on occasion in Modern, so it's likely to maintain a spot on the list. At number 6, it's Sacred Cat. For 1 white mana, it's a 1/1 lifelinker, and it also has Embalm for 1 white mana, and that means you pay the cost and exile it from your graveyard to make a white zombie token copy of Sacred Cat. In other words, you can pay 2 mana total to get 2 1/1 lifelinkers. That's a pretty impressive rate, even if you can never have them both at the same time. While it was in Standard, it saw play in token decks as well as in God Pharaoh's Gift decks. These decks sought to use that powerful artifact to churn out 4/4 zombie copies of creatures in your graveyard, and the cat was a good 1-drop to help you get it set up, and it was also really great to make a copy of to get an even bigger lifelinker, which itself makes it likely you can buy yourself enough time to win the game with your value engine. It's also seen regular play in Pauper, a format where only commons are legal, where it's typically been featured in aggro decks that are particularly good at augmenting creatures, like heroic decks that put ethereal armor on it, or, more recently, gate decks which use Basilisk Gate to buff it. Sacred Cat is going to continue to put up top 8s in Pauper going forward. At number 5, it's Healer's Hawk. For 1 white mana, it's a 1/1 with lifelink and flying. Like the other 1 mana 1/1s with flying and lifelink, it can get in for a long time thanks to flying, and it's a great creature to augment thanks to those keywords. While in Standard, it was played in mono white and red white aggro decks, which of course loved curving out with creatures and killing the opponent quickly. Mono white decks ran ways to buff their whole board, like Banalish Marshal, while red white variants used heroic reinforcements. Both decks used Venerated Loxodon, a creature that you can power out with Convoke, and it also buffs everything you tap for it. It was also played in enchantment-focused decks late in its time in Standard. Putting all that glitters on Healer's Hawk was pretty hard to beat, even just after a single swing, because of all the damage and life it can gain you. It's also seen some play in Pauper, where it's appeared in white weenie decks, but it doesn't have any top 8s in that format since 2022. Healer's Hawk recently got a reprint in Foundations, a set that's going to be legal in Standard for the next several years, and while it isn't quite as important in the current Standard format as it was the last time it was in Standard, it is seeing some play, including in Bant decks that combine the bird payoffs from Bloomburrow and Final Fantasy, like Bart's and Boko and Valley Quest Caller. That said, it doesn't seem like that deck is primed to ascend to the top of the format or anything, but I do think it's likely the Hawk puts up some more top 8s in Standard in the future. At number 4, it's Hateful Eidolon. For 1 black mana, it's a 1/2 enchantment creature with lifelink, and whenever an enchanted creature dies, you draw a card for each aura you control that was attached to it. Having a 1 mana lifelinker that likes auras is pretty sweet, because as we've said numerous times, augmenting a lifelinker is great, and this pays you off even more for doing it, because if you slap an aura on the Eidolon or any other creature for that matter, you no longer have to worry about getting completely blown out when the creature dies because you'll get to draw a card. It also works with enchantments that can be used as removal, like Dead Weight, turning them into 2-for-1s. Hateful Eidolon saw a bit of play in Standard, but was far more successful in Pioneer and Historic, where it was regularly featured in Aura decks between 2020 and 2023. These decks were loaded with Aura payoffs, and while the deck is mostly built around SRUM, Hateful Eidolon does work similarly. You don't draw the card up front, but the Eidolon makes sure you get a card for auras when you might normally get blown out. Plus, it's even cheaper than SRAM and better to slap auras on than that dwarf is. However, it doesn't have any top 8 since 2023. That said, it has a pretty high score, and it'll take a while for it to lose its spot on the list. At number 3, it's Alseid of Life's Bounty. For 1 white mana, it's a 1/1 with lifelink, and you can pay 1 generic and sacrifice it to give target creature or enchantment you control protection from the color of your choice until end of turn. So this is a 1-drop that can do some work on its own early, and then later in the game it becomes like a bad Mother of Runes. There's just so much you can do with protection, from blanking removal spells to making a creature unblockable, so this ends up being a sweet 1-drop that's relevant all game long. In Standard, it was played in white weenie decks. It's also been featured in Pioneer, including alongside Hateful Eidolon and SRAM decks. More recently, it was used in the Amalia life gain combo. This is an aggro deck that also has a 2-card combo. If you get both Wild Growth Walker and Amalia into play, then when you explore, the Walker gets a counter and gains you life. Anytime you gain a life, Amalia will explore. Then the Walker gets a counter and gains you more life, which triggers Amalia again, who explores, and eventually she can destroy everything on the board and swing for lethal because this creates a loop. The Alseid is one of the many ways that can get the combo started, since you do need to either explore or gain life to start the chain, and turning the Alseid sideways is a good way to do that. It's also good at making sure your opponent can't break up the combo, since it can protect either the Walker or Amalia when it needs to. However, Amalia got banned in Pioneer, and it doesn't have any top 8 since then. However, it's a card that certainly has potential in Pioneer, since it's useful in lots of white creature-based decks. At number 2, it's Ocelot Pride. It's 1 mana for a 1/1 with first strike and lifelink, and it also has Ascend, which means that you gain the City's Blessing once you control 10 or more permanents, and once you do, that's a status you can't lose. Additionally, at the beginning of your end step, if you've gained life this turn, you make a 1/1 white cat creature token, and if you have the City's Blessing, for each token you control that entered this turn, you make a copy of it. Obviously, the Pride's own lifelink can help it trigger its in-step trigger, and because it has first strike, it can often attack very easily in the early game and get that trigger going, which in turn can allow you to quickly get the City's Blessing, at which point things really snowball. And of course, the Pride can also benefit from other sources of life gain, and it continues to be a very cheap, very absurd value engine, even once it can no longer attack. This is an insane 1-drop, as evidenced by the fact that it was just printed in 2024 and already has 70 points, which were more than enough to come in at number 2 on this list, and number 1 isn't far off. This is also true despite the fact that it was printed in Modern Horizons 3, which means that in paper, the only 60-card formats it's legal in are Modern, Legacy, and Vintage. And on Arena, there's only Historic and Timeless. It's a good thing its legality is limited, because it would utterly break formats with smaller card pools, as evidenced by the fact that it started dominating both Modern and Historic after being printed. It sees play alongside fellow Modern Horizons 3 powerhouses Guide of Souls and Flage Titan of Fire's Fury. In both formats, the Guide is another very cheap source of life gain, and Flage's Lightning Helix trigger becomes even more insane when you're also making tokens. Ultimately, Ocelot Pride had to get nerfed in Historic. They made it cost 1 additional mana, showing just how powerful it was there. The Pride even sees some play in Legacy, where its running mates are also frequently the Guide and Flage. Ocelot Pride is going to continue to rapidly put up top 8s, especially in Modern, and it eventually will be the number 1 card on this list. I just told you about Ocelot Pride, so let me tell you about something that I take pride in, my subscriber count. I'm almost at 100,000 subscribers, and I'd like to get there by the end of the year, so if you aren't subscribed, consider doing so to help me out. You won't regret it, since I put out regular Magic content every single week. And at number 1, it's Legion's Landing. The Landing itself isn't a 1/1 lifelinker, but it makes one. It's 1 white mana to make a 1/1 vampire token with the keyword. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, you can transform the Landing. Then it becomes a Danto the First Fort, a legendary land that can tap for white, and you can also pay 2 generic and a white to make a 1/1 vampire creature token with lifelink. This obviously helps you transform it, since it makes sure you get a creature on turn 1, and if you're good at curving out, transforming this is very doable, and once you do, you get a land that makes sure you never run out of stuff to do as you churn out more tokens. It also actually kind of ramps your mana, since it gives you a new land. While in Standard, it was played in white aggro decks, including token decks that were even better at going wide. It's also regularly been played in Pioneer ever since the format was created, and it got even better in the recent past thanks to the presence of decks that look to use Fear of Isolation and Nurturing Pixie to bounce stuff for value. Being able to get more tokens out of Legion's Landing is really great. The Landing also tends to be featured in decks that use Regal Bunnycorn, as any card that gives you 2 permanents for 1 mana goes great with that Rabbit Unicorn, which has power and toughness each equal to the number of non-land permanents you control. Legion's Landing is going to continue to put up top 8s in Pioneer, but at this point it seems inevitable that Ocelot Pride will overtake it at some point. So, those are Magic's best 1-mana lifelinkers. If you like playing out a creature with lifelink on turn 1, check out the description, where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. If you want to catch up on past videos, including many more that look at keyword abilities, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, typically the only cards you can play are the ones in your hand. However, there are many cards out there that let you play cards off the top of your library, with Onslaught's Future Sight the first such example. When you have a card like Future Sight in play, you kind of get to treat the top card of your library as an extension of your hand, and since the printing of Future Sight, it's actually become a fairly common effect, and there are now 70 cards out there that let you play cards off the top of your library. This kind of effect can generate serious card advantage and sometimes enable super absurd turns, since if you play one card off the top, there's now a new card on top of your library, so sometimes you can chain several spells or lands together if you have the mana and you hit the cards with the right types. In this MTG Top 10, we're going to look at the 10 cards that let you play cards from the top of your library that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic the Gathering. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get started, here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points, this includes events like Pro Tours, and a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes events like regional championships. At number 10, it's Cemetery Illuminator. For 1 generic and 2 blue mana, it's a 2/3 flyer that exiles a card from a graveyard when it enters or attacks. It also lets you look at the top card of your library at any time. This is a pretty common effect on this type of card. Generally, they either let you play with the top card of your library revealed, or they let you look at the top card of your library at any time. It is better for a card to only let you see the top card of your library, because in that case, it's just upside. It gives you information about what your next card is going to be, and that never hurts. Anyway, once each turn, the Illuminator lets you cast a spell from the top of your library if it shares a card type with a card exiled by the Illuminator. Unlike most versions of this effect, the Illuminator does cap how many times you can do it in a turn, but it can still allow you to get an extra card every turn, and the more cards you exile with it, the more likely it is that you can cast something. That's pretty sweet on a card that is already a fairly efficient flyer that also provides some graveyard hate. While in Standard, the Illuminator saw a bit of play in decks like Izzet Control and Mono Blue Tempo, but it's been more successful in Pioneer and its Arena variant, Explorer. In both formats, it's been typically featured in Spirit decks, which can do even more with Cemetery Illuminator thanks to Spirit payoffs like Rattle Chains and Mausoleum Wanderer. However, Cemetery Illuminator doesn't have any top 8 so far in 2025, and it may be done putting up top finishes. At number 9, it's Conspicuous Snoop. For 2 red mana, it's a 2/2 that has you play with your top card revealed, and it lets you cast goblins off the top of your library. Additionally, if the top card of your library is a goblin, the Snoop gains the activated abilities of that card. The Snoop is a unique version of this effect, mostly because sometimes you actually don't want to cast the card off the top, since the Snoop having the right activated ability is sometimes more valuable than casting the actual goblin. The printing of the Snoop in 2020 was a boon for goblin decks in multiple formats, because it gave those decks an easily accessible combo win condition that they could play alongside their usual aggro plan. And oftentimes, goblins have a problem of running out of gas, but this keeps that from ever happening. While Pioneer Goblin decks don't normally have a combo per se, they are pretty happy to gain access to the activated ability of Battlecry Goblin and Hobgoblet Bandit Lord when they're on the top of the library. Formats with larger card pools give the Snoop access to far more powerful activated abilities, so it provides the same value engine potential while also enabling some combos. Boggart Harbinger gives modern legacy and vintage goblin decks the ability to put whatever goblin they want on top, opening up all kinds of possibilities. Putting Kiki Jiki there is the most effective, as you can simply use Kiki's ability to copy the Snoop and repeat that as many times as you want. Then, once you have enough copies, you can use the last one to copy Boggart Harbinger and put Sling Gang Lieutenant or Mog Fanatic on top, and then sacrifice all of your goblins to kill your opponent. While it would be a stretch to call goblins one of the best decks in any of these formats, it is a deck that's often a factor, and that's allowed the Snoop to amass a significant number of top 8s ever since being printed, and it's likely to continue to add to that score, albeit not at an especially quick pace, though I think it will be enough for it to maintain a spot on this list for the foreseeable future. At number 8, it's Oracle of Mul Daya. For 3 generic and a green, it's a 2/2 that has you play with the top card of your library revealed, and it lets you play lands off the top, and it lets you play an additional land each turn. The combination of extra land drops and getting to play them off the top is great, as it can potentially give you 2 cards of value every turn off the top of your library. That makes it well worth playing this creature despite its very bad stat line. In Standard, it was played primarily in Valakut ramp decks, which looked to get as many mountains and Valakuts into play as quickly as possible, so that they could start bolting the opponent every time they play a mountain. While Primeval Titan was the main way of accomplishing this, the Oracle could help you get the Titan down earlier and really get things rolling. It was also played in Valakut decks in Extended, but these were Scapeshift Valakut decks that looked to amass a bunch of lands quickly, and then use Scapeshift to sacrifice them all, and search your library for basically all the mountains and Valakuts in it. Because Scapeshift puts them all into play at the same time, each mountain ends up doing 3 damage for each Valakut, so it's typically a game-winning play to cast Scapeshift, and the Oracle helped enable it. It's also been played in Modern Scapeshift and Legacy Cloudpost decks. Most recently, it's been played in Historic, an arena-only format, where it appeared in ramp decks looking to go off with Omnath Locus of Creation. Multiple land drops helps enable Omnath's insane landfall triggers. However, the Oracle hasn't put up any top 8 since 2020, and these days a 4-mana creature with only 2 toughness is a lot harder to play in the formats the Oracle is legal in, so it's probably done putting up top 8s. At number 7, it's the Reality Chip. For 1 generic and a blue, it's a legendary equipment that is also a 0/4 artifact creature that allows you to look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as it's attached to a creature, you can play lands and cast spells from the top of your library, and it has Reconfigure for 2 generic and a blue. You can pay that cost to attach it to a creature, or to unattach it and turn the chip back into a creature. Obviously, the chip has some serious power, because it lets you play lands and spells of any type. It becomes really easy to play multiple spells a turn. It didn't see any play in Standard, but it's seen plenty of play in both Pioneer and Modern. In the format, it used to be played in decks that used Karn the Great Creator. It would hang out in the sideboard in those decks until you use Karn's -2 to grab it when you're in a situation where you really needed to outcard your opponent. Karn eventually got banned out of Pioneer though, and the chip hasn't found a new home in the format. However, it's seen even more play in Modern, where it's been played in the equipment-focused Hammer Time deck, which is all about using Pure Steel Paladin and Sigarda's Aid to equip powerful equipment for free, like Colossus Hammer. The Reality Chip is sometimes featured as a singleton copy in the deck, one that can be grabbed by Stoneforge Mystic. Hammer Time decks have very low curves, fetch lands, and lots of card draw, so it's not hard to draw a huge chunk of your library each turn, which usually helps you find your Paladins and or Sigarda's Aids. That said, the Reality Chip hasn't shown up in a top 8 Hammer Time deck since very early this year, as some new cards have taken the slot it used to occupy, most notably Corey's Steelcutter. As such, the Reality Chip may have lost its home in Modern, but it's hard to count it out completely since it's such a powerful value engine. At number 6, it's Ranger Class. For 1 generic and a green, it's an enchantment with the class subtype, and it makes a 2/2 green wolf creature token when it enters. Because it's a class, you can pay mana at sorcery speed to level it up. You can level it up for 1 generic and a green, at which point you can put a +1/+1 counter on an attacking creature each turn, and if you take it to level 3 for 3 generic and a green, you get the effect that qualifies it for this list. It lets you look at the top card of your library at any time, and you can cast creature spells off the top. The baseline here is a 2-mana 2/2 wolf, and this has tons of upside. In Standard, it was a key card in mono-green aggro decks, and in Pioneer, it was played in Winota decks. These were all about getting non-humans into play and attacking with them while Winota is in play, and then cheating humans into play from your library tapped and attacking and indestructible. One of the best ways to do this was to run non-creatures that make non-human creature tokens, like Ranger Class. However, since the banning of Winota, it hasn't done much, and it doesn't have any top 8 since 2023. At number 5, it's Vivien Monster's Advocate. For 3 generic and 2 green, she's a planeswalker with the Vivien subtype and 3 starting loyalty, and it's her static effect that qualifies her for the list because she lets you look at the top card of your library at any time, and you can cast creature spells off the top. In addition to that effect, which is pretty sweet on its own, she also has a +1 that makes a 3/3 beast token, and you can choose to put a Vigilance, Reach, or Trample counter on it, and she has a -2 that makes it so your next creature spell allows you to tutor up a creature card with lesser mana value and put it on the battlefield. Basically, Vivien is going to make sure you have some creatures one way or another. While it's unlikely you can start ripping creatures off the top of your library the turn she comes down, her +1 gives you a formidable body that can even stop flyers, making it pretty likely she makes it to your next turn, at which point you can begin building an insane advantage thanks to all of her abilities. Vivien saw lots of play in Standard, appearing as the top curve threat in green aggro decks, and as more of a value play in mid-range decks. She's also been played in Pioneer in decks like Elves and Devotion to Green, and most recently she was played in the Amalia Life combo deck. This was an aggro deck that also has a combo. If you get both Wildgrowth Walker and Amalia into play, and then explore, the walker gets a counter and gains you life, which triggers Amalia, who explores, and this creates a loop where eventually she can destroy everything on the board but herself and swing for lethal. Vivian was mostly a sideboard card in that deck, brought in for grindier matchups. She was good at helping you find your combo pieces between her -2 and her ability to play creatures off the top. However, Amalia ultimately got banned in Pioneer, and since then, Vivian hasn't seen any play, and she isn't currently putting up top 8s in any format. At number 4, it's Experimental Frenzy. For 3 generic and a red, it's an enchantment that lets you look at the top card of your library, and it lets you play any card off the top. That's super broad, so they did have to give it a downside. You can't play cards from your hand. In other words, the card you draw every turn isn't something you have access to, but the top card is. Plus, they give you a way to get rid of the Frenzy in case you do draw something important. You can pay 3 generic and a red to destroy it. Giving red a card like this is pretty bold because red decks tend to run so many super cheap cards. It's basically the best color at ripping through a deck. Typically, the big weakness red decks have is that they can run out of gas if they don't win quickly enough. Well, Frenzy can help aggro and burn decks avoid that problem entirely, and indeed, those are the kinds of decks it was played in Standard and Pioneer. It's also been played in aggressive modern decks like Affinity, another deck that runs tons of cheap spells and can rip through the deck quite easily. However, in Legacy, the Frenzy is used in very different kinds of decks, like lands. A deck that, well, runs lots of lands as well as lots of effects like Exploration that allow you to make multiple land drops, so the deck has an easy time taking advantage of the Frenzy. Experimental Frenzy is still seeing regular success in Pioneer, and it's going to continue to add to its score. At number 3, it's Courser of Kruphix. For 1 generic and 2 green, it's a 2/4 enchantment creature, and you play with the top card of your library revealed, and you can play lands from the top of your library, and you also gain 1 life anytime a land enters the battlefield under your control. Like all of the cards in this list, Courser of Kruphix is of course a great value engine. Being able to play lands off the top of your library is a big deal, as every time you're able to do that, you're effectively drawing a card. Because you can play lands off the top, this helps you get closer to drawing non-lands while also adding to your resources in play, and that's just great. Gaining life all game long is also pretty nice, especially against more aggressive decks who struggle to attack through the Courser anyway. The Courser was heavily played in both Block and Standard formats where it was effectively a staple, appearing in just about every green deck there was. However, the Courser has proven itself outside of those formats too. It's been played in Modern, where it's done the most in Jund and Valakut decks, and it's also been played in Delirium and Ramp decks in Pioneer. However, so far in 2025, it doesn't have a single top 8, and if it doesn't start seeing play again, Experimental Frenzy may pass it one day. I just told you about Courser of Kruphix, who can gain you life, and there's something I'd like to gain too: subscribers. I'm trying to reach 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and I'm getting close to my goal. I'd really appreciate your assistance in helping me get there. At number 2, it's Bolas's Citadel. For 3 generic and 3 black, it's a legendary artifact that lets you look at the top card of your library at any time, and it lets you play cards off the top, and you don't even have to pay mana for them. Instead, you pay life equal to that card's mana value. You can also tap it and sacrifice 10 non-land permanents to make each opponent lose 10 life. While that last part might sound kind of like it's a throwaway effect, the Citadel can enable you to get lots of permanents in play all on its own, so it really isn't. And yeah, letting you play stuff off the top and making those cards free gives this card even more potential than most versions of this effect, since you don't need mana to cast things. That even means the turn this comes down, you can start going off. In Standard, Historic, and Pioneer, the Citadel was mostly played in sacrifice decks. These had a low curve and ran powerful sacrifice payoffs like Mayhem Devil. The deck could get even more value out of all the cards you could cast for free, and you could also go completely wild with the sacrifice ability. The deck also ran lots of cards that helped you go wide, so you could do sweet stuff with sacrifice fodder, and having Bastion of Remembrance plus the Citadel in play was another easy way to win and gain more lives so that you could keep ripping cards off the top. Bolas's Citadel has been occasionally played in both Modern and Legacy, but it's seen the most play by far in Vintage. That's not too surprising, given that Vintage is a format with lots of free spells, like the artifacts of the Power 9, and the more cheap spells you have, the better the Citadel gets. The Citadel has also become a popular tinker target in the format, since if you can cheat it into play in the very early game, things can get insane in a hurry. While it sees play in a wide swath of decks in Vintage, it's the most prolific in Storm decks, which look to cast as many spells in a turn as possible before winning the game with something like Tendrils of Agony, and the Citadel is great at helping you do that. Similarly, it's used in Paradoxical Outcome decks, which have an even lower curve than most Vintage decks, since it's loaded up with 0 mana artifacts that you plan on bouncing and recasting to draw lots of cards and chain outcomes together before drawing your whole deck and winning the game. Bolus's Citadel is going to continue to put up top 8s, especially in Vintage, and it has a shot at surpassing the number 1 card on the list in the future, although it isn't like that card is inactive or anything, because that card is Mystic Forge. For 4 generic mana, it's an artifact that lets you look at your top card, and it lets you cast artifact and colorless spells off the top. You can also tap it and pay 1 life to exile your top card. That can be useful when the top card of your library is neither an artifact or colorless spell, as it gives you another chance at starting a new chain of spells. This powerful artifact hasn't been easy to abuse in formats like Standard or Pioneer, but it's an important card in Modern, Legacy, and Vintage. Colorless decks in those formats run the Forge, whether they are focused on lands and casting big colorless spells with the Tron lands, or more focused on doing stuff with Eldrazi. While Mystic Forge was already really good, the printing of Glaring Fleshraker in Modern Horizons 3 pushed it to new heights, because anytime you cast a colorless spell, that Eldrazi spits out a 0/1 Eldrazi spawn that you can sacrifice for colorless mana, and whenever another colorless creature enters, it does 1 damage to each opponent. This makes it easier for you to cast more colorless stuff while also lowering your opponent's life total in a big way. In Legacy, there are decks simply named Mystic Forge that are interested more in comboing off with the Forge than they are in just using it to generate value. That deck is entirely colorless, and it's possible to rip through the entire thing in a single turn, and with a Fleshraker in play, that means it's game over. And it's also played in Mishra's Workshop decks in Vintage, which can power out the Forge on turn 1 with regularity. That was such a problem that Mystic Forge got restricted in Vintage, but the 1 copy of it that is allowed is still always played in Shops decks. Like the Citadel, it can be tinkered into play and tutored up in other ways, allowing these entirely colorless decks to go off. Mystic Forge is going to continue to see play in Modern, Legacy, and Vintage, and I think it will hold off Bolus's Citadel in the long run. So, those are Magic's best cards that let you play cards off the top of your deck. If just having your cards in hand isn't enough for you, check out the description, where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each of the cards in this video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including many more that look at mechanics and effects, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. One mana is a very small investment in Magic, but it's also usually the amount you spend on turn 1, and getting off to a good start is pretty important. But still, you don't really expect something game-breaking most of the time on turn 1, just a creature that helps you apply some pressure on your opponent. One of the best ways to do that is to play a 1 mana 1/1 with flying. That's a creature that is very likely to get in for a hit on turn 2, and its evasiveness can even play well later in the game against many opponents. Once you throw some extra abilities in, a 1 mana 1/1 flyer can be surprisingly formidable. It's a stat line and keyword combination that has been around since Alpha, where it was featured on Scrib sprites. However, though the sprites are older, the second oldest 1 mana 1/1 flyer is the one who you'll sometimes hear used as slang for this stat line and keyword combination, Flying Min. I chose to limit my list to creatures that have flying without you having to pay any sort of additional cost, so something like Putrid Imp, which gains flying when you discard a card, wasn't counted. In all, there were 67 cards eligible for this video, and in it we'll look at the 10 1 mana 1/1 flyers that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get started, here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points. This includes events like Pro Tours, and a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes events like Regional Championships. At number 10, it's Healer's Hawk. For 1 white mana, it's a 1/1 with flying and lifelink. Adding lifelink to a 1 mana 1/1 flyer is pretty nice, as it now means that you can bolster your own life total while pressuring your opponent from the very early game, and that can really disrupt a race. Also, while all 1 mana 1/1 flyers are great creatures to augment, one with lifelink is doubly so. Even just 1 counter or equipment on Healer's Hawk is going to make your opponent pretty frustrated. While in Standard, it was played in mono white and red white aggro decks, which of course loved curving out with creatures and killing the opponent quickly. Mono white decks ran ways to buff their whole board, like Banalish Marshal, while red white variants used heroic reinforcements. Both decks used Venerated Loxodon, a creature that you can power out with Convoke, and it also buffs everything that you tap for it. It was also played in enchantment-focused decks late in its time in Standard, and putting all that glitters on Healer's Hawk was pretty hard to beat, even just after a single swing, because of all the damage and all the life. It also sees some play in Pauper, a format where only commons are legal, where it's also appeared in white weenie decks. Healer's Hawk recently got a reprint in Foundations, a set that's going to be legal in Standard for the next several years, and while it isn't quite as important in the current Standard format as it was back in the late 20-teens, it is seeing some play in the format, including in banned decks that combine the bird payoffs from Bloomburrow and Final Fantasy, like Bart's and Boko and Valley Quest Caller. That said, it doesn't seem like that deck is primed to ascend to the top of the format or anything, but I do think that the Hawk is likely to put up some more top 8s while it's in Standard thanks to Foundations. At number 9, it's Merfolk Wind Robber. It costs 1 blue mana, and when it does combat damage to a player, that player mills a card. You can also sacrifice it to draw a card, but only if your opponent has 8 or more cards in the graveyard. So it's nice giving a cheap flyer a combat damage trigger, since they're likely to be able to get in, and that trigger will fire off. And while milling a single card isn't insane, it can certainly add up, especially when you have other mill stuff going on, which you probably do, because you're running this card in the first place. In a mill deck, you're also likely to gain access to the sacrifice ability, which is useful once your 1 mana 1/1 flyer is irrelevant. Merfolk Wind Robber's top 8s have come in Standard, Historic, and Pioneer, and all of them came in Dimir Rogue mill decks. These decks can simultaneously threaten to mill the opponent out and win the game with rogues who have payoffs for milling the opponent, most notably Soaring Thought Thief, which gives all of your rogues +1/+0 when your opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, and also mills 2 of your opponent's cards whenever 1 or more rogues you control attack. However, the Wind Robber doesn't have any top 8 since 2024, and it may lose its spot on this list in the future. At number 8, it's Fairy Seer. For 1 blue mana, it's a 1/1 flyer that also scries 2 when it enters. This card seems fairly unassuming, but having an evasive 1-drop that scries 2 is actually really good. It makes a lot more 7-card hands keepable since your 1-drop can smooth things out so nicely, and like everything else on this list, it gives you a creature that can do lots of damage over the course of the game. Fairy Seer is from Modern Horizons, and that means the only 60-card formats it's legal in are Modern, Legacy, Vintage, and because it's common, Pauper. The Seer's top 8s have come in Modern, Legacy, and Pauper, and almost exclusively in Ninja decks. This is because the Seer is one of the best possible ways to set up ninjutsu, a mechanic that lets you pay a cost, like 1 blue and a black for Ingenious Infiltrator, but you can only pay that alternate cost if you have a creature get through unblocked, and if you do pay it, the ninja goes to the battlefield tapped and attacking, and you return the originally unblocked creature to its owner's hand. The Seer gives you a cheap evasive creature that can get in unblocked very easily, but using ninjutsu with it also means you're going to get to cast it again, and scry 2 again too, helping you set up even more ninja nonsense. Fairy Seer is still putting up top 8s in Pauper right now, and it could move higher on the list in the future. At number 7, it's Nurturing Pixie, our second consecutive fairy. This one costs 1 white mana, and when it enters, you return up to 1 target non-fairy, non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand, and if you do return a permanent, the Pixie enters with a +1/+1 counter. Yeah, that's a lot of upside on a 1 mana 1/1 flyer. While it's true that bouncing one of your permanents to your hand isn't really worth it for a +1/+1 counter, that's only true if you're bouncing some random permanent. You can unlock the Pixie's true potential by using it to return stuff to your hand that does nothing but give you extra value. In Standard, the Pixie has bounced Hopeless Nightmare and Nowhere to Run. The first is a discard spell that even pressures your opponent's life, and the other is a removal spell. So in those cases, you get an above-rate creature who will generate additional full cards of value. These self-balanced decks were so good that Hopeless Nightmare and another of the deck's enablers, This Town Ain't Big Enough, both got banned, but the Pixie is still seeing play in the current Standard, which now has Cryogen Relic, an artifact that lets you draw a card when it enters or leaves the battlefield. It's also played in Pioneer, where Hopeless Nightmare is still legal. Nurturing Pixie is in a good spot to keep putting up top 8s in both Standard and Pioneer in the future. At number 6, it's Fairy Miscreant, our third consecutive fairy. When it enters, if you control another creature named Fairy Miscreant, draw a card. It's definitely a very specific payoff, but a 1 mana 1/1 flyer that draws you a card is actually a pretty insane Magic card. And even being one a small percentage of the time is really good, and the fail case here is that 1 mana 1/1 flyer, which gets even better when you have various ways to synergize with it. For example, while in Standard, it saw play in Flying Aggro decks, which used favorable winds and Empyrean Eagle to buff every creature in the deck. It's also played in Dimir aggro decks and Pioneer, which feature ninjutsu, most notably Kaito Bane of Nightmares, a planeswalker with ninjutsu that the fairy is great at enabling. It's been the most successful in Pauper though, where it appears in just about any blue aggro or tempo deck. Fairy Miscreant is going to continue to put up top 8s in both Pauper and Pioneer, and it will have a higher spot on this list in the future. At number 5, it's Phoenix Chick. It costs 1 red mana for a 1/1 with flying and haste, but it can't block. It can come back from the graveyard whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures and you pay 2 red mana, and if you do that, it returns to the battlefield tapped and attacking with a +1/+1 counter on it. This is a powerful design. It can attack right away, unlike the other 1 mana 1/1 flyers on this list, and that's pretty significant when it comes to your 1-drop. And if it ever does go down, you can bring it back bigger and better than before. And if you're bringing this Phoenix back while you're making a big attack, your big turn just became an absolutely massive one. All of that made the Chick one of the best 1-drops for red aggro decks while it was in Standard, and it's been featured in Pioneer too. But so far in 2025, it only has a single point, and it's also no longer legal in Standard. So I think Phoenix Chick's best days are behind it. At number 4, it's Judge's Familiar. For a white-blue hybrid mana, this 1 mana 1/1 flyer also comes with an activated ability. You can sacrifice it to counter target instant or sorcery spell, unless its controller pays 1 generic mana. It's pretty sweet that you can roll this out on turn 1 and attack with it while it can get in for damage, and then later in the game it can be cashed in to counter a spell, and it's the kind of card that has an impact on the game even when you don't use the ability, because your opponent has to wait until they get 1 more mana to even cast their instants and sorceries. Otherwise, they're effectively turning whatever spell it is into a mediocre removal spell. And making opponents take 1 more turn to cast board sweepers or spot removal is a huge deal in aggro decks. The fact that it has a hybrid cost also means it can be played in a wide variety of decks. Sure, you can play it in Azorius, where it'll be really easy to cast, but any deck with white or blue can play it without too much trouble. For example, in both Block and Standard, it was played in Selesnya and Boros aggro decks. While it's done the most by far in Standard, where it was most frequently featured in Devotion to Blue decks, it's actually put up at least 2 points in every format it's ever been legal in, always appearing in aggro or tempo decks. In Modern, Legacy, and Vintage, it's been featured in Hate Bear and Death and Taxes. These are creature decks that run lots of aggressive, disruptive creatures, and you can see how Judge's Familiar fits the bill there. More recently, however, it's been played in Pauper White Weenie. It only became legal there last year, with a common reprint in Ravnica Remastered. Judge's Familiar is definitely going to keep putting up top 8s in Pauper, and its multi-format success makes it difficult to ever count out in any format entirely. At number 3, it's Mausoleum Wanderer. For 1 blue mana, it's a 1/1 flyer, and whenever another spirit enters under your control, the Wanderer gets +1/+1 until end of turn. You can also sacrifice it to counter target instant or sorcery spell, unless its controller pays X, where X is Mausoleum Wanderer's power. The Wanderer is pretty close to being a strictly better Judge's Familiar. The one thing that prevents that comparison from being accurate is the fact that the Familiar's mana cost is more flexible, but if you're playing a mono blue deck, the Wanderer is definitely better, since it can grow and it can even be better at countering spells when it does grow. With a card like this, it's no mystery what type of decks it's been played in, since it's particularly potent alongside lots of spirits, which allow it to feel even more efficient than it already is, since it can often attack as a 2/2 or a 3/3, and it also gets even better at countering those spells. While it saw a bit of play in Standard spirits, that format didn't have access to enough awesome spirits to really have sustained success in the format, but it's been significantly more successful in both Pioneer and Modern, and it's still seeing play in spirit decks in the former. It's pretty much the ideal 1-drop for those decks, so it may move higher on the list in the future. It's just so good at being aggressive and disruptive at the same time. At number 2, it's Spyglass Siren. For 1 blue mana, it's a 1/1 flyer, and when it enters, you create a map token. That's an artifact token that lets you pay 1 generic and tap it and sacrifice it, and target creature you control explores, but you can only activate it as a sorcery. So when a creature explores, that means you reveal the top card of your library and put that card into your hand if it's a land. Otherwise, you put a +1/+1 counter on the creature, and you put the card back or put it into your graveyard. In other words, you either draw a card or get a counter and surveil 1. Both of those outcomes are pretty good, since you're only spending 1 mana, and you get that value on top of the Siren simply being a 1 mana 1/1 flyer. You can use the map to explore with the Siren too, so it effectively ends up being a 2 mana 1/1 flyer that draws you a card, or a 2 mana 2/2 flyer that surveils 1, and those outcomes are both pretty good. And maps give you way more upside on top of that, like if your deck cares about artifacts, or sacrificing permanents, or counters, or cards that pay you off for having lots of permanents in general, or for targeting creatures, and it sees play in multiple Standard decks interested in doing all of those things. It's also been heavily played in blue tempo decks and Pioneer since being printed, It's just a 1-mana flyer that gives you a ton of value, so it's not going to stop seeing play anytime soon. And at number 1, it's Spectral Sailor. It comes with Flash, and it has an activated ability for 3 generic and a blue that draws you a card. This gives you a nice early game evasive creature with some very good late game value. The Sailor has had a variety of homes in Standard, including Simic Flash and Blue-White Control, both decks that look to take advantage of the fact that you could leave mana up during your opponent's turn and still add to the board with a Flash creature, but its most powerful home was Wilderness Reclamation decks. These abuse the mana Reclamation could generate in a variety of ways, and while drawing extra cards with the Sailor isn't as busted as many of the other things the deck could do, the deck was also happy to have a mana sink that draws them cards to find themselves a win condition. That deck was so good that Reclamation got banned out of the format, but Spectral Sailor has also seen significant play in both Pioneer and Modern, where it's been played in Spirit decks alongside Mausoleum Wanderer. It also got a reprint in Foundations last year, making it legal in Standard again, and as a result it's been seeing play in plenty of tempo decks in the format, often alongside Spyglass Siren. The Sailor is still very actively putting up top 8s in both Standard and Pioneer, and because it often sees play alongside the Siren and the Wanderer, it'll be difficult for the number 2 or number 3 card to ever surpass it. So, those are Magic's best 1-mana 1/1 flyers. If you like getting the game started with a little evasive dude, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including many more that look at stat lines and keywords, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, most of the time to cast a creature, all you need to do is pay its mana cost and it goes on the stack. However, this isn't true of all creatures, some of which require additional costs in order to be cast. These requirements want you to clear some extra hurdle in order to get the creature on the battlefield, and as such, most creatures who require additional costs are super powerful to make up for the extra trouble they put you through. While there are some additional costs that you may pay in order to give a card additional upside, like how Rottenmouth Viper allows you to sacrifice non-land permanents when you cast it to reduce its cost by 1 generic for each one you sacrifice, I ultimately decided I only wanted the cards on this list to be additional costs that are required. In all, there were 43 cards eligible, and in this video we'll look at the 10 required additional cost creatures that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic the Gathering. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get started, here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points. This includes events like Pro Tours. And a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes events like Regional Championships. At number 10, it's Demon of Catastrophes. For 2 generic and 2 black, it's a 6/6 with flying and trample, and it requires you to sacrifice a creature as an additional cost. Obviously, this is a very impressive creature for 4 mana, one that can end the game in a few swings, and that's great, because it's also incredibly challenging to block entirely thanks to its 2 keywords. While sacrificing is legitimately an additional cost, and it means you can't cast this on an empty board, for example, Black does often have enough nice sacrifice fodder to make a card like the Demon work fairly well. Its top 8s all came in Standard in decks with plenty of the aforementioned fodder, like Gutter Bones, who it was easy to bring back. In other words, those decks could really mitigate against the Demon's downside, and when you can do that, it becomes a pretty scary creature. However, Demon of Catastrophes doesn't have any top 8 since 2019, and it may lose its spot on this list in the future. At number 9, it's Stitched Drake. For 1 generic and 2 blue mana, it's a 3/4 with flying, and as an additional cost to cast it, you have to exile a creature card from your graveyard. So as long as you can get a creature into your graveyard, you can get access to this very efficient flyer. That's not the most challenging additional cost ever, but it is still an extra requirement you have to fulfill where this Drake is stuck in your hand. While in Standard, it was played in creature-heavy Illusion aggro decks, which didn't usually have much of a problem having a creature in their graveyard by turn 3, It's also been played in Pauper Mono Blue Tempo decks, but it doesn't have any top 8 since 2019, so its spot on this list is definitely in danger. At number 8, it's Cobbled Lancer, which is 1 blue mana for a very impressive 3/3, and it has the same additional cost as Stitch Drake. You have to exile a creature card from your graveyard. Anyway, in addition to being a 1 mana 3/3, the Lancer also does stuff in the graveyard, because you can pay 3 generic and a blue and exile it to draw a card. In other words, the Lancer is both a nice payoff for having a stocked graveyard, and a way to take advantage of that fact. While it has the same total score as Stitch Drake, it has more first-tier top 8, so it got the higher spot on the list, and all of its points came at the 2022 World Championship, where it was played in the Explorer format, which is effectively Magic Arena's version of Pioneer. There, it was featured in mono blue aggro decks, but it doesn't have a single top 8 since then. At number 7, it's Gold Medal Stalwart. It's 1 white mana for a 2/2, but you have to pay 1 of 2 additional costs. You can either pay 3 generic, or reveal a Kithkin from your hand. Obviously enough going the Kithkin route is the better one, and it allows you to run this thing out on turn 1 when it's at its very best, because paying 4 mana for a 2/2 is actually completely horrendous. As such, it probably doesn't come as a surprise that Gold Medal Stalwart was played in Kithkin decks in both Block and Standard, which could obviously get even more value out of the Stalwart because it was a Kithkin, so stuff like Wizened Sen could buff it, and it could be tapped to give Cloud Goat Ranger +2/+0 and flying until end of turn. However, Kithkin decks haven't really been viable in any format since 2009. We are returning to Lorwyn early next year, and it's not entirely impossible that we get some good Kithkin stuff in the set, or even a reprint of this card, in which case it has a pretty good chance of putting up more top 8s in the future. At number 6, it's Skob Ruinator, another big blue Innistrad zombie with an additional cost that requires you to exile creatures from the graveyard, in this case, 3 of them. But you get to pay 1 generic and 2 blue for a massive 5/6 flyer that itself can also be cast from the graveyard. This means if you're great at loading the graveyard, milling this, and a bunch of other creatures gives you access to it without ever having to draw it. While in Standard, it saw play in Birthing Pod decks. This deck specialized in using the pod to sacrifice creatures for value, and moving up a chain to more and more powerful creatures as you did so, while also reaping the benefits of enters and death triggers. The Ruinator worked nicely in the deck because your graveyard was usually filled with creatures you had sacrificed, so casting it was easy, whether you're doing it from your hand or from the graveyard after it's already been sacrificed to the pod, and it can be sacrificed multiple times to the pod, which is pretty great. It's also seen occasional play in Modern, including in Merfolk decks. Obviously the Ruinator isn't a Merfolk, but these decks do have a lot of creatures, and they use Aether Vial, which can help you get around the Ruinator's additional cost and just put it into play directly. It also sees occasional play in Modern Dredge, especially after Stitcher's Supplier got printed. This one creature can load the graveyard incredibly quickly, making the Ruinator more viable. However, it never caught on in a big way in Modern Merfolk or Dredge, and it doesn't have any top 8 since 2020. At number 5, it's Souls of the Lost. For 1 generic and a black, it's a creature with power equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard, and its toughness is equal to that number +1. But as an additional cost to cast it, you have to sacrifice a permanent or discard a card. In this case, the additional cost does provide some upside, since it can make the souls bigger, but it does also make it a little bit harder to find a window where you want to cast it. Obviously enough, Souls of the Lost really thrives in graveyard decks, and it's being played in Standard right now, as there are lots of amazing ways to load the graveyard in the format, like Overlord of the Baelmerk and Town Greeter. It also sees some play in Pioneer and Modern graveyard decks, which have access to the aforementioned Stitcher's Supplier and many other sweet cards to get permanents into the graveyard. In addition to just working nicely with itself, the souls can also help set up your other graveyard nonsense, like by discarding Parhelion 2 to bring it back with Greasefang in Pioneer, or by discarding Archon of Cruelty in Modern to bring it back with Emperor of Bones. Souls of the Lost is in a great spot in multiple formats right now and is likely to continue to put up top 8s, and it's got a great shot at moving higher on the list in the future. At number 4, it's Ren's Run Vanquisher. It's part of the same Lorwyn cycle as Gold Medal Stalwart, meaning it's an above-rate creature that has an additional cost that requires you to reveal a creature of a particular type from your hand or pay an additional mana cost. In this case, you can reveal an elf or pay 3 generic, and it's 1 generic and a green for a 3/3 with Death Touch. A creature like the Vanquisher is formidable on turn 2, and thanks to Death Touch, it's pretty much always relevant. Unsurprisingly, the Vanquisher has been played in Elf decks in Block, Standard, and Extended, but it doesn't have any top 8 since 2011, and Souls of the Lost is almost certainly going to pass it in the near future. At number 3, it's Fear of Isolation. For 1 generic and a blue, it's a 2/3 enchantment creature with flying. As an additional cost to cast it, you have to return a permanent you control to its owner's hand. While it does take some setup, after all, if you don't have any other permanents, then you have to return a land to your hand when you cast this. But there are also lots of ways to generate sweet value with this additional cost, and that's amazing, since you're also getting an above-rate creature. In Standard, it's played alongside Nurturing Pixie in Esper decks as one of the main cards that enables you to get sweet value by bouncing things to your hand. Hopeless Nightmare and Nowhere to Run are particularly nasty, as each of them is an enchantment with an enters trigger that gives you at least a card worth of value, and if you're picking up your removal or discard spell with Fear of Isolation, it definitely feels like the additional cost here is just really, really good. Ultimately, Hopeless Nightmare and another enabler for the deck that also had some combo potential, This Town Ain't Big Enough, got banned in Standard in June of this year, but Fear of Isolation hasn't stopped seeing play entirely. It and the Pixie are still teaming up in Standard, where they are great for helping you trigger Cosmogrand Zenith's powerful double spell trigger, and Cryogen Relic has proven to be a really great card to bounce with the Fear and Pixie, since it draws when it enters and leaves the battlefield. The Fear is also played in Pioneer, where it shows up in Dimir control decks that can still go crazy with Hopeless Nightmare among other things, like the Kamigawa Channel lands, which are sweet to bounce to your hand when you want the spell-like effect. Fear of Isolation is going to continue to put up top 8s in both Standard and Pioneer. I just told you about Fear of Isolation, so let me tell you about one of my biggest fears, not hitting 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. I'm getting close to my goal, and if you want to keep me from being scared, hit the subscribe button and help me get there. At number 2, it's Abhorrent Oculus. Like Fear of Isolation, this is a Duskmourn card with an additional cost that is already doing really, really well. For 2 generic and a blue, it's an impressive 5/5 flyer that also manifests dread at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep. This means you look at your top 2 cards and put one into play face down as a 2/2 and put the other in the graveyard. The face down card can be turned face up at any time for its mana cost if it's a creature. In other words, this spits out a 2/2 with significant upside during your opponent's turn every time, so of course this powerhouse needs to have some kind of additional cost. And it does. You have to exile 6 cards from your graveyard. So yeah, this is like Stitch Drake or Scab Ruinator on steroids. It's way scarier than either of them, and it helps you with other graveyard synergies thanks to Manifest Dread. So it does largely have a heftier requirement to cast it, but it turns out it's well worth the effort in every single one of Magic's formats. That's right, this is already played everywhere, including in Legacy and Vintage. There are plenty of ways to load the graveyard quickly, even in Standard, so the Oculus is even seeing play there. One nasty thing decks in Standard do to get around Abhorrent Oculus's additional cost is reanimate it on the cheap with something like Helping Hand. There are Pioneer decks that can definitely get 6 cards in the graveyard for it too, but they're also pretty happy to use Neoform on a 2-drop like Philology Archaeologist to tutor up the Oculus and put it directly on the battlefield without having to worry about any additional cost. While it's been successful everywhere, so far Modern is the format where it's been the most successful. It appears there in Reanimator decks with a similar structure to the other decks we've discussed. That is, the deck can definitely fill the graveyard quickly and cast it, but these decks also have Unearth to bring back the Oculus for 1 mana. It also sometimes sees play alongside Murktide Regent, who actively likes it when the Oculus gobbles up instants and sorceries. Basically, Abhorrent Oculus has become one of the best win conditions for control decks in the entire Modern format. It sees play in even more potent Reanimator decks in Legacy and Vintage, which have access to absurd cards like Entomb and Reanimate. Abhorrent Oculus is currently seeing play in every format it's legal in, and that's a recipe for a card to put up an insane score. I mean, it already has one and hasn't even been around for a full year, so it will quite easily be the number 1 card in this list in the future. For now though, that number 1 card is Silvergill Adept, the 3rd card from Lorwyn's additional cost reveal cycle to make the list. For 1 generic and a blue, it's a 2/1 that draws you a card when it enters, so it's not overstated the way the Gold Medal Stalwart and Ren's Run Vanquisher are. However, it does give you a 2-for-1, so the fact it's a 2/1 that does that is even more impressive than anything those cards can do. In this case, the additional cost is revealing a Merfolk from your hand or paying 3 generic mana. It might not be quite as flashy as the Oculus, but like it, the Adept has put up top 8s in every format it's ever been legal in. albeit never at the same absurd rate as the Oculus. That's because the Oculus fits into basically any graveyard deck in any format, while the Adept has to be more specifically played in Merfolk decks. And while Merfolk decks have been relevant everywhere at one time or another, that still limits it to one super specific kind of deck. And indeed, it's been one of the best Merfolk in the game ever since being printed in 2007. It even got a reprint in Rivals of Ixalan, giving it legality in Standard again and making it legal in Pioneer too, although neither of those formats has really had the critical mass of Merfolk and payoffs for them that is necessary to make this card great. But that critical mass definitely exists in Modern, Legacy, and Vintage, where a plethora of lords makes it easy for Merfolk decks to overwhelm their opponents in a hurry. The Adept gives you a nice body that can also help you find more of your lords. Silvergill Adept is still seeing play, but as I've already indicated, Abhorrent Oculus is going to pass it in the very, very near future. So, those are Magic's best creatures that require you to pay additional costs. If you like having to jump through extra hoops to play your creatures, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe, and if you want to catch up on past MTG Top 10s, and there are over 900 of them, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, cards that can counter spells have been around since the beginning, with actual counterspell printed in limited edition alpha. Since those earliest days, countering a spell has been a very powerful effect, as it simply allows you to remove a card from the stack and put it into the graveyard without letting it resolve. In other words, counterspells simply allow you to say no. And because this effect is so great, there have been tons of powerful counterspells over the years, so much that I've done lots of top 10s on counterspells in various categories, including one on just the best counterspells overall, although that last one could probably use an update. Anyway, the point is, counterspells are usually pretty awesome, but not all of them are. And that's what I'm here to tell you about today, the worst counterspells ever printed. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get to the list, here's a brief word on my methodology for this list. While it is, of course, somewhat subjective anytime we talk about the worst cards in the game, cards for my worst list do have to meet two primary criteria. They have to have never top 8'd anything, and they can't be widely played in EDH. This way, we're evaluating how bad a counterspell is by also making sure it wasn't good in any context, including its original constructed context. For example, Hisoka's Defiance looks pretty awful to us today, but it was actually a legitimate sideboard card in Kamigawa Block constructed and put up 2 Pro Tour top 8s, because that format had enough spirits and arcane spells for it to have enough targets. Basically, it did what it was printed for, so it's hard to consider it one of the worst counterspells ever printed. In other words, this is a list of counterspells that aren't worth playing and have never been worth playing in any format. This is actually the second time I've done a list on the worst counterspells, but the last time was more than 7 years ago, and the quality of my videos and my research has improved a ton in that time, so I definitely thought it was time to do a new version of it. Alright, let's get to the list, starting with Fervent Denial. For 3 generic and 2 blue, it counters a spell, and it has flashback for 5 generic and 2 blue. So the going rate for a counterspell that can counter anything is about 3 mana, like Cancel. And it's not like that card is ever very good, but it is kind of the baseline for counterspells. One of the big downsides about counterspells is that you have to have mana up at the right time to cast them, and the cheaper one is, the easier that becomes. So if one is more expensive than 3 mana, it needs to do something significant to make up for it, and if it's cheaper than that, even if it's kind of restricted, it still tends to be a solid card or better. Fervent Denial is way more expensive at 5 mana, and while I do always love 2-for-1s, having flashback for even more mana doesn't do enough to save this from being one of the worst counterspells ever. Sure, you might get a 2-for-1, but this is so expensive that you'll basically never counter something cheaper, and you're going to be overpaying every time. Plus, having a counterspell that isn't online at all until you have 5 mana is absolutely brutal. By that point, who knows what your opponent has resolved. This is just too slow and clunky to be remotely good, but it is the least bad card on this list, since at least it has 2-for-1 potential, unlike everything else on it. At number 9, it's Mind Static. For 3 generic and a blue, it counters a spell unless its controller pays 6 generic. So here's another counterspell that is more expensive than the very mediocre cancel, and in this case, it also has a This is because you can choose to counter your own thing, and then you get to reap the rewards of these cards. Now, they still aren't good at doing that, hence their presence on this list. After all, that means you have to cast something and have the 4 mana left over to counter it to get your reward, and that's far from easy to line up. But the fact that these can potentially be abused at all is something you can't really say about any of the other cards on this list, which basically never have situations like that. So yeah, obviously you're overpaying for a counterspell here, and getting outvalued at the same time when you use these on your opponent, but they can be used in some really bad combos too, and for me, that means that they don't deserve to be too much higher on the list. At number 6, it's Hisoka Minamo Sensei. That's right, a creature. Normally, creatures end up lower on a list where the other cards can't really impact the board itself, since they can at least do that, but Hisoka is so freaking inefficient that he may as well not add to the board at all. For 2 generic and 2 blue, he's a 1/3, and you can pay 2 generic and a blue and discard a card to counter a spell if it has the same mana value as the discarded card. Yeah, 4 mana for a 1/3 is terrible, and this activated ability is awful too. Sure, paying 3 mana for a repeatable counterspell sounds good, but Hisoka is way too particular about what he can put a stop to. The card he counters has to have the exact same mana value as the card you discard, unlike other effects where we see mana value or less. And making that lineup consistently is a very real challenge, and it will often mean that he has no activated ability at all. So in many situations, Hisoka ends up being a vanilla 4 mana 1/3 since his counter ability is so dang inaccessible, and that's a horrible card. At number 5, it's Second Guess. This counterspell only costs 1 generic and a blue. It's even easier to cast than Counterspell, but they made it so narrow that the efficiency really doesn't matter. After all, it can only counter the second spell that gets cast in a turn. Sure, sometimes it'll line up so that you are actually countering something you really wanted to counter, and when you can pay 2 for that, that's going to feel good. But it's also very far from guaranteed your opponent will even cast a second spell in the turn, and this will often just be a blank piece of cardboard hanging out in your hand. Basically, it's just way too narrow to reliably do anything, and that makes it one of the worst counterspells ever printed. At number 4, it's Frazzle, another expensive counterspell. This one costs 3 generic and a blue, and yet it has a hefty restriction. It can only counter non-blue spells. So yeah, I'm telling you that you have to fork over 4 mana for a card that can't even counter spells in what is arguably the most heavily played color in the entire game. I mean, sure, it's definitely less narrow than Second Guess, but you're also paying twice the mana. Would it really have been too good if this was just 4 mana to counter any spell? I mean, obviously the answer is no, so I don't even understand what they were thinking when they printed this particular card. At least stuff like Second Guess and Fold into Aether occupy some interesting design space. Frazzle is just a counterspell with downside that costs way too much mana, and there's nothing interesting about that. At number 3, I've got Molten Influence, a red counterspell, except not really, since it will almost never counter anything. It's one generic and a red, and it can counter an instant or sorcery, but only if your opponent doesn't take 4 damage. Yeah. I know this card has its defenders out there, as evidenced by the fact that this is the most heavily played card on this list in Commander, but this card is terrible. It can only counter 2 card types, and because your opponent can choose to take 4, it won't even do that most of the time. I mean, sure, the dream is that your opponent is at 4 less life, and you cast this and you really get them, but that makes this even more narrow than it already is. And like, letting your opponent make this choice means they're always going to choose what's optimal for them too. So no matter the outcome, unless they're at 4 or less life, you're not really going to do something meaningful, because either they don't really care that you countered their spell, or they really want the spell to resolve, so they'll take 4 damage, and then their much better spell will resolve and likely make a huge impact on the game. Casting this just feels bad all the time. It's kind of unfair that black got Dash Hopes. It can go after any spell, and the player has to pay 5 life to stop it, so it can counter a wider variety of things, and that 1 additional life does make a difference when it comes to your opponent having to make the decision. So as such, Dash Hopes has actually seen some play in 60 card formats on occasion, but Molten Influence is much, much worse. At number 2, it's Cephalid Shrine. For 1 generic and 2 blue mana, it's an enchantment, and whenever a player casts a spell, it gets countered unless that player pays X, where X is a number of cards in all graveyards with the same name as that spell. Yeah, so this is an enchantment you sink 3 mana into, and it doesn't do anything at all immediately. That's never a good starting point, and it won't do anything ever unless spells with the right names end up in graveyards. Obviously, that's almost entirely useless in a singleton format like Commander, unless you're playing someone using Relentless Rats or something, but it's not good in 60 card formats either, partly because it's symmetrical. That's right, while this might have a little something to it if it was only one-sided, it isn't. And you also end up getting punished by the Shrine for playing multiples of cards, which, you know, all 60 card decks do. That's made even more terrible when you consider the fact that you're the one who spent the mana and the card in getting this thing into play in the first place, meaning you've already set yourself back to start with. And that makes this one of the worst counterspell cards ever printed, but I do think there's one that's even worse. And that's Eternities Trickery. For 1 blue mana, it can counter a spell if it was kicked. So, unlike most of the cards on this list which are super expensive to cast, this one is just about as cheap as possible. But like Second Guess, it's also insanely limited, even more so than that bad counterspell. While it's true, Kicker was all over the place in Invasion Block, and we've seen it return several more times since then, and these days there are more than 200 cards with Kicker, but this card is still far too limited in what it can do. That's partly because it can only counter the spells when they are kicked. If it could counter any spell that has Kicker, it would be significantly more flexible and still not broken, because it would still be pretty hard to use consistently, but the fact it can only stop spells that have been kicked means that this won't ever do anything in a huge number of games, since most Kicker costs are fairly expensive late game plays. And sure, when you do get to counter something that your opponent spends 7 or 8 mana on for only 1 mana, it feels pretty good, but until that point, you may as well have mulligan, since you're using a card that hoses a super specific mechanic and doesn't even do a good job of it. And that's what makes Eternities Trickery the worst counterspell ever printed. So those are my picks for the worst counterspells in Magic. If you want to own any of them, because maybe you like overpaying for counterspells or having cards be useless in your hand, check out the description, where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including many more that look at the worst cards in the game, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, when people think about ways to cheat huge creatures into play, they often think of reanimation, effects that bring a creature back from the graveyard, or perhaps Oath of Druids, which lets you put the top creature in your library directly on the battlefield. However, there is one other prominent way to put a creature into play early, and that's to use an effect that lets you put a creature from your hand onto the battlefield, like Elvish Piper. A creature with an activated ability that lets you do exactly that. Because I started playing Magic in Urza's block, I think of this kind of effect as an Elvish Piper effect, especially because I built a deck that put big green worms into play with it, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. However, Elvish Piper is not the first card with this kind of effect. That card is actually much older. Legends Triassic Egg. Effects that let you put a creature from your hand directly on the battlefield are generally more expensive and slower than reanimation effects are, and overall reanimation spells are far more powerful. But these Elvish Piper effects deserve some attention too. To be eligible for this list, a card had to allow you to put a creature from your hand directly on the battlefield. I chose to exclude cards that let you put permanents of other types on the battlefield as well, like Show and Tell, as those effects are markedly different, even if they can allow you to put a creature on the battlefield. In all, there are 48 cards that let you put a creature from your hand onto the battlefield, and in this video we'll look at the 10 that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic the Gathering. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get started, here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points, this includes events like Pro Tours, and a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes events like regional championships. At number 10, it's Quicksilver Amulet. It's an artifact that costs 4 generic, and you can pay 4 and tap it to put a creature from your hand onto the battlefield. True to its name, Quicksilver Amulet can put a creature onto the battlefield really fast, that is, at instant speed. So if you have one of those in play and a bunch of cards in your hand, your opponent really has to think twice about how to spend their turn, partly because you could put something down to ambush block, and partly because they have no way of knowing what you might have on the battlefield on your next turn until it's too late. While it was originally printed in Urza's Legacy, it didn't see any play in its original run through Blocker's Standard, mostly because Urza's block was insanely busted, but not so much when it came to creatures. So there wasn't really anything worth cheating into play at the time with this, not when you could just combo off on turn 2 with all kinds of nonsense. However, after a reprint in Magic 2012, it did see some play in Standard, because now there were plenty of awesome things to cheat into play, like the Eldrazi Titans, the scariest of which was Emrakul the Aeon's Torn. While you don't get the Time Walk cast trigger when you put it into play with the amulet, that's fine, because you can put it into play at the end of your opponent's turn, untap and smash in for 15, while making them sacrifice 6 permanents, and that's usually game over. It's also been successful in Modern, where it has appeared as a sideboard card in Reanimator decks, and an important one. When going up against someone you know is siding in copious graveyard hate, bringing in the amulet suddenly becomes a better way to cheat your creatures into play. It also has a single legacy top 8 where it was used in a similar manner. However, Quicksilver Amulet doesn't have any top 8 since 2022, so it is likely to lose its spot on this list in the long run. At number 9, it's Garruk, Caller of Beasts. For 4 generic and 2 green, he's a 4 loyalty planeswalker with the Garruk type. He qualifies for this list because of his -3, which lets you put a green creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. While that's a bit more restrictive than some versions of this effect, it's also a pretty powerful thing for a planeswalker to do, because if nothing else, the huge creature he lets you put on the board can protect him. He's also got a +1 that reveals the top 5 cards of your library, and you put all creature cards revealed that way into your hand, so he's capable of drawing you lots of cards and setting up that -3. And he's also got a -7 that gives you an emblem that lets you search up a creature from your library and put it on the battlefield anytime you cast a creature spell. So yeah, like most planeswalkers, he has some pretty powerful abilities that can both add to the board and draw you lots of cards, and pretty much a game-breaking ultimate. As such, it's not too surprising that he saw significant play while he was in Standard, where he appeared in Green Ramp and Devotion decks. One of the nastier plays in those decks was to play Garruk and then -3 for Hornet Queen in the same turn. The Queen brought along so many Death Touch bodies that it would be virtually impossible for your opponent to stop you from running away with the game. However, Garruk has been inactive since 2014 and is another Elvish Piper that is likely to lose its spot on the list. At number 8, it's Smuggler's Surprise. For 1 green mana, it's an instant, and it has Spree, which means you can pay extra mana when you cast it to add any of these additional effects to it. It's the second option that qualifies it for this list, as you can pay 4 generic and a green to put 2 creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. You can also pay 2 generic to mill 4 and put 2 creature and or land cards from among the milled cards into your hand, and you can pay 1 generic to give your creatures with power 4 or greater hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. So yeah, this is a modal spell that is extra modal, because if you have the mana, you can get every single mode. The first one is good at loading the graveyard and drawing cards, the last one is good at protecting your big creatures, and the second effect lets you cheat those big creatures into play in the first place. It started seeing play in Standard immediately after being printed, where it fits very nicely in red-green ramp decks. The presence of both Vaultborn Tyrant and Etali Primal Conqueror gives those decks something great to ramp into, but you can of course also use Smuggler's Surprise to cheat those scary creatures into play, sometimes at the same time. It's also seen some play in decks that use the Duskborn Overlords, who are also great to cheat into play ahead of schedule, and having a card that also helps you find and protect all these win conditions while also helping you get them into play is amazing. The Surprise has also found a couple of different homes in Modern, including Amulet Titan, a deck that's all about ramping mana and using Amulet of Vigor and Primeval Titan to do it. You can combine the Ravnica bounce lands with the Amulet and effects that let you play multiple lands in a turn, like Azusa. The Amulet makes the bounce lands untap before they bounce themselves, so you can tap it for 2 right away, and for each land drop in your turn, you can do it again. This means this deck can potentially cast Smuggler's Surprise on turn 2 and slam 2 Titans onto the board, among other things. You can also find Smuggler's Surprise in some versions of Eldrazi Ramp in Modern. While Smuggler's Surprise is also played in Pioneer, so far it doesn't have a top 8 in the format, but that's okay, because it'll keep putting up top 8s in Standard and Modern, and it's very likely to get there in Pioneer at some point too. Smuggler's Surprise has a good shot at moving higher on the list, as it's a new card that's already seeing play in multiple formats. At number 7, it's Ghalta Stampede Tyrant. For 5 generic and 3 green mana, it's a 12/12 with trample, and when it enters, you can put any number of creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Yeah, that's the most powerful version of this effect there is. And he's expensive and all, but he gives you a massive body that's a huge threat on its own, and Ghalta is going to bring other friends to the party in all the decks that use him. As is often the case for huge monsters like this that are powerful but hard to get into play, it hasn't done much in Standard. Instead, it's caught on in the non-rotating formats. In Pioneer, it saw play in the short-lived Geological Appraiser deck, which was all about chaining Discover together using the Appraiser and Glasspool Mimic, which you would always discover into with an Appraiser, and eventually the deck could use Eldritch Evolution on Trumpeting Carnosaur to grab Ghalta, and put Doomscar Tyrant into play, which would let you swing for lethal. The Appraiser quickly got banned in Pioneer though, and since then, the Stampede Tyrant hasn't been able to put up any top 8s in the format. Modern is where it's been the most successful so far, where it almost exclusively sees play in Pygmy Allosaurus decks. The plan with these is to cast Allosaurus Rider for no mana, instead of exiling 2 green cards from your hand. Then you either use Neoform or the aforementioned Eldritch Evolution to cheat some huge creature into play. Gristlebrand is often the ideal, but sometimes you draw him, and in that situation you can grab Ghalta to get both the huge Trampler and Gristlebrand onto the battlefield. Ghalta has also found success in Legacy Reanimator, where once again, it can help you find a way to cheat multiple scary things into play, since you're reasonably likely to have something scary in hand, like Atraxa. And it's definitely better to get a 12/12 Trampler and Atraxa's huge body combined with her powerful Enters trigger. Ghalta Stampede Tyrant is going to continue to put up top 8s in both Modern and Legacy, and it's likely to advance further up the list since it's so good in decks that run lots of other big monsters. At number 6, it's Tooth and Nail. It costs 5 generic and 2 green mana for a modal sorcery that either lets you tutor up 2 creature cards and put them into your hand, or you can put 2 creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. And it has Entwine, and if you pay the extra cost, you get both modes. In other words, you get to search up 2 creatures, put them in your hand, and put them on the battlefield. Its Entwine cost is 2 generic, which means you have to pay 9 total mana for both modes, which can be tricky, but there have been decks up to the challenge at various points in Magic's history. In Block Constructed, Cloud Post decks could pull it off. In Block Constructed, Cloud Post decks could pull it off with the help of some extra ramp, and when they fired off Tooth and Nail, they tended to grab both Platinum Angel and Darksteel Colossus, which were incredibly difficult to beat in a format with a small card pool. There were a variety of Tooth and Nail decks in Standard too. Some of them were Elf Ramp decks, which could also grab Darksteel Colossus, often alongside a duplicant, to clear the battlefield of what might have been the best creature. Some versions of the deck also use the Tron lands to power out Tooth and Nail as early as possible. Other popular Tooth and Nail duos included a Chroma Angel of Wrath alongside a Colossus or Platinum Angel, and after the printing of Kiki-Jiki Mirror Breaker, he also became part of the deck, often making a copy of the Colossus right away to smash in for 11. In addition to the decks that would search up strong creatures who could just smash in for a lot of damage in a hurry, some other decks went the more disruptive combo route, with Mephidros Vampire and Triskelion. Because Triskelion can remove counters to do damage, and Mephidros Vampire gives your creature a +1/+1 counter anytime it does damage to a creature, you could just search both of those up and wipe away your opponent's entire board. Tooth and Nail has also found a bit of success in Modern, where the plan was usually to grab Xenagos, God of Revels, and Emrakul the Aeon's Torn, which means you were sending a 30/30 flyer with Annihilator 6 into play immediately. Your opponent doesn't have a very high chance of surviving beyond that turn. All that said, Tooth and Nail doesn't have any top 8 since 2018, as there are just way crazier things you can do with a ton of Tron mana these days. At number 5, it's Flash. For one generic and a blue, it's an instant that lets you put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield, and then you sacrifice it unless you pay its mana cost reduced by 2 generic. So this lets you put a creature into play at instant speed, and while you do have to spend some mana, if you do, you get to keep your creature, but the decks that have really abused this weren't actually interested in ever paying that mana. One of the strongest things you could do with Flash is just cheat a huge creature into play with a super powerful enters or death trigger, since it can let you get it way earlier in the game. Flash is a card with a pretty strange history overall, and that's because it was a card that got completely reworked after release in an attempt to power it down. In other words, it received a power level erratum, something we rarely see today, but was very common back in the late 1990s. The combo that got Flash powered down was Flash plus Academy Rector, a creature that tutors up any enchantment and puts it on the battlefield when it dies. The decks that looked to do this usually wanted to grab the insane card drawing engine Yawgmoth's Bargain. So after getting to work as printed for a few years, it changed in 1999 to have this text. Choose a creature card in your hand. You may pay its mana cost reduced by up to 2. If you do that, put that card into play. If you don't, put that card into your graveyard. This new wording prevented the creature from ever being put into play if you didn't also pay the card's cost reduced by up to 2. Now, the creature never actually touched the battlefield if you didn't pay the cost, so you wouldn't get a death trigger. Fast forward to several years later, and in 2007, Wizards of the Coast decided to undo lots of old power level errata since they felt it wasn't the best policy, and as such, Flash had the shackles taken off and became the card it used to be, and it was even more insane now since there were many more creatures that could abuse it. And this was immediately evident because Flash ended up dominating the very first Legacy event after the erratum was removed, and these decks specialized in putting Protean Hulk into play with Flash. With fast mana, you can do it on turn 1. When the Hulk dies, you get to tutor up any number of creature cards with total mana value 6 and put them on the battlefield. And with such a large card pool, there was more than one combo you could win the game with when you lost the Hulk, but the one that succeeded at the very first Grand Prix used the following combo. After you flash the Hulk into play, you search up 2 creatures, Karmic Guide and Carrion Feeder. The Karmic Guide reanimates your sacrificed Protean Hulk, and then you can sacrifice it again to Carrion Feeder, and then you get the death trigger all over again. This time, you search up Kiki-Jiki Mirror Breaker, then you use Kiki-Jiki to make a copy of Karmic Guide, and you sacrifice Kiki to Carrion Feeder. Then the guide reanimates Kiki-Jiki, and you are now in a loop that makes as many copies of Karmic Guide as you want, and then you can swing for lethal. Flash immediately got banned in Legacy following this event, as it was just way too good at comboing off in the extreme early game. Flash also got restricted in Vintage in 2008, and it's banned in Commander too, since there are just way too many busted ways to win with this card. If you want an even deeper dive on Flash Hulk decks, by the way, I do have a whole video about that. Anyway, Flash went quiet for a pretty long time as a result of all those bans and restrictions, but the one copy that was allowed started to find its way into Vintage Oath of Druid decks starting in 2023. These decks mostly use the eponymous enchantment to cheat creatures, usually Atraxa these days, into play, but Flash was an alternate way to do the job, at which point Atraxa's trigger could usually set things up for you to get another Atraxa into play permanently and win the game with it. Flash is still putting up top 8s in Vintage right now, and it could move higher on the list in the future. At number 4, it's Goblin Lackey. For 1 red mana, the Lackey is a 1/1, and when it does damage to an opponent, you can put a goblin from your hand onto the battlefield. That makes this an absolutely terrifying 1-drop creature in Goblin decks, since you can put something amazing onto the battlefield for free on turn 2, and everyone knows Goblin decks get scary the more of them are on the battlefield, and the Lackey really snowballs if it isn't dealt with. When the Lackey was originally printed in 1998, nobody really cared. There just weren't enough powerful goblins in Magic at the time for it to do anything in 60-card formats, but that all changed in 2002 when Onslaught Blocks showed up on the scene with a very heavy goblin theme, and lots of powerful goblins. Now you could put Goblin Warchief, Goblin Piledriver, or Siege Gang Commander into play for no mana on turn 2, and that made Goblin decks in Extended completely broken. They ran roughshod over the format in 2002 and 2003 until the Lackey got banned, and it remained banned for as long as Urza's Saga was legal in Extended. Goblin decks have remained very strong in Legacy though, where the Lackey is still legal, and while Goblin decks have had ups and downs in the format over the years, Goblin decks have virtually always been at least somewhat viable in the format, and right now they certainly are, largely because of the printing of Muxus Goblin Grandee, which is now Goblin Lackey's best friend, because putting Muxus into play on turn 2 is way more absurd than even putting Siege Gang Commander into play, because when it enters, it puts a ton of goblins from the top of your deck directly onto the battlefield. Goblin Lackey is going to continue to accumulate points in Legacy going forward, but it's not doing it so quickly that it can probably ever do better than number 4 on this list. At number 3, it's Sorin, Imperious Bloodlord. For 2 generic and a black, he's a planeswalker that starts with 4 loyalty, and he gets on this list thanks to his -3, which lets you put a vampire creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. So like Goblin Lackey, this ability is more restrictive than others on the list. It's also great that Sorin can use the ability immediately and still stick around. He's also got 2 other abilities that love vampires. His first +1 gives a creature Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn, and it gets a +1/+1 counter if that creature is a vampire. His second +1 lets you sacrifice a vampire, and when you do 3 to any target and gain 3 life. So it's no secret what kind of deck Sorin sees play in, and in addition to being great with small vampires because of his first 2 abilities, his -3 has also been used over the years to cheat 2 different vampires into play most often. In Standard and Pioneer, it was putting Champion of Dusk on the battlefield, which draws you a bunch of cards and gives you a pretty big body for turn 3. However, those decks were never incredible in either format, but that would all change in 2023 with the printing of Vein Ripper. This is a huge vampire that can end the game in a few swings, and it makes your opponent 2 for 1 themselves to kill it because of Ward, and perhaps most importantly of all, anytime any creature dies, your opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So even if they do kill it, your opponent has to lose 4 life, while you gain 4 life because they lose 2 for the creature they had to sacrifice to target the Vein Ripper, and they lose 2 for killing the Vein Ripper. That's the fail case here, and if left unchecked, it just wins the game in very few turns. The addition of Vein Ripper and some other cheap and powerful vampires suddenly made Sorin into an absolutely broken powerhouse in both Pioneer and Explorer, and ultimately Sorin ended up getting banned to put an end to this deck's dominance. The Sorin Vein Ripper combo is so good though that Sorin isn't done entirely. He's still putting up a few top 8s in Modern now and again, often in decks that don't even have very many other vampires other than the Ripper. It's going to continue to put up top 8s, but it has slowed down in a big way since the bannings. At number 2, I've included 2 cards because they would have been back-to-back anyway, and they have the same effect, they're just costed differently and work a little differently, and the effect they have is typical of red Elvish Piper-like effects. Instead of just putting the creature on the battlefield, period, they let you put the creature into play and then come with 1 upside and 1 downside. The upside is that the creature gets haste, and the downside is that the creature gets sacrificed at the beginning of the next instep. Sneak Attack is the oldest and more powerful version of this effect. It's an enchantment that costs 3 generic and a red, and it has an activated ability that costs 1 red for the effect, and that means it's very easily repeatable. Through the Breach is effectively a powered down version of Sneak Attack. It costs 4 generic and a red for an instant with the same effect, and it does also have Splice onto Arcane for 2 generic and 2 red, which means you can reveal it and pay that cost when casting an Arcane spell to staple Through the Breach's effect onto that Arcane spell. So it can be repeatable, but that is really hard to do regularly. Through the Breach primarily sees play in Modern, where Sneak Attack isn't legal, while Sneak Attack primarily sees play in Legacy. Unsurprisingly, they've been used to cheat creatures into play who are absolutely devastating, even when they can only attack a single time. They've both cheated many of the same creatures into play in their respective formats. Emrakul the Eon's Torn, who we've already mentioned numerous times, is one of the favorites because 15 damage plus Annihilator 6 is pretty impossible to come back from, but creatures like Gristlebrand, who can draw you a million cards to find more action, and the more recent Archon of Cruelty shows up alongside these two. It has a powerful enters or attacks trigger, and you end up getting it twice when you sneak attack or Through the Breach it into play. Atraxa is, of course, also a great creature to sneak attack or Through the Breach, since you get her enters trigger and can create a big life swing in a single attack. In Modern, Through the Breach has also been played alongside Primeval Titan, another creature with an enters or attack triggers, and the 4 lands the Titan can tutor up often have the ability to give you an insurmountable advantage. One notable thing about Through the Breach in Modern is that sometimes it's played alongside fellow arcane spell Goryo's Vengeance, and on occasion, Splicing Things does come up. Both Sneak Attack and Through the Breach are still putting up top 8s, but so is the card in front of them, so there's not much hope for them to ever pass it, and that card is Aether Vial. For 1 generic, it's an artifact that you can put a charge counter on at the beginning of your upkeep. You can tap the vial and put a creature card with mana value equal to the number of charge counters on the vial onto the battlefield. For a while, I thought about excluding the vial for consideration on this list since it is significantly different than the other cards on it. After all, it can't really cheat a huge creature into play in the extreme early game, but the effect is pretty much the same. And you do end up saving a ton of mana by using the vial to put creatures into play, it's just that you save that mana in the long run instead of having one backbreaking turn. In addition to potentially giving you a big discount on creatures, it can also put creatures into play at instant speed for no mana at all, so your opponent has a real headache on their hands anytime it's untapped and you have cards in hand. It has been really useful in aggro decks in multiple formats since they don't need to get very many charge counters on it to do some silly things, and it allows them to add to the board even more quickly, and aggro decks are always about that. It was so good in block constructed that it got banned, and it had more limited success in standard. It really broke out in extended though, where it was played in aggro decks like goblins, merfolk, and affinity, all decks that it's continued to see play in multiple formats. But it was also played in creature-based combo decks as a way to get combo pieces into play at instant speed, like Cephalid Illusionist, who could mill your whole library for you. Ultimately, the success of Aether Vial was short-lived in extended, but that's because it was, again, so good that it got banned. In other formats, the Vial is utilized primarily by disruptive creature decks who can gain access to powerful effects at instant speed. For example, modern human decks like to put Kitesail Freebooter or Reflector Mage into play with the Vial. It's also used in both modern and legacy, Hate Bear and Death and Taxes decks, which can find plenty of sweet stuff to do with the Vial. Aether Vial is just a great card in creature decks that have low curves, and it's going to continue to amass top 8s in Modern and Legacy as a result, and it will likely remain the #1 card in this list. So, those are Magic's best cards for putting creatures into play directly from your hand. If you like slamming huge creatures on the board way ahead of schedule, check out the description where you can find a Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including many more that look at specific mechanics and effects, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, uncommons aren't usually very expensive. After all, it's the second lowest rarity in the game, and booster packs tend to have multiples of them. However, there are some uncommons out there that are in such high demand and or in such low supply that they still have a pretty high price tag, despite the fact that they don't have a higher rarity. In this video, we're going to take a look at Magic's 10 most expensive red uncommons, and I'll explain what makes them so expensive. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get to the list, let me discuss the methodology of this video. The prices in it are Card Kingdom near mint prices, and they are the price for the cheapest tournament legal printing of a card. In other words, something like Alpha Orcish Artillery isn't going to appear here. Sure, it's an uncommon that's worth $450, but you can also get your hands on a tournament legal near mint printing of it for 35 cents. In other words, the prices in this video are the least amount you can pay for a near mint copy of the card, regardless of the printing. Furthermore, a card had to be an uncommon in its original printing to be eligible for the list. Alright, with that out of the way, let's look at the 10 most expensive red uncommons, starting with Untimely Malfunction. It costs about $7.50. It's one generic and a red for an instant, and it's a modal spell with 3 options. You can destroy an artifact, you can change the target of a spell or ability with a single target, or you can make 2 creatures unable to block this turn. This modality is pretty sweet, as all 3 of these effects can be pretty narrow. If your opponent doesn't have an artifact, the first mode doesn't matter. If they don't cast a spell or use an ability with a target, the second one doesn't matter. And if you can't do something meaningful in combat by making 2 things unable to block, that doesn't really matter either. But the great news is that when you do have a use for these modes, especially for the first 2, it's a good spell. Maybe Shatter isn't exciting, but paying 2 to deal with an artifact is solid, and paying 1 generic and a red to redirect a spell is actually a really good rate. When you can use that on a removal spell and make it hit their own creature, you get a very efficient 2-for-1. Despite being a new card that was just printed last year, Untimely Malfunction is already seeing play in every 60-card format, as it's just one of the best modal spells we've ever seen. It's largely a sideboard card, but an important one in many decks. It's also already a heavily played card in Commander. Whenever a card is this new, and from a standard release set that is still in print, it's usually pretty difficult for an uncommon to have such a high price tag, but Untimely Malfunction is a card that is desired by players of literally every sanctioned 60-card format it's legal in, and Commander players, and that's a recipe for a high price tag, one that's only going to go up when Duskmourn cards become harder to find. At number 9, it's Magnetic Theft, which costs $7.79. For 1 red mana, it's an instant that allows you to attach target equipment to target creature. Sure, it's situational, but moving an equipment at instant speed can have devastating results in the right situation, and you can even use this on equipment you don't control. Yes, your opponent still technically controls the equipment, but they have to pay the equip cost to get it off of your creature, and they can't do that at instant speed. So stealing an equipment off of their creature and putting it on yours can result in combat really being turned on its head. So throw in the fact you can also use it to move your own equipment around at instant speed and at what is usually going to be a big discount, and we have a pretty interesting card on our hands. It's also really unique, something that also helps drive up a card's price. Magnetic Theft went a very long time without anyone in 60 card formats playing it, but since 2020, it has sometimes seen play in an equipment-focused deck in Modern called Hammer Time. This deck uses equipment with huge equip costs, and the goal is usually to move them for free with either Sigarda's Aid or Pure Steel Paladin. While Magnetic Theft has by no means become a card that regularly appears in these decks, it does show up sometimes, making it a card with at least some small demand in Modern. It also regularly appears in equipment decks in Commander, though the demand there isn't through the roof either. But Magnetic Theft has never been reprinted, with its only appearance coming in 2004's Fifth Dawn, so the supply for this card still can't keep up with the demand, since there aren't that many Magnetic Thefts out there. It's kind of interesting seeing Untimely Malfunction and Magnetic Theft appear back to back, since Magnetic Theft has about 10% of the demand that Untimely Malfunction does, and they still end up at about the same price. But appearing in one set more than 2 decades ago is a lot different than a card that was just printed last year. At number 8, it's Price of Progress, which costs about $8. For 1 generic and a red, it's an instant that deals damage to each player equal to twice the number of non-basic lands that player controls. This is simply one of the most efficient ways to hate on a player packing a bunch of non-basics, especially if you're an aggressive red deck, as this can do insane amounts of damage for only 2 mana. This incredible efficiency led to Price of Progress seeing play in both Standard and Extended back in the day, but these days when it comes to 60 card formats, it's highly in demand among Legacy players. That format is loaded with lots of decks that lean on non-basics, including one that is made up almost entirely by them, the Legacy Lands deck, which looks to assemble and tutor up powerful lands for given situations, and can also combo off with them. Non-basics are so prevalent in Legacy that the price even sees regular main deck play in decks like Burn and Delver, and it can be found in a significantly wider swath of sideboards. The price is also a very good card in Commander, as it hits all players, and non-basics are everywhere in the format. Do keep in mind it's symmetrical though, that comes up less in Legacy, but in Commander, if you're not careful, you could burn yourself pretty badly too. So the price is in fairly high demand in both Legacy and Commander, and the supply of the card isn't exactly plentiful. Since the original printing in Exodus, it's only been brought back in very limited release sets like Dual Decks and Eternal Masters, as well as the List, which was a subset of curated cards that used to appear in collector boosters. This has definitely increased the supply of the price. It used to be even more expensive, but its price tag of $8 was still enough to earn it a spot on this list. At number 7, it's Kobold Drill Sergeant, which costs $9.50. For 1 generic and a red, it's a 1/2 that gives other kobolds +0/+1 and trample. This card is kind of hilarious, not just because of the art and flavor text, but because of the very weird design choices. Most kobolds, especially back in Legends, are 0/1s, so it's not like giving them +0/+1 and trample is going to make much of a difference. I mean, the very fact that they have to give trample and a tough is kind of silly on its own, but Legends was a very early set, and they were still making it now. Anyway, you can probably guess from the way I'm roasting this card.
Hello guys, for today's video.
It's barely played in Commander and has never top 8'd anything. So this is a case where the extreme scarcity of the card is really the only force driving up its price. The Drill Sergeant was only printed once in 1994's Legends, so the few people out there who do want one, either because they want to collect the entire set or build a Kobold deck for some reason, they have to pay a premium. At number 6, it's General Crete the Boltbringer, who costs about $11. For 2 generic and a red, he's a 2/2 goblin, and whenever 1 or more goblins you control attack, you create a 1/1 red goblin creature token that's tapped and attacking, and whenever another creature you control enters, General Crete does 1 damage to each opponent. So Crete can crank out tokens while also dishing out some serious damage, both when the tokens he makes enters and when any other creatures enter. General Crete is from Foundation's Jumpstart, and like other Jumpstart exclusive cards, the only 60 card formats he's legal in are Legacy and Vintage. He's relatively new, but has already seen some play in Goblin decks in Legacy, which have powerhouses like Muxus, who loves putting Crete into play with his Enters trigger, and Broadside Bombardiers, which can find plenty to do with the extra tokens that Crete generates. He's also fairly popular in Commander, where red decks that generate lots of tokens always love this kind of effect. He's basically a miniature Perforos who loves goblins and comes with a built-in way to trigger his own effect, making him a fairly powerful and effective commander. While Crete is the newest card on the list, even newer than Untimely Malfunction, he's even harder to find because Jumpstart packs are a supplementary product that is produced in fewer numbers than a mainstream set, so being exclusive to those means that it's pretty hard to find General Crete, in spite of just having been printed about 9 months ago. This, combined with moderate demand in Legacy and significant demand in Commander, is enough to drive his price all the way to $11. At number 5, it's Pyrohemia, which costs about $11.50. Planar Chaos had a bunch of color-shifted cards, basically callbacks to well-known Magic cards, but printed in a different color, where the effects still make sense in the color pie, and Pyrohemia is a color-shifted Pestilence. For 2 generic and 2 red, it's an enchantment, and you can pay 1 red to do 1 damage to each creature and each player. At the beginning of the end step, if no creatures are on the battlefield, you sacrifice it. Basically, you can use this to obliterate the board and or players, making it a very powerful effect that is 1 part board sweeper, 1 part removal, and 1 part burn spell. Pyrohemia has only been played a tiny bit in 60-card formats, achieving 1 top 8 in Modern, but like most effects that let you have a major impact on the entire board of every player, it's fairly heavily played in Commander. It can be good in just about any red deck, but it can be particularly spicy with commanders who can augment damage, or that like being damaged, such as O'Hare Axonil, who can make each activation of Pyrohemia do 4 to each of your opponents. Still, this amount of play in Commander wouldn't normally be enough to elevate a card's price tag this much, but this is another card that's hard to find. Since being printed in Planar Chaos, Pyrohemia has only shown up in a single Commander precon, in the Commander Anthology, and as a card on the list, and none of those are easy ways to obtain this powerful enchantment. At number 4, it's Winds of Change. For 1 red mana, it's a sorcery that has each player shuffle the cards from their hand into their library and then draw that many cards. This kind of effect might be symmetrical, but it's also super powerful for only 1 mana, and this is really the only Wheel of Fortune-like effect that is this cheap. It lets you re-roll your entire hand, and while your opponent gets to do that too, there are plenty of ways to break the symmetry on this kind of card. For example, the 1 top 8 it has achieved in 60-card formats came in a Legacy Dredge deck, which could use the immense number of draws to mill their entire library when Golgari Thug and his friends are in the graveyard, since anytime you would draw a card, you can instead choose to mill cards equal to a card in your graveyard's Dredge value, and then return that card to your hand. In Commander, there are even more viable ways to break the symmetry, like with Nekusar, who damages your opponent for drawing cards, or Niv-Mizzet Perrin, who lets you turn every card you draw into a ping on any target. This is particularly effective in Commander, since it'll end up letting you punish all of your opponents, since Winds of Change makes every player shuffle their hand away and draw a new one. This is, of course, another fairly scarce red uncommon. Since its printing in Legends, it has been reprinted, but only in 4th and 5th editions, which are very old core sets, and Portal, which is a very old beginner product. The most recent printings of Winds of Change have been in Secret Lair and Mystery Booster form. The Mystery Booster printing has helped lower the price on this card some, but it's still one of the most expensive red uncommons in the game. I just told you about Winds of Change, and I'm also trying to bring about some change to my subscriber count. I'm trying to reach 100,000 subscribers this year, so I'd really appreciate it if you would subscribe and help me get there. Even if you think you're already subscribed, double check because more than half of my viewers aren't subscribed. At number 3, it's Goblin Lackey, which costs about $13. For 1 red mana, the Lackey is a 1/1, and when it does damage to an opponent, you can put a goblin from your hand onto the battlefield. That makes this an absolutely terrifying 1-drop in Goblin decks, since you can put something amazing onto the battlefield for free on turn 2, and everyone knows goblins get scary the more of them that are on the battlefield, and the Lackey can really snowball if it isn't dealt with. It's also nice that it counts any kind of damage the Lackey does, so you don't necessarily need to get in for combat damage. When the Lackey was originally printed in 1998, it wasn't very good. In fact, it didn't see play anywhere. There just weren't powerful enough goblins in Magic. This led to it not doing anything in 60-card formats for the first several years of its existence. However, that all started to change in 2002 when Onslaught Block showed up on the scene with a very heavy goblin theme and lots of crazy powerful goblins. Now you could put Goblin Warchief, Goblin Piledriver, or Siege Gang Commander into play for no mana on turn 2, and that made Goblin decks in Extended completely broken. They ran roughshod over the format from 2002 to 2003 until the Lackey got banned, and it remained banned for as long as it was legal in Extended. Goblin decks remained very strong in Legacy though, with the Lackey always being legal there, and while Goblin decks have had ups and downs in the format over the last 2+ decades, Goblin decks have virtually always been at least somewhat viable in the format, and at times they've been incredible. They're pretty good right now, and the printing of Muxus Goblin Grandee has led to it becoming the new favorite goblin to cheat into play with the Lackey, which makes it even easier for you to have an absolutely absurd board in the extreme early game, because Muxus's interest trigger puts every goblin in your top 6 cards directly on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Lackey is also a regular feature in Goblin Commander decks for obvious reasons, so there's some significant demand out there for this little goblin, and it's only been printed in a standard release set with a normal print run a single time. In 1998's Urza's Saga, there are some secret lair and other premium versions of the Lackey out there, and it's another card that got a reprint in Mystery Booster 2, and as with Winds of Change, that has driven down the Lackey's price a few bucks, but it's still a costly uncommon because it's one of the best goblins ever printed. At number 2, it's Treasonous Ogre, which costs about $15. For 3 generic and a red, it's a 2/3 with Dethrone. That means when it attacks the player with the most life or tied for the most life, it gets a +1/+1 counter. You can also pay 3 life to add 1 red mana to your mana pool. Yeah, it hurts, but Treasonous Ogre lets you produce mana for no mana at all, and if you've got enough life, you can make some absurd mana with it. And of course, paying all of that life also means you can set up the Ogre's Dethrone so it'll trigger, but, most of the card's power comes from that activated ability. I mean, it's basically a way more painful, more expensive channel that can only produce red mana, but even a heavily nerfed channel is a card with some serious power. The Ogre is from a Conspiracy set, and that means the only 60-card formats it's legal in are Legacy and Vintage, and it's not quite good enough to have broken through in either of those formats, but it does see significant play in Commander, where it's at its best since the starting life total is 40 instead of 20, making it possible to go really crazy with the Ogre. It gets particularly good with commanders who can turn this effect into even more upside, like Rowan, Scion of War, who makes your black and red spells 1 mana cheaper for each life you've lost in a turn. This means between the Ogre's ability to generate mana and Rowan's ability to decrease costs, you could pretty much cast anything you want in a given turn. Overall, given how powerful it is, the Ogre is probably underplayed in Commander, but that's partly because $15 is a hefty price tag. I can guarantee you that if it was a 35-cent card, its EDH rec data would make it look like a format staple. But alas, Treasonous Ogre is one of the most expensive red uncommons around, and that's because it has some very significant demand among Commander players, and it's only been printed in limited release sets like Conspiracy, The List, and A Secret Lair. And at number 1, I've got 3 cards, and I put them together because they're all red uncommons from Portal 3 Kingdoms. Those cards are Rockslide Ambush, which costs about $22, Ravaging Horde, which costs about $15, and Imperial Recruiter, which costs about $14. The Ambush and Horde would be number 1 and number 2 if they had their own slots, while the Recruiter would be at number 4, in between Treasonous Ogre and Goblin Lackey. Portal 3 Kingdoms virtually always makes appearances on most expensive lists, and that's because the set is incredibly unique and incredibly rare. It was released only in Asian markets as a standalone beginner version of Magic. For this release, they made the game a lot easier to understand by limiting the number of card types and adding a sword and shield to creatures so that you could more easily remember which was power and which was toughness. Portal 3 Kingdoms and other Portal sets weren't even legal in Magic in any format until 2005, when cards from those sets became legal in Legacy and Vintage. So let's start our discussion with Imperial Recruiter because it's the cheapest of the 3, and there's also way more to say about it. For 2 generic and a red, it's a 1/1, and when it enters, you tutor up a creature with power 2 or less and put it into your hand. Most of the time, Portal 3 Kingdom cards are expensive almost exclusively because they're rare, and most of them have never been played in 60-card formats, and hardly anyone uses them in Commander. But that is not the story with Imperial Recruiter. It's one of the few Portal 3 Kingdom cards that immediately became relevant in 2005 when they made these sets legal. It's been played in Legacy fairly regularly ever since then, often getting used in combo decks that are reliant on creatures that it can tutor up, because it makes your deck way more consistent. For example, it's often been played in Allurin decks, which look to get that enchantment in play so that they can cast creatures with mana value 3 or less at instant speed, and for free. This includes the Recruiter, of course, who can help you find your Cavern Harpy, a creature that makes you return a blue or black creature to your hand when it enters, and it can return to your hand on its own when you pay 1 life. Then you combine the Harpy with something like Auriok Champion or Maggot Carrier to make your opponent lose all their life, since they can just keep recasting the Harpy and Carrier and bouncing the Carrier. While the Allurin combos have varied over the years, the Recruiter is usually able to grab the most important pieces. It's been used more, though, in Painter's Servant decks, which look to combine that tutorable creature with Grindstone. Activating the stone with the Servant in play mills your opponent's entire deck. For a long time, the Recruiter only saw play in Legacy, but then in 2021, it got a reprint in Modern Horizons 2, becoming legal in that format for the first time, and it's seen regular play in that format as well, often in Hate Bear style decks. These decks tend to be less about combos and more about playing disruptive creatures that really hate on specific strategies, and the Recruiter can find you whatever silver bullet you need, whether it's a Kite Sail freebooter to pick apart their hand, a Thalia to slow them down, or even Grist Hunger Tide, a planeswalker the Recruiter can grab since it counts as a 1/1 creature when it's in your deck. It has slowed down in Modern of late, but it's still fairly active in Legacy, and of all the cards on this list, it's also the most heavily played in Commander, a format where tutors tend to thrive as a result of the format's singleton nature. All of that would usually mean that the Recruiter's price would be absolutely absurd, and for a time it was, since it was in one of the rarest sets of all time and people actually wanted it. If I did this video before it got reprinted in Masters 25, Double Masters, and then Modern Horizons 2, it would very easily be the #1 card on the list, as it once cost more than $150. But luckily, Wizards of the Coast has reprinted it a bunch over the last several years, keeping it from having a completely absurd price tag. So yeah, the point here is that the Recruiter is actually a really good card from Portal 3 Kingdoms, something only a handful of cards from the set can really say. The story of Rockslide Ambush and Ravaging Horde's prices is more typical of cards from the set, as neither of them have ever been successful in 60-card formats, nor is there much demand for them in Commander, although to be honest, both of them are also better than your typical Portal 3 Kingdoms cards, which are often laughably bad. Ravaging Horde is 3 generic and 2 red mana for a 3/3 that destroys a land when it enters, and Rockslide Ambush is 1 generic and a red for a sorcery that deals damage to target creature equal to the number of mountains you control. So the Horde is a respectable way to add to the board and mess with your opponent's mana, and the Rockslide is an okay removal spell, but neither of those are cards that people are desperate to play anywhere, so their price is largely a result of how rare they are because they've never ever been reprinted. So those are Magic's most expensive red uncommons. If you want to own any of these cards, most of which are also quite powerful, you should check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you're interested in more NTG top 10s, including more of them that look at the most expensive cards in the game, you should see a couple of playlists on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, Unicorn is a predominantly white creature type. It's a type that's as old as Magic itself, as it first appeared on Pearl Unicorn in Limited Edition Alpha. It's a type that has returned with regularity since then, although it's also never been a creature type that gets an insane amount of support or anything either, although the printing of Emiel in 2020 did finally give them a typal payoff. Magic's unicorns are of course based on the unicorns that appear in real-world folklore, where they are often depicted as representations of purity that are capable of healing people and often assist others with pure hearts. As such, they do have a fairly cohesive mechanical identity that reflects this. They typically appear as horses with a single horn that often have the ability to heal, augment, or protect creatures or players. To be eligible for this list, a card had to have the unicorn type or be capable of making a unicorn creature token. In all, there were 35 cards eligible, and in this video we'll look at the 10 that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic the Gathering. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get started, here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points. This includes events like Pro Tours, and a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes regional championships. At number 10, it's Daybreak Charger. For 1 generic and a white, it's a 3/1, and when it enters, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. It's definitely not the most exciting thing ever, but if you're an aggro deck that likes to curve out, playing this on turn 2 to buff your 1-drop feels pretty good, especially when you're getting a reasonably aggressive body to go along with it. Daybreak Charger saw a little bit of play in standard white weenie decks, but it doesn't have any top 8 since 2020. At number 9, it's Wishmonger. You may have noticed that this doesn't actually say unicorn on the type line, but when they went about standardizing creature types in 2007, they went back and made this a unicorn monger for obvious reasons. Anyway, it's 3 generic and a white for a 3/3, and any player can pay 2 generic to give target creature protection from the controller's choice until end of turn. In Mercadian Masks, there's a whole cycle of these mongers, who all have a color-appropriate ability anyone can use, and Wishmonger is the only one that saw competitive play. It achieved its one top 8 at Pro Tour New York in 2000, an event famous for the utter dominance of mono-white Rebel decks. These decks were all about using Rebels and their activated abilities to recruit other Rebels to the battlefield. Travis Turning put a Wishmonger in the sideboard of his Rebel deck because his was more creature dense than anyone else's, and he reasoned that he'd be able to take more advantage of protection than other Rebel decks, as he'd have more creatures to send through unblocked. However, this Unicorn Monger has never achieved another top 8. At number 8, it's Splendor Mare, which is an elk unicorn, interestingly. It still has one horn, but also some antlers. Anyway, for 2 generic and a white, it's a 3/3 with lifelink, and it has cycling for 1 generic and a white, which means you can pay that cost and discard it from your hand to draw a card. And when you cycle Splendor Mare, you get a lifelink counter on target creature you control. A 3-mana 3/3 with lifelink isn't terrible, and the fact you can use this to dig deeper in your deck while also augmenting one of your creatures is some nice upside to have, especially in a deck that has payoffs for cycling, which are the exact kind of decks the Mare saw play in while it was in Standard. One of the deck's payoffs was Drannith's Stinger, and giving it lifelink was particularly spicy because you'd get a life every time it pinged your opponent. However, Splendor Mare wasn't a fixture in cycling decks, and it doesn't have any top 8 since 2020, so it's another unicorn that will likely lose its spot on the list in the long run. At number 7, it's Nyxborn Unicorn. For 1 generic and a white, it's a 2/2 enchantment creature with Mentor, which means that when it attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature with lesser power. It also has Bestow, which is an alternate casting cost that lets you cast it as an aura spell. In this case, it costs 3 generic and a white, and it gives the enchanted creature +2/+2 in Mentor. So, dropping this on turn 2 feels fine, especially if you played a 1-drop, and later in the game, when a 2-drop is less relevant, you can cast it as an enchantment. And remember, if the creature you bestow it onto dies, the unicorn sticks around on the battlefield as a creature, so there are some real benefits to doing that. Nyxborn Unicorn is from Modern Horizons 3, and because of that, the only 60-card formats it's legal in are Modern, Legacy, Vintage, and because it's common, Pauper, and that's a format where only commons are legal, and it's also the format where this unicorn has put up top 8s in white weenie decks. However, so far in 2025, it doesn't have any top 8s. At number 6, it's Benevolent Unicorn. For 1 generic and a white, it's a 1/2, and whenever a spell would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals that much damage -1 to that permanent instead. This is a pretty sweet damage prevention effect because it's on such a cheap creature, even if it does only count spells that do damage. It has seen play in Pauper sideboards because small creature decks often have to contend with the opponent citing in Electrickery and similar effects, and the Unicorn gives those decks a way to completely blank that type of effect. However, it's another inactive unicorn, with its last top 8 coming in 2023. At number 5, it's Seraphic Steed. For a green and a white, it's a unicorn mount with first strike and lifelink, and if it attacks while saddled, you make a 3/3 white angel creature token with flying, and you can mount it with its last ability, Saddle 4, which means you can tap any number of other creatures you control with power 4 or more, and the steed becomes saddled until end of turn, but you can only do it as a sorcery. So a 2-mana 2/2 with first strike and lifelink is a quality creature that is really difficult to interact with in the early game, and is likely to gain the player who controls it a significant amount of life before combat becomes difficult for the steed. And when that happens, you can think about saddling it to get yourself a 3/3 flyer, and then even if the steed dies at that point, you're left with a body that is very relevant in most cases. It's of course even nastier if the player who controls the steed can keep it alive and saddle it. The Steed's top 8s have all come in Standard, a format it's legal in right now, where it tends to be played in Selesnya aggro decks, which feature a hefty token theme. These decks also possess 2 cards that can help you easily saddle the Steed even on turn 3, like Toby Beastie Befriender and Sandstorm Salvager. Seraphic Steed is still active in Standard right now, and it has a very good chance to move higher on this list, as most of the cards ahead of it have only a modest lead and most of them aren't as active as it is. At number 4, it's Celestial Unicorn. For 2 generic and a white, it's a 3/2 that gets a +1/+1 counter anytime you gain life. It might cost 1 more than a Johnny's Pridemate, who has the same trigger, but it also comes with 1 more power. Celestial Unicorn, like the Pridemate, can grow quite rapidly in decks with enough life gain, and it represents a very real threat to your opponent in those situations. Its top 8s have all come in Pauper, and as you'd expect, it's been played in decks that are good at gaining life. In particular, the white weenie decks that run lots of creatures with life gain triggers, like Soul Warden and Lunarch Veteran. With those 2 around, the Unicorn often grows multiple times a turn. However, Celestial Unicorn is inactive and hasn't put up any top 8 since 2024. At number 3, it's Steadfast Unicorn. For 1 white mana, it's a 1/2, and you can pay 3 generic and a white to give all your creatures +1/+1 in Vigilance until end of turn, and you can only activate that ability during your turn. This activated ability is significantly cheaper than most other creatures who have board pump effects. The going rate is usually 5 or so mana, especially on a creature this cheap. Offering Vigilance is no small thing either, as sometimes, to really take advantage of a board pump effect, you have to put yourself at risk on the backswing. That's not really the case here. The Unicorn is from a Commander set, so the only 60 card formats it's legal in are Modern, Legacy, Vintage, and Pauper. It has quickly established itself as an important card in Pauper White Weenie decks, which can go wide in a hurry thanks to cards like Battle Screech, so the board pump effect is often lethal. It's still active in Pauper right now, and is likely to be the number 2 card on the list someday. I just told you about a unicorn that's steadfast. Well, I'm steadfast too, in my desire to hit 100,000 subscribers before the year is out. So if you aren't subscribed, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. It's free and it will keep you aware of my regular Magic content. And even if you think you're already subscribed, do me a favor and double check, because more than half of my viewers are unsubscribed. At number 2, it's Ronom Unicorn. For 1 generic and a white, it's a 2/2, and you can sacrifice it to destroy target enchantment. These kind of cards always end up being sneaky good. That is, a 2-drop with okay stats that also gives you a way to hate on a permanent type that isn't normally that easy to get rid of. It means you can play a card like this in your main deck in a white aggro deck without feeling terrible about it, even against opponents with very few targets, while still maintaining access to this effect in Game 1 against the decks it's really good against. It put up top 8s in Standard at Worlds in 2006, but it ultimately made a longer-term impact on Extended, where it regularly appeared in Zoo decks through 2008. This was a format that featured the enchantment-heavy Enduring Ideal deck and lots of other powerful and heavily played enchantments, including Pernicious Deed and Heartbeat of Spring. However, Ronom Unicorn doesn't have any top 8 since 2008, and it's likely to be surpassed by some of the other unicorns on the list that are still active. And at number 1, it's Regal Bunnycorn. For 1 generic and a white, it's a rabbit unicorn with power and toughness, each equal to the number of non-land permanents you control. Yeah, this rabbit unicorn has a potential to be absolutely massive. Although if your only permanents are creatures, you aren't quite doing enough to unlock the Bunnycorn's full potential. But there are decks in both Standard and Pioneer that are doing that. The key is to have lots of cards that create multiple permanents really efficiently, like the 1-mana Novice Inspector and Spyglass Siren, which appear alongside the Bunnycorn in both Standard and Pioneer. In both formats, it tends to be played in decks with either Artifact or Convoke sub-themes that can leverage all of those permanents for even more advantage on things like Convoke or Warden of the Inner Sky's activated ability. These Regal Bunnycorn decks have slowed down a little bit of late, but the recent printing of Lumen-class Frigate seems to have empowered them a bit, and either way, the Bunnycorn isn't done putting up top 8s in Standard and Pioneer. It just ends up being way too efficient in this style of deck, basically feeling like Tarmogoyf. So it's fairly likely to hold on to its number 1 spot on this list going forward. So those are Magic's best unicorns. If you're looking to build a unicorn deck, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. If you want to catch up on past videos, including many more that look at creature types, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. Morningtide was released in 2008 as the second set in Lorwyn block, and like that set, it's set on the plane of Lorwyn, a Celtic-inspired plane where it is perpetually daytime and midsummer. But Lorwyn also transforms into a dark reflection of itself called Shadowmoor every 300 years, where it is eternally night, and Morningtide is set during the waning moments of Lorwyn before its transformation. I recently did a top 10 on Lorwyn, and I've also covered the 2 Shadowmoor sets. So when looking at Morningtide, I'll have covered all 4 sets in Lorwyn Shadowmoor block, and it's a great time to do all of that because Lorwyn Eclipsed comes out early next year, marking our first return to the plane since the original Lorwyn Shadowmoor block. We recently saw that Lorwyn was an incredibly strong and important set with tons of cards that have had a lasting impact on Magic. As a smaller set, Morningtide isn't quite as deep as Lorwyn, but this list also features several multi-format all-stars, especially in the top half. To be eligible for this list, a card had to receive its original printing in Morningtide. In all, there were 141 cards that qualified, and in this video we'll look at the 10 that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic the Gathering. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points. This includes events like Pro Tours, and a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes events like Regional Championships. At number 10, it's Deglamour. For 1 generic and a green, it's an instant, and you choose target artifact or enchantment, and its owner shuffles it into their library. This is a twist on a typical naturalize effect, since it doesn't full-on destroy the target. While that can be a bit of a downside, in your typical game of Magic, it's often pretty good to shuffle a permanent away, because chances are you'll never see it again, and you still answered whatever you target with this. And precisely because it doesn't destroy, it can even deal with indestructibility, and if a permanent has a death trigger, you don't have to worry about it, and if your opponent has lots of ways to get cards back from the graveyard, you don't have to worry about that either. And in corner cases, you can even go after your own enchantment or artifact, although that's not worthwhile most of the time. As a result of all of this, this has been a frequent sideboard card in multiple formats over the years, including Extended, Modern, and even Vintage. It's been played the most, though, in Pauper, a format where only commons are legal. There it's particularly useful against affinity decks, which heavily rely on artifact lands, including the indestructible Bridge cycle. When Deglamour can be a land destruction spell on top of everything else, it gets extra good. Right now, Pauper is the only format it's active in, and it's going to continue to accumulate top 8s in that format, giving it some chance at moving higher on the list in the future. At number 9, it's Murmuring Bosk. It's a land with the forest type, and when it enters, you can reveal a tree folk from your hand, and if you don't, it enters tapped. It can also tap for a white or black, and when it does that, it deals 1 damage to you. In the Lorwyn top 10, we saw that this block's emphasis on creature types and payouts for them wasn't very well represented, with only 1 such card making an appearance. For the Morningtide top 10, you can expect to see more cards in that category, like the Bosk. A land that can tap for 3 colors that enters tapped is already pretty solid, especially when it comes with the forest type, so you can find it with fetch lands and the like, but obviously it gets way better if you've got a tree folk in your hand as it enters untapped. The Bosk was particularly good alongside one of the best tree folk of all time, Doran the Siege Tower, a tree folk who required 1 mana of each of the colors that the Bosk produces. Because it changes how combat damage is done, it is effectively a 3 mana 5/5, one that potentially wreaks havoc on your opponent's creatures who have higher power and toughness, and makes your higher toughness creatures even better. This was very much a winning strategy in block standard and extended, with each of those formats having decks simply called Doran. One of the other key cards in the deck was Treefolk Harbinger, a 0/3 Treefolk that can tutor up a forest or a Treefolk and put it on top. That meant it could grab the Bosk when you needed it, or Doran if you could already cast him, which would also effectively turn the Harbinger into a 3/3. However, the Bosk gave great mana even outside of Doran decks, like in Standard and Extended Elves, Extended Bant Control decks, and Modern Birthing Pod. These decks often had a few cards they could reveal to have it enter untapped, like Nameless Inversion, a removal spell with all creature types, but it typically entered tapped in those decks and it was still pretty good. However, we just keep getting better lands, and the Ikoria Tri-lands especially have really supplanted the Bosk, since they each have 3 land types, making it even easier to grab them. Murmuring Bosk doesn't have any top 8 since 2017, and I would guess it's going to remain inactive for the foreseeable future, assuming our return to Lorwyn doesn't include a reprint of it and or a bunch of broken treefolk, and neither of those things is entirely impossible. At number 8, it's Revelark. For 4 generic and a white, it's a 4/3 flyer, and when it leaves the battlefield, you can return up to 2 target creature cards with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It also has Evoke, a mechanic introduced in Lorwyn that appears on elementals. It's an alternate casting cost, and in this case, it costs 5 generic and a white, and if you go the Evoke route, Revelark is immediately sacrificed. In other words, you're mostly just paying for the leaves the battlefield trigger when that's what you do. Revelark is actually kind of unusual in that its Evoke cost is more expensive than its normal casting cost, but most other cards with Evoke have an enters trigger instead of a leaves trigger, so it makes sense. Anyway, obviously, Revelark can provide a ton of value. It gives you a reasonably efficient body, one that was more impressive back in 2008, and if your opponent ever kills it or you evoke it, you get to reanimate 2 small creatures from the graveyard. That's serious card advantage. Revelark supplies so much value that it helped spawn an eponymous deck in Standard and Extended. While you're usually not going to break the game by reanimating small creatures the way Revelark does, there were lots of good ones in Standard to bring back, like other evoke creatures like Muldrifter, who you could use to draw a couple of cards when you evoked it, and then later Revelark could bring it back and give you that powerful enters trigger again, and this time Muldrifter would stick around. These decks could also treat the graveyard very much as a toolbox, running other nice creatures to recur, like Venser and Sower of Temptation. While Revelark decks were at their most successful in Standard, decks that played Revelark were also pretty successful in Extended, especially in Fauna Shaman decks, which treated their whole deck like a toolbox and could load the graveyard with the Shaman too, so tutoring up a Revelark was a pretty sweet play. Revelark has also been used in modern creature toolbox decks like Birthing Pod decks before they got banned out of existence. Sacrificing Revelark to the pod was pretty great since you wouldn't lose any board presence because you'd reanimate two things that you sacrificed earlier, and then you could grab a big scary creature. These decks often had creature-based combos too, and Revelark could help you bring back those combo pieces. Revelark's success continued even after the pod was banned, showing up in the similar Collected Company and Court of Calling decks for a while. However, Revelark hasn't done much in Modern or any format for a while. It enjoyed a short-lived renaissance in Modern between 2021 and 2023, during which time Risen Reef elemental decks rose to the top of the format, but Revelark was far from a regular fixture in the deck, and it doesn't have any points at all since 2023, so it's in danger of losing its spot on the list in the future. At number 7, it's Shard Volley. For 1 red mana, it's an instant that requires you to sacrifice a land as an additional cost to cast it, and it does 3 damage to any target. So yeah, in most ways, it's a worse Lightning Bolt. Its main effect might be the same, but requiring you to give up a land is a pretty big cost. That said, Lightning Bolt is one of the best Magic cards of all time, and even a pale imitation of it, including this, which requires you to 2-for-1 yourself, is still a pretty good card. It saw some play in Standard and Extended, but it's made the biggest name for itself in Modern, a format where it's seen a little bit of play every year since the format was created in 2011. Modern burn decks have access to a ton of ways to do 3 damage for 1 mana, and any card that can do that for a reasonable cost tends to see play in them. Their curve is so low that they don't have to worry a ton about giving up lands, and the Volley has even had some occasional additional upside in the deck over the years, such as helping you get Threshold for your Barbarian Ring or loading your graveyard for Grim Lavamancer. It's also used, of course, in Pauper. It's still seeing play in Modern right now, but it's never really been a heavily played card in the format, just one that's seen consistent play for a long time, and all the cards ahead of it on the list have a huge lead over it and or are more active, so this is probably the best the Volley can ever do. At number 6, it's Heritage Druid. For 1 green mana, it's a 1/1 elf, and you can tap 3 untapped elves you control to add 3 green. Obviously, the Druid does a great job of generating mana in an elf deck, and one of the most important things about this ability is that even elves who have just entered the battlefield can be tapped for it. That very fact is what makes this incredibly good as a source of mana in elf combo decks especially. The first such deck showed up in Extended, and it looked to cast Glimpse of Nature alongside the Druid, and then just draw the entire library. Every elf you would play would draw you a card, and every elf you play could also be tapped for mana thanks to the Druid. Things would get particularly absurd once you got some Nettle Sentinels in the mix, because they all untap every time you cast a green spell. So once they're around, the combo doesn't end until the player finds their win condition, which in Extended would be Grape Shot with a huge storm count or a Court of Calling Predator Dragon that would swing for lethal immediately. Ultimately, the elf-based combo decks powered by the Druid proved so powerful that Wizards of the Coast banned Glimpse of Nature when Modern was created a few years later, since they didn't want this kind of fast combo deck dominating the format, and Glimpse has never been legal in Modern. Heritage Druid has still seen play in elf decks in the format though, even without the Glimpse combo, because the deck can still produce absolutely insane amounts of mana with it and other elves before winning with Uzuri Renegade Leader's activated ability. However, Legacy is where the Druid has been at its best, since Glimpse of Nature is still legal there, and the format also has Natural Order, which makes it much easier for you to find a way to win, as grabbing a Craterhoof Behemoth on a board full of elves is an immediate game over. Heritage Druid is going to continue powering elf decks in Legacy, while also seeing occasional play in Modern, so it should be able to maintain a spot on this list. Heritage Druid can make elves tap for mana, and I want to ask you to tap the subscribe button. I'm trying to hit 100,000 subscribers this year, and I'd really appreciate it if you help me get there. At number 5, it's Scapeshift. For 2 generic and 2 green, it's a sorcery that has you sacrifice any number of lands, then you search your library for up to that many lands and put them onto the battlefield tapped. So it takes some setup in the form of lands, but its ability to grab multiple lands of any kind all at once, including any non-basics you might want, is pretty much unrivaled, especially for only 4 mana, and indeed its top 8s have all come in decks that look to cast Scapeshift quickly and generate absurd game-winning value. The first deck to achieve this appeared in Extended, where you would ramp mana and then cast Scapeshift and grab as many mountains and Valakuts as you could. Because of how the trigger works on Valakut, putting all those mountains and Valakuts into play at the same time means that every mountain will trigger every Valakut, provided you grabbed at least 5. This makes it easy to do lethal to the opponent. When the modern format was created in 2011 to replace Extended, Valakut was initially banned because of concerns about the combo, but it got unbanned in 2012, and for a long time, Scapeshift decks were at the top of the pile in Modern. More recently, Scapeshift has shifted into Amulet Titan decks, which don't do anything with Valakut, but they do run tons of powerful lands that would normally enter tapped, and Scapeshift being able to search up lands that enter untapped opens up a whole new world of possibilities. After Scapeshift got reprinted in Core Set 2019, it also put up its first top 8s in Standard, this time alongside Field of the Dead, a land that generates a 2/2 black zombie creature token anytime it or another land enters under your control, provided you control 7 or more lands with different names. As with Valakut, this means that when you give up your lands and search up the field and a bunch of other lands with different names, you'll end up getting a 2/2 for each and every one of them immediately. Field of the Dead ultimately got banned in Standard, as well as Pioneer and Modern, which has limited how successful Scapeshift could be in those formats, but it does still see play in Pioneer Landfall decks, which can use Scapeshift and Spelunking alongside Nissa and Omnath to generate tons of value. Scapeshift is going to continue to put up top 8s going forward and should be able to hang on to a spot on the list. At number 4, it's Bitter Blossom. For one generic and a black, it's a Kindred enchantment, Fairy. The name of this type was originally tribal, and while it showed up on one card in Future Sight, Lorwyn Block was the first time that this type was used significantly. Basically what it means is that this card has all the characteristics that a creature with this type would have. Basically, payoffs you have for fairy stuff apply to Bitter Blossom, even though it's an enchantment. While all of that stuff's great, it's really just the text box that makes Bitter Blossom a very powerful card. At the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life and create a black 1/1 Fairy Rogue creature token with flying. This delivers insane value, and when it comes down on turn 2, it's incredibly difficult to beat just because your opponent gets a free 1/1 flyer every turn. And yeah, they lose some life too, but it's well worth the cost. Bitter Blossom is just inherently strong, and it gets all the more powerful because the fairy creature type is incredibly well supported, and that was especially true during the days of Lorwyn Shadowmoor. Once you combine Bitter Blossom with amazing payoffs like Spellstutter Sprite and Scion of Una, you can see what I mean, and Bitter Blossom was probably the best card in a deck that was already very, very good. Fairy decks quickly asserted themselves in block Standard and Extended, and when Modern was created in 2011, Bitter Blossom, like Scapeshift, was one of the cards that received a preliminary ban, and it didn't become legal in the format until 2014. After getting unbanned, it did start to see play in the format, although it never became as dominant as it had been in formats like Standard and Extended. It sees occasional play in Modern and Legacy outside of Fairy decks too, as it's a particularly good card against decks that are reliant on spot removal, because that will never solve the problem of Bitter Blossom. All that said, so far in 2025, Bitter Blossom doesn't have any top 8s, but it is definitely a card to keep an eye on as we head back to Lorwyn early next year, as it wouldn't take very much for it once again to be great. At number 3, it's Vendilion Click, our second consecutive fairy. For 1 generic and 2 blue, it's a legendary 3/1 flyer with flash, and when it enters, you look at target player's hand and choose a non-land card from it, and if you do that, the player reveals the chosen card, puts it on the bottom of their library, and draws a card. The click gives you a relatively high power evasive creature for the cost, but it's that enters trigger that really makes it great. Typically, one wants to target the opponent with it since it has such a nice disruptive effect, letting you get rid of their best card. And sure, they get a card back when you do it, but on average the best card in their hand is better than the card on top of their library. The click can also target you, in which case you'll give up the most useless card in your hand to draw a card. It's kind of like a loot effect. Getting that powerful trigger when you play a creature that can also be a legit win condition is pretty powerful. Additional, being blue and having flash gets you some extra points, since blue decks really like leaving their mana up for counterspells and other instant speed things, and the click allows you to do that, but helps you avoid getting punished by your opponent playing around your counter magic. The click has seen play in every format it's ever been legal in, which is usually a really good indicator of a card's power, and it's certainly seen play in fairy decks, but for a time it was pretty close to being a staple in blue tempo decks across multiple formats. It has definitely slowed down in recent years though, since the printing of Brazen Borrower, who often appears in the slot that was once reserved for the click. It's got the same mana cost, keywords, and stats, but it's way more flexible because you can cast it as a disruptive spell first, which makes it a creature that can trigger prowess and stuff like that. The click does still see a little bit of play in Modern, and its massive score is going to make it hard for other cards on the list to surpass it, but number 3 is probably the best the click can do, since the 2 cards in front of it already have a lead and are still highly active. At number 2, it's Negate. To be honest, when I went into this list, I didn't even remember that Negate was originally printed in Morningtide, since it has been reprinted a ton in the years since then. For one generic and a blue, it's an instant that counters target non-creature spell. While it is restricted on what it can go after, it is really efficient and easy to cast, and that has made it a really great counterspell. One that's been good enough to see play everywhere, even in Vintage. Most decks in most formats have at least a few non-creature spells, and for that reason, Negate even sees regular main deck play, but it is slightly more commonly a sideboard card to bring in against decks that are particularly reliant on non-creatures, which includes most combo and control decks. Its multiple runs through Standard have allowed it to put up a particularly ridiculous score in that format, but it also sees regular play right now in Pioneer, Modern, and Pauper, and it's definitely got a chance at one day surpassing the number 1 card on the list, especially if it keeps getting reprinted. But for now, the number 1 card is Mutavault. It's a land that can tap for colorless, and you can also pay 1 generic mana to make it a 2/2 creature with all creature types until end of turn. So even if this didn't gain all creature types when you animated it, it'd be a really good land, as paying only a single mana to turn it into a 2/2 whenever you need one is pretty great. It almost feels like card advantage when you have a land around that can give you mana when you need it to, and be a creature whenever you need it to. Then, once you throw in the fact that it has every creature type, things get really interesting, as giving Mutavault all the buffs and bonuses you have for creature types makes it an even more imposing creature. This has led to it seeing play in every single format, finding a use in at least every typal deck there is, like various fairy, vampire, human, goblin, merfolk, elf, and Eldrazi decks. But it also appears in tons of decks with little to no payouts for a specific creature type, simply on the basis of its efficiency. Aggro decks especially tend to like it, as it gives them a way to pressure the opponent, and it's a creature who can survive a dreaded Wrath effect. Mutavault's going to continue to amass points in multiple formats, and it will be interesting to see if it can hold off Negate in the long run. So those are the top 10 cards in Morningtide. If you want to own any of these powerful cards, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including many more that look at specific sets, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. Evaluating Magic cards can be a tricky thing. Even the most experienced players can't always look at a card and figure out whether or not it's going to be good. This is because Magic is an incredibly complex game, and without playing with cards in context, it can be difficult to figure out how powerful the effects they have actually are. One of the most notable examples of this is Tarmogoyf. When it was unveiled in 2007, most people didn't think it was good. They thought that while it was pretty cheap at 2 mana, it would be too hard to grow, and even if you did get the ceiling on it, all it was a big vanilla creature, and it would never be that big in the early game anyway. Ultimately, Tarmogoyf became one of the best creatures of all time, since it turned out making it huge on turn 2 was actually very easy, as there were enough good ways to load the graveyard and get lots of card types into them. And while it's no longer one of the best creatures in the game today, it does still see play in Modern, 18 years after its debut. So it's safe to say that people didn't do a good job of evaluating this card, as you really had to be able to play with it to understand its power. So evaluating how good a card is going to be is really tough, but I think it can also be quite difficult to look at older Magic cards and figure out how good they used to be. This is because if you don't know the metagame and the power level of the cards in their original context, you aren't really going to understand the card. I've done a few videos now looking at 10 cards that used to be really good, even though they aren't very impressive to today's Magic players, and there are tons of other cards in this category. So in this MTG Top 10, I'm going to look at 10 more cards that look terrible to today's players, but were once so good that they were quite successful in competitive Magic. While most top 10s use rankings, that's not really the case here. These are just 10 cards that look bad today, but used to be great in no particular order. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. First, let's look at Chronotog. For 1 generic and a blue, it's a 1/2, and you can skip your next turn to give it +3/+3 until end of turn, and you can only use that ability once per turn. This is the kind of card that probably reads like a joke to today's players, as it is very clearly not worth it 99.9% of the time to time walk yourself for giant growth. An extra turn is one of the most powerful effects in the game. It gives you card advantage, a mana advantage, a tempo advantage, The list goes on. So you should never really want to give your opponent an extra turn, right? And yeah, I mean, that's mostly true. Even back in the day, Chronotog was not a card that you used to actually kill your opponent with, at least not with damage. It took a very particular kind of deck for the Tog to shine, and that was Magic's first true prison deck, Stasis. It's an enchantment that makes players skip their untapped steps, and at the beginning of your upkeep you have to sacrifice it unless you pay 1 blue mana. There were lots of ways to lock the opponent out of the game with Stasis, and not all Stasis decks went the Tog route. Many of them used something like Soldevi Digger to keep themselves from milling out, and just waited for the opponent to deck themselves. But Chronotog, once it came out, produced an even more powerful lock. This is because if you had it down and Stasis in play, you could just use its ability at the end of your opponent's turn and give your opponent another turn. While that would normally be bad, as I said before, the fact your opponent is never untapping means that they aren't going to do a whole lot with those extra turns, other than eventually deck themselves. The lock was even more potent if you had Kismet on the battlefield too, as that would mean even new lands would enter tapped, and because of Stasis, they would never untap. So it turns out giving your opponent an endless supply of turns is actually pretty potent, provided you don't actually let them play Magic by using powerful lock pieces and force them to very slowly draw their entire library. Next, let's look at another card that gives the opponent extra turns, Chrono Savant. For 5 generic and a white, it's a 5/5, and you can pay 1 generic and a white to return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, and you skip your next turn. Yeah, a 6 mana 5/5 isn't great to begin with, but if you can get it into your graveyard, being able to get it back for only 2 mana would normally sound pretty sweet, but that sweetness turns bitter in a hurry since your opponent gets a time walk out of the deal, which isn't remotely worth it for a vanilla 5/5 that takes setup to get in play in the first place, and it even enters tapped. But like Chronotog, people found a way to use this card. Unlike Chronotog, the Savant was good in spite of giving your opponent that extra turn, and not because of it. It only has 1 top 8, but it came at the biggest stage of them all, the 2006 World Championship. There it was played in a peculiar kind of Tron deck. Most Tron decks look to use the Tron lands to slam big monsters on the battlefield, or lock the opponent out of the game with something like a Mindslaver loop, but Gabriel Nassif's deck at the event went in a very different direction. It was all about using Martyr of Sands to gain absurd amounts of life. You did this by combining it with Proclamation of Rebirth. The Proclamation lets you reanimate up to 3 1-mana value creatures at a time when you cast it, but you can also pay 5 generic and a white and reveal it from your hand to reanimate 1 1-mana value creature. That forecast cost is normally pretty expensive, but the Tron lands make it very feasible for you to play Martyr of Sands, reveal a handful of white cards and sacrifice it and gain like 15 life, then you can reanimate the Martyr and do it again, sometimes multiple times in a single turn. It wasn't an infinite loop, mind you, just something you could do several times, making your life total absurdly high. Having high life on its own isn't enough to win the game though, so the deck turned to Chrono Savant. That might seem like a strange choice, but all the deck needs is some sort of inevitable win condition. A creature that just dies and stays dead isn't good for the deck, but a big beater that was almost impossible to remove permanently was perfect. Giving your opponent that extra turn was a downside to be sure, but this deck had such a high life total that it didn't really matter if you gave your opponent those extra turns, because they would never ever be able to kill you once you started looping your Martyrs of Sands. And while it wasn't as common in this deck, sometimes the game would come down to who got decked first, like if they find a way to stonewall your Chrono Savants, in which case you could use them to make sure your opponent would run out of cards first. It's not as easy to do here with Chronotog, since it has to be in the graveyard to use the ability, but you can choose to use the ability more than once at a time, and skip several turns, and sometimes that was worth doing. In a format where pretty much every deck was about doing damage to kill the opponent, Proclamation of Rebirth plus Martyr was actually surprisingly similar to a Stasis deck. Your opponent could still technically do stuff, but none of it mattered when you were gaining insurmountable amounts of life every single turn, and that's pretty much the only kind of deck that Chrono Savant can work in, but it works super well in it. Next, let's look at another creature where its downsides are seemingly way too large for it to ever be successful in 60-card formats, and that's Feldigriff. It also happens to be one of my favorite cards, just because the design is so cool, and 11-year-old me especially loved it. Basically, Feldigriff is the origin of all group hug style decks in Commander, because it's 1 generic, a white, a blue, and a green for a 4/4 legendary creature that has 3 activated abilities that all give you something, but also give something to your opponent. You can pay 1 white to give the Feldergriff flying, but your opponent also gains 2 life. You can pay 1 blue to bounce Feldergriff to your hand, but your opponent draws a card. Or you can spend 1 green to give it trample until end of turn, but if you do, your opponent gets a 1/1 Hippo token. So yeah, while this certainly can be fun in Commander because of how political you can make all of these effects, it certainly doesn't read like a card that's playable in 60-card formats, even when we account for creatures being a lot worse in 1996. And indeed, kind of like with Chronosavant and Chronotog, it took a fairly particular deck for this flying hippo to be worth playing, and that was Extended Oath of Druids in 1999, where it put up the second best record at the 1999 World Championship. Oath of Druids is an enchantment with a symmetrical effect. During each player's upkeep, they check to see if their opponent has more creatures than they do, and if their opponent does have more creatures, the player whose turn it is gets to reveal cards from the top of their library until they reveal a creature card and put that card onto the battlefield, and all the other cards that are revealed this way go into the graveyard. Oath is one of the best ways to cheat creatures into play in all of Magic, as if you build your deck correctly, you can put insane things into play on turn 2. But there is a problem. If you're not careful, your opponent can take advantage of it too, because it's symmetrical. Feldergriff was used in some Oath of Druids builds precisely because of its downside, which gives your opponent creatures. The Griff could keep your opponent from triggering Oath of Druids, while always guaranteeing that you would trigger it. In those days, there weren't completely insane things to cheat into play yet either, so these decks generally had to lean on oathing into Triskelion, and using it to remove anything that it needed to remove, and you could remove the counters to damage the opponent when you weren't in any danger, and you could eventually win that way. With Gaia's Blessing in the deck, you would never run out of cards, and Triskelion would just keep getting shuffled back in, and you'd keep oathing it into play. And Feldergriff was crucial at making sure you could do this every turn no matter what, because of the hippo tokens it made. And it could also help you do lethal a little more quickly than oathing into a Triskelion every turn alone. Oath of Druids decks are still a thing these days, of course, but nowadays I like to use Forbidden Orchard to give the opponent tokens to make sure you always get to oath, and that's a lot better, since it's a land. But the decks that go that route these days are very much the descendant of the seemingly wacky oath decks that used Feldergriff. Now let's look at Cognivore. For 6 generic and 2 blue mana, it's a star with flying, and its power and toughness are each equal to the number of instants in all graveyards. That mana cost is definitely eye-popping, and you don't normally want a creature with super variable power and toughness when you're forking over that much mana. I mean, how often are there enough instants in graveyards for this to be remotely efficient? I definitely get that perspective, and I've heard it a lot. This is a card where people often express surprise when I don't include Cognivore in any of my worst cards lists that it's eligible for, because yeah, it looks like a terrible card for all the reasons I just mentioned. However, Cognivore was once a very legitimate win condition in a really good deck, and that's because it was a deck that could simultaneously get around the problem of Cognivore's mana value and ensure that this Lurgoyf was absolutely massive, and that deck was actually the same kind of deck as Feldergriff saw success in, Oath of Druids. But Cognivore's time as an Oath win condition came several years later in the Extended of 2002. Remember, Oath not only cheats the creature into play, it also mills all the cards revealed along the way. So if your deck is filled with a bunch of instants, Cognivore is always going to come into play as a creature that can win the game in a single swing. And a creature like that entering the battlefield on turn 2 is incredible. So incredible that Justin Gary piloted a Cognivore Oath deck to a first place finish at Pro Tour Houston in 2002. While Cognivore Oath never top-8'd another major event, the fact remains that it had a pretty impressive moment in the sun, and one that certainly precludes it from ever being considered one of the worst cards in the history of Magic. Let's look at another creature who doesn't look very good to today's players, Phyrexian Warbeast. For 3 generic mana, it's a 3/4, and when it leaves the battlefield, you sacrifice a land and it deals 1 damage to you. That's right, if your opponent removes this, they get a 2-for-1, and even get a little additional value in the form of damage. And if your opponent bounces it, you're still in trouble, because it triggers anytime the Warbeast leaves the battlefield. And yeah, that's not a card that would work in today's Magic. I mean, sure, 3 mana 3/4 is just a tiny bit above rate these days, but that's not worth getting 2-for-1 and damaging your mana and your life total. But it was worth it in both Standard and Extended between 1996 and 1999. The first piece of the puzzle with this type of card is simply the fact that creatures were way worse back then. So a 3 mana 3/4 that was this easy to cast was just better in the context of a world where other 3-drops simply weren't big enough to contend with this. But there is definitely more going on here, and that has to do with its typing and its stat line, which played particularly well in Magic formats in the mid to late 1990s. Perhaps most notably, it couldn't be taken down by Lightning Bolt. Other commonly played removal spells that couldn't kill it include Terror and Incinerate. Basically, the War Beast really didn't leave the battlefield all that much because it was hard to kill with spells or in combat, so that downside is definitely mitigated against. That's not to say it was entirely immune to everything, of course. Swords to Plowshares could still do it in, for example, but being able to dodge a bunch of removal and being really efficient was more than enough to make this 3-mana 3/4 artifact worth playing. Furthermore, many decks at the time were running main deck color hate effects that the War Beast could ignore. This included stuff like White Knight and later Paladin and Vec. The War Beast gave black and red aggro decks access to an efficient creature that it could attack through and block these normally pesky creatures. So while the War Beast's downside is way too big today, that wasn't the case back in the 1990s. Now, let's look at Gerard's Wisdom. For 2 generic and 2 white, it's a sorcery that gains you 2 life for each card in your hand. That's right, this card does nothing but gain you life, and it's clunky as heck as a 4-mana sorcery. Typically, one doesn't want to spend a card to just gain life, nor do they want to spend 4 mana on a way to gain life that is super dependent on you having enough cards in hand. At least, that's certainly true in today's game. But this card's success all came between 1997 and 2001, when Magic was very, very different. Most notably, creatures were significantly worse on average, so if you were playing a control deck in Standard or Extended during those years, this was actually a worthwhile inclusion. As is still true today, control decks often had lots of cards in hand, so it wasn't unusual for this to gain you like 14 life, which was pretty close to insurmountable for many of those decks. I mean, this is an era where you could just remove and counter stuff and mill your opponent out with Millstone as a win condition. A very, very slow win condition. And gaining 14 life went a long way towards helping you survive long enough to activate Millstone enough to win the game. Pure life gain doesn't usually work out in today's Magic, where aggro decks are a threat to be reckoned with. And even if you do spend 4 to gain 14, it's not going to be enough, since that means you did very little to add to the board during your first few turns. So getting to the point where you can cast this is pretty difficult, and even if you do cast it, you're probably still dead on your next turn. But back in the late 1990s and early 2000s, this type of life gain card was still super viable, so much so that it regularly appeared in control decks that put up great results. Next, let's look at another white sorcery that is seemingly inefficient by today's standards, Icatian Town. For 5 generic and a white, it makes 4 1/1 citizen creature tokens. While it's nice to add multiple bodies to the board and all, spending 6 mana at sorcery speed and getting 4 tokens that are just about as small as can be isn't the kind of thing we're usually after. When we spend 6 mana on a token generating sorcery these days, the going rate tends to be 3 2/2 tokens, plus some upside, and that's markedly more powerful than getting 4 1/1s in almost every situation. And I mean, it isn't even like getting 3 2/2s for that cost is anything special outside of limited. However, Icatian Town's seemingly meager token production was once considered really good. One thing to keep in mind is that while tokens seem like a huge part of the game today, Icatian Town was one of the first cards ever to produce multiple tokens with a single effect. So while we may be used to spending similar or less mana to get a lot more out of the tokens that are generated, Icatian Town's effect was actually really novel. I mean, adding 4 bodies to the board with 1 card was practically unheard of, with Hazazin Tamar really the only other card in the game that could do it, and his tokens were a lot more fragile to spot removal, since killing Tamar killed his tokens. So, if you were a deck looking to go wide and confound a deck looking to kill singular big threats with its removal, Icatian Town was the best you could do in the late 1990s. I often say that the term power creep mostly only applies to creatures, as most of the game's best non-creatures came out in the first few years of the game, while basically none of the best creatures did, but power creep also extends to non-creature spells that can make creature tokens too, as Icatian Town can show us. Next, let's look at Slash Panther. For 4 generic and 1 red Phyrexian mana, meaning you can pay for that cost either by paying red mana or 2 life, you get a 4/2 artifact creature with haste. And that's it. This is by far the newest card on this particular list, having been printed in 2011, so we don't always have to go super far back in time to find cards that look underwhelming to us now, but used to be really, really good. I've looked at some other more recent cards in some of the other videos in this series too, and I guess Chrono Savant is also relatively new. But yeah, Slash Panther doesn't really look like much, does it? I mean, it's either a 4 mana 4/2 with haste that makes you pay 2 life, or a 5 mana 4/2 with haste. Neither of those options are the kind of thing that makes you say, this is an amazing deal. And indeed, even back in 2011, Slash Panther wasn't good enough to see play in formats like Block, Standard, Modern, or Extended. So it will probably come as a pretty big shock to you that the Panther was once actually really good in Magic's most powerful format of them all, Vintage. That's not something you see every day, a French vanilla creature that isn't good enough in formats with smaller card pools, but is good enough to be sleeved up against opponents who are all packing Black Lotus and the like. But there was a very particular situation in Vintage between 2011 and 2016 that led to Slash Panther actually being an important card in the format. First, it's important to note that Vintage has a very powerful artifact deck called Shops, which uses Mishra's Workshop to produce insane amounts of mana. It's a land that can tap for 3 colorless, provided you spend that mana on an artifact. In general, this is a deck that packs almost exclusively colorless cards and colorless mana, since it also wants to use Ancient Tomb and City of Traders to produce absurd amounts of colorless mana. Throw in the Power 9 Moxen and the like, and that means these decks could play Slash Panther on turn 1. Even in Legacy, a turn 1 4/2 with haste can be a pretty big problem, but that alone wasn't enough to make Slash Panther worth playing. There was also a very particular metagame that led to the Panther being really useful, and that was a metagame absolutely dominated by Jace the Mind Sculptor. He was a pretty new card at the time, and certainly the game's most powerful planeswalker during this era, so much so that pretty much every deck that could play him did. After all, he was also reasonably castable in the very early game with lots of fast mana, and once he was around, he could quickly take over the game with his powerful loyalty abilities. Typically, a Jace player would fire off the Zero ability the turn it came down, as that brainstorm effect in a format as powerful as Vintage was pretty incredible. You just saw so many cards with it and got such a nice advantage. And that's where Slash Panther's seemingly inconsequential self comes in. Because shop decks could cast it so easily with all of their awesome lands and other sources of mana, it could come down out of nowhere and slam into Jace and kill him the turn after he came down. Because shop's decks were largely colorless, they simply didn't have access to any other good haste creatures that could be accelerated out with their lands, and Slash Panther really stepped in to fill that void. Basically, it turns out when you can play something like this on turn 1, and it also happens to basically read destroy one of the most powerful cards in the format, and then stick around and win the game, the card ends up being pretty darn good. So, Slash Panther may not look like much, but the combination of its artifact typing, high power, and haste actually made it a pretty important card in Vintage there for a while. It only got supplanted from this role, which made it good against other Planeswalkers that came later too, in 2016, by another 4-mana card with high power and haste that similarly looks underwhelming. It didn't see that much play in formats of smaller card pools. Fleetwheel Cruiser, which can come down and smash in for 5 instead, and doesn't make you pay any life to do it. Slash Panther and Fleetwheel Cruiser might have haste, but I think you should have haste too when it comes to clicking on the subscribe button. I'm trying to reach 100,000 subscribers this year, and I'm getting closer and closer to my goal, and I'd really appreciate your help in getting me there. About half of my viewers aren't subscribed, so even if you think you are subscribed, do me a favor and double check. You won't regret subscribing because I put out at least 4 Magic videos every single week, including MTG Top 10s like this one. Next, let's look at another red card that looks like absolute jank, Dragonstorm. For 8 generic and a red, it's a sorcery that searches up a dragon and puts it onto the battlefield, and it has Storm, which means that for each spell cast before it that turn, a copy gets put on the stack. Everyone knows Storm is really powerful. After all, combo decks built around going off with it have been successful in just about every format at one time or another, and have constantly been successful in the non-rotating formats, and multiple cards have been banned specifically because Storm is so freaking good. But a 9-mana sorcery that grabs dragons isn't usually what people's minds go to when they think of powerful Storm win conditions. Why would it? Brain Freeze and Tendrils of Agony are much cheaper and can win the game in a single turn by milling an entire library or draining all of the opponent's life. Dragonstorm, meanwhile, takes a lot of work to go off and mostly just looks like a fun card for people to play with on the kitchen table. After all, people love dragons. And indeed, when Dragonstorm was originally printed in Scourge, nobody did anything with it, and it was largely considered a terrible card. However, a couple of things would transpire that would lead to Dragonstorm actually seeing very successful competitive play. First off, it got printed on the Time Spiral bonus sheet, and those time-shifted cards were legal in Standard, and Dragonstorm decks would be highly successful at both the 2006 and 2007 World Championship as a result, and even won the whole thing in 2006. This Standard had a perfect storm of cards for this type of deck to actually work. First, the format had red ritual effects, like Rite of Flame and Seething Song, and that made it surprisingly easy to get to 9 mana quickly. Furthermore, chaining those rituals together would raise your storm count in the first place. And unlike other storm counts, which generally need a huge storm count to win the game, this deck only needed a storm count of 3 to get there. That's because Bolgarden Hellkite was also in this standard format. This big dragon comes down and does 5 damage divided as you choose among any number of targets. So if you grab all 4 with Dragonstorm, you do 20 to your opponent and they were dead. And just in case you drew a Hellkite, the deck also ran a couple of Hunted Dragons, who could swing for 6 alongside 3 Hellkites, or 12 alongside 2. Decks built around grabbing dragons with Dragonstorm found success in Block and Extended 2 in 2007 and 2008, but believe it or not, that's not the end of Dragonstorm's story. It would go on to find further success in both Modern and Legacy, but for a very different reason. While Dragonstorm's high mana value meant you had to build your deck to find a way to produce absurd mana, and also you had to jam some dragons into it, the decks that used it in both Modern and Legacy played it precisely because of the high mana value. These were Infect decks that looked to win the game very quickly with an early Infect creature plus Blazing Shoal. The Shoal can be cast for no mana if you exile a red card from your hand, and if you go that route, the creature you buff gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is that card's mana value. This means that if you use it on your 1/1 Infect creature, it's now a 10/1, and will kill your opponent in a single swing, because it will give them 10 poison counters. Exiling Dragonstorm was one of the main ways these decks could generate their extremely fast wins, and these decks were so fast that the Shoal actually got banned in Modern. While there are Storm decks in multiple formats today, none of them go this route anymore since it's so dependent on the context of your deck still having the right dragons for you to really go off, and it being so expensive is a huge hurdle too. But once upon a time, Dragonstorm was winning games, either by summoning 4 game-winning dragons to the battlefield, or getting exiled to Blazing Shoal, and that's a pretty impressive track record for a card that was largely ignored the first time it got printed. Let's wrap things up with Thawing Glaciers, a card so good it had to be banned, and then later had to receive a power level erratum, which comes as a total shock to most of today's Magic players, who at best view this as a niche card for some very particular commanders. It's a land that enters tapped, and it can't produce mana either, but you can pay 1 generic mana and tap it to search up a basic land and put it onto the battlefield tapped. Then you return Thawing Glacier to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next cleanup step. Yeah, it's an aptly named card, because it's absolutely glacial. After all, it bounces back to your hand every time you use the ability, and it enters the battlefield tapped, so it can only grab you a land every other turn, and you have to use your land drop each turn to do it. That doesn't seem worth it at all in 60 card formats, does it? But if we take a moment to look at this card independent of thinking about how slow it is actually a pretty legitimate value engine. Every time you use it, it ends up giving you a card of value. And sure, that card is a basic land, but it's still a card, and it fixes your mana and thins your deck out in the process. Both pretty nice things, right? Of course, we can't just eliminate how slow this card is from the equation, otherwise it'd probably still be pretty good today. But we did that exercise for a reason. As like with Gerard's Wisdom, this is a card that was good in an era where Magic games usually lasted many more turns since creatures were so much worse. Its first success came at the Ice Age block constructed Pro Tour. This is a format with a real paucity of cheap aggressive creatures, so Control X could just go wild with Thawing Glaciers. This was especially true when you combined it with Zurin Orb, an artifact that lets you sacrifice lands to gain life, making Glaciers into even more of a value engine than it already was. Ultimately, both Glaciers and the Orb got banned in Ice Age block constructed because the combination was too good for the format. It made it so really all you could play was a control deck, and the Orb even got banned in Standard too. That alone tells you about how slow the game was at the time. Thawing Glaciers continued to be featured in Standard control decks all the way through 1997, but then it went inactive for a while before getting a second life in the extended format after a rule change made it even better. With the release of 6th edition in 1999, phases and steps, largely as we know them today, were created. Before the rules changed, there was just an end of turn for each player, at which point they would discard down to 7 if they needed to, and any end of turn effects would be put on the stack or in the batch before 6th edition. But the 6th edition rules created a more clearly delineated end phase, which started with end of turn, where abilities were put on the stack and would then resolve, and then concluded with cleanup, during which phase the player would discard down to 7. This breathed new life into Thawing Glaciers. As originally printed, Thawing Glaciers would return to your hand at end of turn, if you had used its activated ability that turn. But now, since there was a step after end of turn, you could wait until that cleanup to activate the Glaciers and grab a land, and then you could activate it again during your turn. So now you could get 2 lands for every time it bounced, turning it into an even more absurd value engine. Ultimately, they changed the wording of Thawing Glaciers so that it now gets bounced at the cleanup step, so these shenanigans were no longer possible, and these days, it more or less works how it did before the 6th edition rules change. So yeah, Thawing Glaciers was really good even before rule change shenanigans, and for a time was downright busted, which is pretty surprising for a card that looks incredibly slow to today's players. So those are 10 bad Magic cards that used to be really good. If you want to own any of these cards to relive their heyday, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. If you want to catch up on past videos, including many more that look at cards in this exact category, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic the Gathering, Monarch is a mechanic that was originally introduced in 2016's Conspiracy Take the Crown. Monarch is a status that a player can have, and it starts to be tracked when a player plays a card that says you become the Monarch. It's a powerful status to possess because it lets you draw a card at the beginning of your end step. However, you can lose your status as the Monarch when a creature deals combat damage to you, at which point the player who controlled that creature becomes the Monarch. Since appearing in Conspiracy Take the Crown, a set intended for draft games with more than 2 players, it's appeared in other sets with a multiplayer focus like Commander sets, but the mechanic has proven to be good in 60-card formats too. Monarch has never appeared in a standard release set, and that means cards with this mechanic aren't legal in Standard, Pioneer, or Modern, and that's probably a good thing, because the mechanic, like most mechanics that inherently give you card advantage, has proven to be really powerful. Of the 44 cards that can make you the Monarch, 21 of them have at least one top 8 at a major Magic event, and in this video we'll look at the 10 that have left the biggest impact on competitive Magic the Gathering. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Before we get started, here's a quick reminder on how I rank cards in these videos. A first tier top 8 is worth 2 points. This includes events like Pro Tours, and a second tier top 8 is worth 1 point. This includes events like Regional Championships. At number 10, it's Queen Marchesa, one of the main characters in the Conspiracy Take the Crown story, and eventually the individual who actually takes the crown. It's fitting she would end up on this list, although I have a feeling she'd be pretty disappointed about her placement. For one generic, a red, a white, and a black, she's a 3/3 with Death Touch and Haste, and when she enters the battlefield, you become the Monarch. At the beginning of your upkeep, if an opponent is the Monarch, you put a 1/1 black assassin creature token with Death Touch and Haste on the battlefield. As with all the cards in this list, Queen Marchesa will generally grant you a 2-for-1 right away because of your Monarch status, and should you ever lose your status as the Monarch, she still gives you a pretty amazing payoff, one that is likely to help you become the Monarch again, since she'll give you a 1/1 assassin with Death Touch and Haste during that upkeep. If you send that creature at your opponent, they can't just ignore it and let it through most of the time, since you'll not only end up getting your 1/1 that turn, you'll also end up drawing a card. But because it has Death Touch, they have to give up something pretty real to stop it. She's been played on and off in Legacy over the years, usually in mid-range, value-oriented decks, where she can really let you outcard your opponents. She can be particularly nasty against opponents who don't really run a whole lot of their own creatures, as you'll be the Monarch forever most of the time, in which case she represents a legit threat that also gives you insane card advantage. However, she hasn't put up any top 8 since 2021, and if we see this mechanic return in the future, which is likely, she's probably going to lose her spot on this list. At number 9, it's Entourage of Trest. For 4 generic and a green, it's a 4/4, and when it enters, you become the Monarch. And if you're the Monarch, the Entourage can block an additional creature each combat. So the floor here is a 5-mana 4/4 that draws you a card, and thanks to its ability to block additional creatures, it's also going to be hard for your opponent to ever take away your Monarch status. Entourage of Trest's top 8s have all come in Pauper, a format where only commons are legal. There simply aren't very many commons in Magic that have the potential to turn into a card-drawing value engine, so overall, the Monarch mechanic has performed super well there. The Entourage has seen play in decks like Elves, which can get even more value out of the Entourage thanks to its creature type, but it's also been played in land destruction decks, Jund midrange, and more. The Entourage is likely to put up more top 8s in Pauper in the future. At number 8, it's Fall from Favor. For 2 generic and 2 blue, it's an enchantment aura with enchant creature. When it enters, you tap enchanted creature and become the monarch, and the creature doesn't untap unless its controller is the monarch. Adding a body to the board and becoming the monarch is great, of course, but becoming the monarch off of a removal spell is also pretty good. The downside here is your opponent might be able to eventually untap their creature, but because this triggers at the upkeep, your opponent has to maintain their monarch status for 2 turns before the creature will ever untap, and that's pretty challenging, especially because, their best creature is tapped down. Fall from Favor used to be played in Legacy Delver decks, which loved all the value it could generate, but it was even more active in Pauper, where it actually made mid-range and control decks way too good. Aggro decks in the format just couldn't compete with a card that was both a removal spell and a value engine. In other words, the format worked entirely around Fall from Favor, and as often happens when a card warps a format, Fall from Favor got banned in Pauper just a few months after being released, and it remains banned in Pauper today. Right now, it doesn't have any home in any 60-card format, but it's not entirely impossible that it puts up another top 8 in Legacy in the future. At number 7, it's Court of Cunning. For 1 generic and 2 blue, it's an enchantment that makes you the monarch when it enters, and at the beginning of your upkeep, any number of players each mill 2 cards, but if you're the monarch, each of those players mills 10 cards instead. Milling 10 cards in a turn is no joke, and this card has the potential to do that while also drawing you an extra card every turn. If you get multiple Courts of Cunnings in play, things can get particularly insane. While you can use this to go after your opponent, it's also a very potent way to load your own graveyard for value. In fact, that's the primary way the court has been used in 60-card formats. In Legacy, it's been used to help up very early, very massive Murktide Regents, and to help set up Reanimator decks, and in Vintage, it's been used as a way to set up Underworld Breach, as you can do a whole lot with 10 cards in your graveyard alongside that powerful enchantment. However, Court of Cunning is another Monarch card that is currently inactive, with its last top 8 coming in 2024. At number 6, it's Azure Fleet Admiral. For 3 generic and a blue, it's a 3/3 that makes you the monarch when it enters, and it can't be blocked by creatures the monarch controls. The Admiral's actually a lot like Marchesa. It might not be quite as flashy and it doesn't spit out awesome tokens, but it's a 4-mana 3/3 that makes you the monarch and then has no problem at all making you the monarch again should you ever lose that status, because it'll be able to hit your opponent whenever you need it to. It's seen a little bit of play in Legacy Mono Blue Prison decks that look to use back to basics to lock the opponent out of the game. The Admiral can be a win condition and, of course, a value engine, just like most Monarch creatures. However, most of its points have come in Pauper Blue-Red Tempo decks, and it's going to continue to put up top 8s in that format going forward. At number 5, it's Palace Sentinels, and it's pretty simple. It's 3 generic and a white for a 2/4 that makes you the monarch when it enters. It's seen occasional play in Legacy Death and Taxes, but it's another Monarch card that has excelled in Pauper, where it's one of the few cards that white has access to in the format that grants significant card advantage. It doesn't have a built-in way to get a bonus from you being the Monarch, and it doesn't have a built-in way to help you regain Monarch status either. However, in the white weenie decks, which are its primary home in Pauper, it sees play alongside cards like Core Skyfisher, which can give you the enters trigger again when you need it. Palace Sentinels is still putting up top 8s in Pauper right now. At number 4, it's Crimson Fleet Commodore. For 3 generic and a red, it's a 5/2 trampler that makes you the monarch when it enters. While it may not have an ability related to monarch status that makes it better, just having high power and trample goes pretty well with the mechanic, because getting in for at least 1 with this and reclaiming the crown isn't especially difficult. Its top 8s have all come in Pauper, where it's been heavily played ever since being printed. It's been especially successful in blue-red decks, where it's often played alongside Azure Fleet Admiral. Like the Admiral, it's still putting up top 8s in Pauper right now. At number 3, it's Thorn of the Black Rose. For 3 generic and a black, it's a 1/3 with Death Touch that makes you the monarch when it enters. It's another of these Monarch commons that is very heavily played in Pauper, but I promise the top 2 cards on this list aren't Pauper cards. Anyway, while its stats might not be amazing, it is a Death Toucher that typically draws you at least 1 card, and its Death Touch is a nice deterrent for keeping creatures from attacking you. And in a pinch, it's not terrible at making you a Monarch again either. It's basically a staple in black control and value decks in Pauper, and it's going to continue to put up top 8s in the format. At number 2, it's 4th Aerolingus, which is here to break the chain of 4-mana common Monarch creatures. It's X a red and a white for a sorcery that creates X 2/2 red human knight creature tokens with trample and haste. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to 1 or more players this turn, you become the Monarch. If you've got enough mana, a card like this can just end the game with all these bodies. And adding lots of bodies to the board can be good even when you're behind. But these tokens are also capable of helping you become the Monarch, which is a pretty powerful effect to have access to on top of all those sweet tokens. On the flip side, it's also possible to spend only 2 mana to become the Monarch with this, which is the least amount of mana you can spend to become the Monarch if you cast it on turn 2 and get in with your 1-drop. All of that makes it sort of a modal card, one that can be a value play or one that can be a win condition, and this has led to it being a significant card in both Legacy and Vintage, and makes it one that can see play in different kinds of decks. In Legacy, you're just as likely to see it in control decks as you are in stompy decks. In Vintage, it's primarily featured in paradoxical outcome decks. This is a deck that uses that spell to draw a ton of cards by returning permanents to your hand, especially 0 mana artifacts or other artifacts that can net you mana like Mana Vault. When you chain all of your outcomes together, you end up bouncing these mana producing permanents a bunch and drawing lots of cards while producing more mana, which can eventually allow you to turn 4th Aerlingus into a win condition, but the card's flexibility means that if you get it when you can't combo off, it's still a reasonable card. 4th Aerlingus is still seeing a lot of play in both Legacy and Vintage, and it has a very real shot at one day being the #1 card on the list. For now though, that card is Palace Jailer. For 2 generic and 2 white, it's a 2/2 that makes you the Monarch when it enters, and also exiles target creature an opponent controls until an opponent becomes the Monarch. So far, I've mentioned that creatures that make you the Monarch are really strong because of the 2-for-1 they can give you, and we've also seen removal that makes you the Monarch be really good too. Well, this is a card that does both of those things. And that means he hands you a 3-for-1 in most cases, which is pretty amazing. He's also better in a lot of ways than your typical Banisher Priest type creature, which exiles something when it enters, but gives the creature back later when it leaves the battlefield. Even if the Jailer dies, your opponent doesn't necessarily get their creature back. The only way they can is if they become the Monarch, and the fact you exiled their best creature is sure to make that a heck of a lot harder for them. Since being printed, it's been a heavily played card in Legacy, with Death and Taxes its most frequent home. That's a creature-based deck that is also highly disruptive. There are a few things going on in these decks that make the Jailer even better. First, there's Recruiter of the Guard, which lets you tutor up a creature with power 2 or less. Being able to grab the Palace Jailer whenever it's at its best is extra good. There's also Flicker Wisp, which can be used to exile additional creatures with the same Palace Jailer. Lastly, there's Aether Vial, which can let you put Palace Jailer into play at instant speed. It also sees occasional play in the similar Vintage Hate Bear deck. While the Jailer has a great track record in the Eternal formats and is still putting up top 8s in 2025, right now 4th Aerlingus is seeing even more play, and if that keeps up, it's sure to pass Palace Jailer. One thing's for sure though, they are the 2 best Monarch cards ever printed. So, those are Magic's top 10 Monarch cards. Do you want to wear a crown? If so, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And if you want to catch up on past MTG top 10s, including many more that look at specific mechanics, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. In Magic,
Final Fantasy is coming to Magic the Gathering, and it's all anyone can talk about. Never mind the fact that Aether Drift has only been out for 1 week now. We're talking Final Fantasy Commander decks, Final Fantasy everything. It's coming to Magic the Gathering. Who cares about Aether Drift? Well, I do, because I'm opening up this collector booster box today and guessing prices and offering commentary while I do. Do you care? No? Well, then why'd you click? You know what this video is. It's sit and chat and chill with the prof while we open up collector booster packs. Let's have some fun. Honestly, is it weird that Aether Drift has barely been out and we're already moving on to the next set? Final Fantasy is a full set, by the way. I'm going to talk about that and the fact that even Aether Drift was being hyped up before Innistrad Remastered hit shelves. I really wish with these Magic the Gathering sets we had time to savor the flavor. Whether you really love or hate Aether Drift, I have some thoughts on that as well, or Innistrad Remastered or Final Fantasy, can we just chill a little bit and enjoy these cool cards? Well, let's stay tuned while I guess prices and see if we can get the value of this collector booster box, which is currently selling for, wow, that much. Think I'll get that much? It's the Aether Drift collector booster box game. That much? It's the Aether Drift collector booster box game, buckle up. And if you do like Aether Drift and want your own collector booster box, I'm giving one away, as well as all of these collector booster boxes from throughout Magic's history. 5 collector booster boxes, in total. Here's one of them. It's, oh cool, Modern Horizons 3. What you think of Modern Horizons 3? Or, well, they're on the floor now, but yes, we're giving them all away on Whatnot, sponsor of today's video. Just tune in this Wednesday, February 26th at 3 p.m. Pacific, and you might walk away with one of these 5 collector booster boxes, as well as other great prizes that I'll be giving away on my next Whatnot stream. Create a brand new account and you'll even get a $15 credit to spend on anything. I've got Magic the Gathering cards and products in my store, but you can spend it anywhere on Whatnot. $15 just for signing up to spend on Magic products. Plus also, you might walk away with a free collector booster box from me to you. That's pretty good. And that's not all. On this next Whatnot stream, I'll be offering this limited edition playmat celebrating Tolarian Community College hitting 1 million subscribers. Yeah, I know that happened several months ago at this point, but it took time for the artwork to be made. Artwork by Magic artist Aaron Miller. The playmat features the Tolarian Trophy Dragon in the Tolarian Trophy Room. Lots of cool Easter eggs in the background. And this playmat is limited to only 500 that'll be produced. Each will be numbered and signed by me. I'll be giving this 1 out of 500 away, and if you want, you can use that $15 credit towards buying one for yourself. These really are beautiful, and we only printed 500. They're all signed and numbered by me and available in my next Whatnot stream. I've also printed up some of the Tolarian Community College logo playmats with a stitched border that'll be available as well. So be sure to tune in and maybe, just maybe, walk away with one of those cool collector booster boxes from me to you, courtesy of Whatnot, sponsor of this video. Okay, here it is, Aether Drift Collector Booster Box. I just realized, in between filming the intro, I filmed the intro in order this time, that even though everyone right now is talking about Final Fantasy, like literally as I sat down to record this, they're posting the Final Fantasy commanders and just stuff. They're gonna reveal stuff at the big con. Final Fantasy is after Tarkir. Tarkir, the in-universe set, is the next set, but we're talking about Final Fantasy? Why aren't we talking about Tarkir? It's just crazy to me. Oh, there's a box topper. I did not even realize. Look at that, we got a box topper. All right, let's see what's, I didn't even know. Added value, I suppose. Let's see what's in it. All right, we've got, you know, I try not to swear when I'm not on Shuffle Up and Play, but it is very accurate that they call these the foils, because that's exactly what they look like in real life, in my opinion. They're so gross. All right, what's the value on this? Are they worth anything? They're like maybe $20, $20 here for the Mountain Dew foil. Call it the Mountain Dew foil. And then we also get another, oh, my eyes. My eyes. Oh, it looks so bad. I don't know if the camera is picking up on this. And by the way, this will not just be an Aether Drift. I don't want to, pardon the expression, all over Aether Drift in this video. I really don't, because my philosophy is always, I don't want to yuck someone's yum, but I'm going to be honest if I don't like something. And if you're tuning in and surprised at old man yelling at clouds, then you haven't been watching me long. I'm being honest here. These do not look great. They're first of all curled pretty bad right out of the pack. It's just kind of like the color just absorbs over all of it. It looks like a fake card. Are the yellow cards, the Mountain Dew cards for lands worth more than $2 each? I'm gonna say $3.50 is what a land in the special yellow border is worth. All right, now we're moving on to the actual packs. And again, this is not going to be the video where I just am critical of Aether Drift. I actually have larger thoughts I want to express on the entire set and the fact that it is, I feel, doesn't really capture Magic the Gathering aesthetic even though it's taking place over several Magic worlds. Isn't that interesting? Several Magic worlds, and yet it feels like a universe is beyond. Is it just that there's cars? I think there's more to it than that. I want to talk about that in its own video. I want to try and be positive here. I always say that and then I'm negative, just like whenever I say, if you saw my Innistrad Remastered video, I said, I'm going to be negative here, and then I was positive. Anyway, we got Avoya, Automech Artisan, Super Art. I like the Super Arts, cool art. There, I'm being positive. I think that's a $10 card, right? Oh, Riptide Gearhulk, not foil. Oh, I thought that was a Gearhulk under it. These are definitely in the $25 range, right? Is this a $25 card, even though it's non-foil? And then Lifecraft Engine, I think this is maybe $8. I think the Super Arts, all of them here in this style, I don't know if it has a specific name, as well as the Mountain Dew cards, all do have a pretty good value for the most part. But again, I like to stay relatively ignorant of it and just guess what I think the value should be. I looked at prices during pre-order period. Today is Monday after release, so we shall see. Is it after release? Yeah, it's after release. So this is the Monday Commander decks. We had our Is It Worth It? It's so confusing because they do pre-release, but then sometimes they have early events now. And pre-release, we don't cover the Commander decks until release, which is when they're no longer on pre-sale. But we look at pre-sale prices when we're, I really wish things were a little more simplified. Anyway, Rampaging Aetherhood. How about a solid $5 there? Duretti. See, so this is, without being nasty about it, what part of my issue is. I feel that Duretti here just doesn't look like Duretti. He looks like he's in Greece. The hair, the outfit, his wheelchair. It doesn't look like we've seen. Show us, by the way, in comparison, because this is on Kaladesh. Editor, please show over here the Duretti on Kaladesh Super Art Planeswalker they did. Where it was Duretti on his first planeswalk to Kaladesh. And compare just the character design, the look of the plane around him, the look of the art around him, what he looks like, and then